Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Eight teams have fallen by the wayside. 16 teams have trod the path to now. But who will go the distance? 3 days of games sit before us, and we will find a winner here at the Pmsl Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. And we are finally at the grand final stage of our tournament to decide who's going to be moving forward to PMGC, who's going to be crowned the top of the top here when it comes to Europe. It is all to play for. Blank, are you ready?
I am, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good teams here coming through from PMSL EU, like kind of split across a lot of squads now as well. It's nice seeing it. If you didn't catch the knockout stage or even the league stage and just here for the finals, we welcome you. We're not quite here at the complex in Istanbul, but it is all popping off in Turkey right now with a beautiful and gorgeous stage. But that's right. There's a lot of teams that have kind of split off from one another, players moving around. There's been some transfers in the mid-season, which has been kind of interesting to watch unfold. So now you have a lot more teams with maybe less star power all on one squad, but more evenly spread out. We're seeing some squads like S2G just kind of falling off a cliff in terms of performance. Very worried about them. It's very, very interesting. Top 16 teams now in the finals looking to go through to either the gauntlet or secure their spot over in those PMGC grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It has been, as you say, a bit of a rocky mid-season. Some transfers, which I'm sure we'll dive into in due course. Of course, we've got quite a lot going on here at the Istanbul event as well. You guys are going to be treated to a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That's all yet to come. Yeah, it's all very exciting. I think that over the course of this season, it has been interesting to see who's been able to maintain, right? Who's been able to maintain their course, keep their power on track. And I think that an interesting factor about that is the PMGC points as well, because I believe at the moment the Boars might still be qualifying for PMGC. Based on their points, I have to because that's just occurred to me. I might have to double check that, but I feel like the Boars, despite not qualifying for here, may still get the point spot for their region.
Yeah, they're just giving other teams a chance, really. I mean, it wouldn't matter either way. If they came through to the finals, the spot would have just jumped down a placement. If they had made it in towards that top side of the table, it's a weird one. We've had it happen before. In fact, we've had it happen before where a team in 13th place, I think it was Ozorox last year. I think it was last year. Yeah, Ozorox last year were in 13th place, and I think they had to get like one more placement, and then they would have got to the PMGC Grand Finals of 12th. So it was all very, very strange the way it worked out. But either way, if Boars do make it in, they'll be very, very pleased, I imagine. But there's also time to potentially change that. It would require a lot of points on some teams, though, to make that one happen. But we'll keep you updated about that as we go on. But today should be a fantastic and very, very exciting day. Again, we have Rondo coming in. Most of you guys who didn't watch the knockout stage or the league stage of Pmsl EU Fall, it is our new map added to the pool. A lot of eliminations available on there, so a lot of points, and it could maybe skew some games here and there.
Yeah, on adding those extra points on board, it can make some games more important, some games to perform better in. It is definitely necessary. Obviously, we saw record-breaking numbers being set on the elimination counts. Generally, across the board, first place on Rondo was worth certainly more than the average win on any other map, so Erangel and Miramar. So we'll be looking out for that, seeing if that's going to impact things, with plenty more to cover as well. We don't want to burn too quickly through all our info. We do still have a little bit before we get underway with our matches, but we'll be getting onto that very, very shortly, I think. But Rondo has been a big introduction this season across the world as well.
Yeah, massively. And it's been fun. Definitely been fun. I think we have some instances where we're like, maybe this could be changed, maybe this could be better, but that's always going to happen when you add a new map to the pool. I know that when Sandhawk came around, there was actually a vast adjustment to circles along the way. But I think we're going to head over to the stage, so we'll catch you guys very shortly. Never mind, we're not heading over to the stage. We're just having a look at the stage, which is beautiful. But yeah, overall, Rondo, definitely an interesting change, but I think adjustments will come at some point in the near future. That's a hopeful statement, by the way, guys. Just a hopeful statement. But today, I think that we're looking at teams like Papara SuperMassive in particular to do very well, John. I think they're one of the few consistent teams throughout the entire tournament.
Oh, you caught me pulling out the cable from my headset there. Yeah, we're gearing up. Papara SuperMassive, certainly, I mean, during the league stage, right? Top of the tables, did incredibly well. Second place during the knockout stages. As you say, one of the few teams that has been incredibly consistent. Just looking purely at the numbers, I would say Bra has also been consistent over their performance on their two stages. However, their volatility day to day, I think, is something that still needs to be looked at. So we'll see what they're able to do. Our crowd are gearing up, getting ready for the games, of course, and they will be cheering on their favorite teams. Hope you guys at home will be too, in the chats, on the social media, wherever you'd like to express your heartfelt gratitude to our teams competing. The trophy does still look pretty ominous in the middle of that stage, though, and I'm sure our teams will all be keeping their eyes on it, or hopefully on their phone screens. But between games, definitely, they'll be taking a look, taking a glimpse, thinking, what if that could be me?
It could be you. Well, not you, John, specifically.
Oh,
but it could be one of the teams.
Eventually, it could be. You don't know.
No. I don't think you got it in you.
Yeah, that's
I've got it
a
in
fair
me.
assessment.
I'm wondering just how many S2G fans are going to be still rooting for them this time around, considering it has been a bit of a tough break for them so far. But the turnout does seem to be pretty good, honestly, all things considered. Just a weird turn of events right now with S2G, especially with Hamzy going down very early. I mean, Hamzy was one of the guys who held the group together a lot in the past, but now not so much. Absolutely not so much.
Yeah, it's not been so great for S2G. Like you say, their points have been dipping, and they really haven't had the sort of power that we would have hoped. Obviously, you know, the big IGL that used to play on the team, Silas, moved over to Regnum Carya and now has been joined by Zedwolf. And I feel like for Regnum Carya, this could be a winning combination. They improved their performance from league stage over towards knockout stages, and maybe it's time for a new biggest name in the Turkish scene for PUBG Mobile, because I feel like Regnum Carya, certainly over the last season and a bit, have stolen the limelight from S2G at pretty much every turn.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused why there isn't more Regnum Carya fans, honestly, coming out in droves, because it's also funny to me that Regnum Carya is sort of like the Grim Reaper of PUBG Mobile at the moment, because it feels like they've killed off S2G by taking Silas, and now they've killed off IWNRX by taking Zedwolf. So they're just knocking on doors right now. I don't think there's anyone else on that team that I would particularly want to bench now at this point, though. So hopefully their elimination spree is over of other squads.
Oh dear, they do have they're pretty solid at eliminating those other rosters, aren't they? But it seems like, Regnum Carya has attracted a lot of power. Are we going to see that stick together, though? That's the question. I think that Zedwolf joining is probably the least likely to stick around onto the Regnum Carya roster. We'll see if he's able to maintain. We know that he likes to be that star performer, and by all accounts has still been able to put up some numbers over the course of the stages that we've seen so far. We'll see what he can do here in the finals. It would be great to see this this format of team for Regnum Carya as well take on the global stage. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to take that top spot. They are also in contention potentially for the PMGC points from Turkey. So there's a couple of opportunities there. And at the moment, it feels like the Turkish tables are the most hotly contested in terms of points. However, all of our teams would much prefer to qualify directly to the gauntlet.
There's like a lot of Turkish teams. Let's be honest. I think it's like 13 total, something ridiculous like that, out of the 24, even more than that. But either way you look at it here in the finals, a lot of those Turkish teams made it through. Just because they are so good, honestly. It's a region that consistently provides strong performers. There's a little signature. Got it in there.
What a guy.
That's Silas right there. Come back to S2G, please. Please. No.
Come back.
No. But I think it is interesting to talk about Zedwolf, though. I think it is interesting to talk about Zedwolf just because I think overall, he's a really good player, but he did have to bait his team a lot on IWNRX. No, that's a bad thing. It's just a couple of times you get this scenario where, look, your team's not performing well. You have to bait them on an off angle. You get the elims off the back of it, and from that you can kind of snowball your game that way. But it does mean you look really good, makes the rest of your team look a little bit bad. I don't think he has that much availability to do that here on Regnum Carya. There's no one really to bait. You have to play as a team player there.
They're too smart for that.
Yeah. Or less that they're too smart. It's just that there's no reason to bait them because they're all doing quite well.
That's fine.
You don't really need to cause drama within the squad. But I think for Zedwolf, it's definitely it must be a learning period for him right now. He's trying to figure out the best way that he can play around the team. Where is he going to be most useful? Can't really play scout. Silas already does that quite a lot. doesn't want to play off angle because Loxy does it, doesn't want to be last man standing because Wild's good at it. And I think that's the difficulty right now, is that Silas Zedwolf went from being the fragger on the squad to now an all-rounder. So yeah, it's definitely a weird one. It's a weird change for him, but I think that everyone understands his potential and his talent, and there's no reason why, the guys on Regnum Carya don't see that the same.
I mean, they had one of the highest point scoring days across all of the phases, coming on through in day 2 of the league stage with 64 points. Obviously, there were only 5 matches in the knockout stages, so it's not directly comparable. But yeah, that was still way up there. For Regnum Carya, it seems like maybe they do still have questions to be asked, having some fairly low performance days in the knockout stages, but really bringing it up with that 3rd day pumping, basically doubling their points to end up 4th at the end of those knockout stages. Of course, all of these stages were played. Well, actually, they were only playing 4 maps, right, on the knockout stages, because they were sitting out one each day. They were only playing 12 matches during those stages, but here they're going to play 18 matches in the set. So I think average performance will start to shine through a little bit more when you go for a longer distance, as we are getting ready. You can see the crowd getting hyped up there. Taking a look at those logos, having a good time with the Carya Esports fans. Hashtag We Hunt seemingly on the shirt, seeming to be bold and blazoned on the front. Good little section they've got, actually.
It's quite a big amount of fans coming out for that team. It's not surprised by it. But they're not a bad team whatsoever, and they're more one of the risers. But I just didn't think that they would have such a massive turnout in terms of crowd. But fantastic, very well done. There's our trophy, looking as spectacular as ever. And the S2G fans attempting to outchant them, but yeah, I think Carya's probably had a better performance than S2G overall, and I think the Carya fans also understand that.
Hey, so far, it's a game of 3 halves at the moment. There's 3 days to play.
You let them have this, but they will be feeling rather sad, I imagine, as the game's gone. Unless S2G has like a complete turnaround.
Oh yeah, in terms of the performance for the fans, sure. It's going to be pretty rough.
Fans going to look at it and be like,
they're going to be bringing out the drums.
Be in 15th right now.
Oh no.
Do you think that's like more or less daunting for players? Like when you're in 15th place, you got like a crowd of fans like cheering you on. Do you think that just makes you feel disappointed in your performance, or do you think it might lift you up?
I feel like it would really take quite something for fans, depending on what stage you're in the tournament. I think early on, it's going to be quite uplifting, right? If you're talking about day 1, early day 2, as soon as you get towards the end of day 3 and start of day 3, I think that's when it's got start to be quite galling, right? Because
I'd rather you guys went home.
Yeah, we can't do this for you guys right now. It's not going to work. But arguably, that's when they need their fans most. Maybe just a little bit more on the. On the back foot, not quite as vocal potentially, not quite as put the drums away,
I thought, okay, we're going straight back to the stage.
Shadows breathe, the void expands, echo drips in hollow land. Streams arise, a haunting swell. Metal whispers, tales to tell. Depths consume, the silence breaks. A rising tide, the stillness quakes. Choirs hum, the brass does night.
Kompleks İstanbul'a hoş geldiniz. Hazır mısın İstanbul? Sesimizi Avrupa'ya ve dünyaya duyurmaya hazır mısın İstanbul? Ben Bilgehan Demir. Davut'la birlikte büyük heyecanı sizlere aktaracağız.
Merhaba, Assalamu alaikum, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Complex Arena. My name is Davut Sandstorm, this is Bilgehan, and we will be your host for the incredible journey over the next 3 days.
2025 PUBG Mobile Süper Lig Avrupa Şampiyonası güz finallerindeyiz arkadaşlar. Heyecan nasıl? Büyük mü? Hangi takımın fanları daha seri? Duyalım bir sesi.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League European Fall Split Finals. The best teams from across EU and Turkey will be fighting tooth and nail to be crowned the champions of EU.
İstanbul'un derinliklerinde tarihin en efsanevi sarılışlarından sadece bir takım sağ çıkacak. 16 takım var burada. 3 tanesi Avrupa'dan, 13 tanesi güzel ülkemiz Türkiye'den.
Tonight, from the depths of Istanbul's ancient cistern, only the strongest will rise. 13 step up for Turkey, 3 from EU, but only one can rest on that throne.
Önümüzdeki 3 gün boyunca, bugün Cuma, yarın Cumartesi ve Pazar, 3 gün boyunca burada çok büyük heyecan yaşayacağız. 16 takım burada hem Avrupa şampiyonu olabilmek, hem 200.000 doları kazanabilmek, hem de dünya şampiyonasına altın bileti alabilmek için buradalar.
3 days of intense competition, 18 matches, and $200,000 on the line. And of course, the golden tickets to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And you know what, Bilgehan? I think it's time we introduce our challengers, our contenders to the stage and see exactly what they're made of.
Sevgili arkadaşlar, 16 takımı şimdi birazdan buraya davet edeceğiz. O an geldi çattı. Pmsl'de Avrupa Şampiyonası finalleri şimdi başlıyor. Heyecanımız çok yüksek ve ilk takımı davet etmek için hazırım. Rakiplerinin duyduğu tek ses. Boğanın ayak sesleri. Acaba hangi takım geliyor?
Now, the only thing standing in their way, the only thing the opponents hear are the footsteps of the bull. Our first team joining us on the stage, make some noise, Fenerbahçe Esports!
Savaşçının ruhu Pars'ın gölgesinde yaşarmış. O ruh bu arenada şu an.
The spirit of the warrior lives in the shadow of the wildcat. And that spirit is with us today in this arena.
Hangi takım geliyor? İstanbul Wildcats. Next Rüya geliyor. Sessiz, sakin ama çok iddialı. XSLAY Esports herkesi bir kez daha şaşırtmak için geliyor.
Silent, calm, yet dangerous. And they are here to surprise us all. Make some noise for XSLAY Esports!
Ama bu takım sessizliği asla kabul etmiyor. tüm gürültüsüyle geliyor.
Loud, fearless, and unstoppable. They turn the stage into chaos.
TheNoisyBoys. Yeni bir yüz, yeni bir kimlik. Tek bir hedefleri var, dünya şampiyonluğu.
A new face, a new identity. But the goal remains the same, becoming the champions. You know them, you love them. Welcome, ULF Esports!
Dokuz diyarın sahibi Odin'den aldığı güçle geliyor.
The rulers of the 9 realms descending onto the stage with the power of Odin himself.
Asgard Esports! Sözün bittiği yerde sahne onların yükselişlerine tanık olacak.
When words fall silent, their rise will speak louder. Anorthosis Famagusta!
Eski PMGC şampiyonu ait olduğu büyük heyecana geri dönmüş vaziyette.
Former champions of the world wanting to return to where they belong. So you better make some noise.
Hangi takım geliyor? S2G geliyor. S2G geliyor. Son şampiyonun tek bir hedefi var. Unvanını korumak.
And now the reigning champions of Pmsl EU ready to defend that title. Team Falcons!
Şimdi gelecek takımın her mesajı herkes tarafından iyi anlaşıldı. Şimdi bu mesajı Avrupa'nın duymasının zamanı.
Every fight was a message, and now the world will hear that statement.
Beşiktaş Getso! Kurtlar sahaya indi. Şimdi avlanma zamanı.
The wolves have entered the arena, and now it's their time to hunt. Welcome, Carya Esports!
Carya! Dünyanın her köşesinde savaştılar. Şimdi de İstanbul Kompleks'te bütün dünyaya bunu göstermek istiyorlar.
They fought across every corner of the globe, and now one last step to take.
İda Esports! PMNC'den Pmsl'e kararlı adımları vardı. Şimdi de destan yazma zamanı.
From PMNC to PMSL, every step taken with determination. Just one more to go. And here they come, Jetgo Esports!
Vura vura geldiler. Şimdi de kupanın peşindeler.
They dominated the league stage, and now they're hunting for this trophy.
Bayanlar baylar, Papara SuperMassive geliyor. Geçen yıl çok yaklaştılar. Bu sene yarım bıraktıkları işi tamamlamak için buradalar. Çok iddialılar.
Last year they came so close. This year they're back to finish the job. Regnum Carya Esports!
Gençlerle yenilendiler ve şimdi de küllerinden doğmanın tam zamanı.
Our final team renewed with youth, and it's their time to rise from the ashes.
Papara Esports! Papara Esports! Kompleks İstanbul'u dolduran çok değerli oyun severler, PUBG Mobile'ın en büyük fanları. Hazır mısınız Avrupa Şampiyonası'na? Kim kazanacak? Kim? Kim? Burası neresi? Duyurun tüm Avrupa'ya sesimizi.
That's right, Bilgehan. We have activations, we have interviews, and most importantly, we have our 16 teams, our 64 players. And it's time to dive into that action.
3 gün boyunca burada heyecanı sizlere aktarmaya devam edeceğiz. Şimdi sözü analiz masasına Yargıç Tony'ye, Tangut Hoca'ya bırakıyoruz.
Well, there you have it. Our 16 teams are in place, getting loaded on in, getting warmed up. Hopefully, they've already done a little bit of warm-up, but maintaining that warmth and that heat, getting ready to blast into our first games today. I think we're kicking off on Rondo today, so of course, that new energy being added into the mix.
More energy, more passion. That's what we were shown right there and then from the ancient depths of Turkey itself. Very good to see. Good to see Sandstorm on the stage. Don't know the other guy. I'm sure he's great. Sounded great.
Yeah.
But overall,
Great beard.
very, very cool to see all our teams coming out. I love how the Falcons have kind of made a name for themselves as the villains of the entire show now. Everyone seems to hate them, which is a bit sad. You know what I heard this year instead? Last time in Pmsl EU Spring, what we heard was a lot of booing. I heard some whistling and some cheers. So it's a market improvement.
Hey, you know, the fans like the Falcons, just like Ralph likes staying alive till the end of the game. You know, it's it hopefully going to improve, but for now, I'm not holding my breath. We'll see if they will be able to once again achieve that smash victory that they did in the previous season. Obviously, ending the matches and one match early, which you know, allowed everyone to go home a little bit before they expected.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for the Falcons though is that they have a tendency to perform very, very well for the finals. It's hard to count them out a lot of times just because they could come in clutch. Now, we've been over this, but we'll go over it again. This is our tournament format. League stage, we had 6 matches a day. We dropped a couple of our teams. Now, we're moving on. We're in the finals now.
It's time for the smash ruling.
It's all about the smash ruling. Come grand finals day 2 with the leaders score plus 10. Meet that marker and then get a chicken dinner in your next game, and you will be smashing the rest of the competition, and you'll be finishing the tournament early, as John mentioned earlier, and you'll immediately jump up to first place no matter where you were on the table. So let's say first place won 150, the marker was 120, you win on the game and get 135. It's a small game. You would still be first place over the team of 150 points. So very cool, and it could work out fairly well. But overall, very excited to see that Smash rule come into effect on day 3. We also are welcoming Rondo for the 9th time, I'd say, this tournament. It's got a lot of welcomes so far. But a potential of 2 flight routes, recall system, terrain destruction, the bunker drop, deployable cover, the EMP zone, JS9, stun gun, pickaxe, and a signal jammer pack. All very, very fun things added to the game.
Yeah, I think that the biggest impact we've seen has been from the recall system, just purely from the points that have been able to be accrued. And when you consider that in conjunction with the Smash ruling, Day 3's Rondo is going to be a very, very important map, because in general, teams can earn more points in that first map. We're going to see teams more likely to cross that Smash threshold earlier in the day, which I think is going to be a very interesting dynamic. And across the globe, I'm expected to see more Smash victories because of Rondo and its recall system being thrown on into the mix. The bunker drops are pretty important too, though. They have had an impact in those later game fights, allowing for a little bit more maneuverability, especially around open ridge lines. It means you can have a couple more active peak points where you couldn't necessarily before. That has been very interesting. And as positions to play with smokes around. Our points distribution, it's very familiar to long-time viewers, and it will stand thusly. As we head over to our prize pool, you can see this is where we've been keeping the majority of the money. First place, $35,000, and it has a bold 3, which is how you know it's important.
Yeah, a lot of dollary dues at the top of the table. 35 grand down to 20, 15, 10, and we drop off a little bit around 5th and 6th. 13, 16 won't be going home with too much, but it is a little bit of money. And every single chicken dinner will earn you $250. And there was 18 matches, so potential around about $4,000-ish, $4,500 off the top of the dome there. Today we'll be playing Rondo, Erangel, Miramar. So we're not switching things up. Just going to stay all the way throughout. We're also not ending on a Rondo, which is great news.
Yeah, we are going to obviously be only playing 3 Rondos over the course of it, but do expect the gameplay to be fairly different. It has been a little bit messy, I think it's safe to say. Certainly in the early game, transitioning into the mid game, everybody's in this ragtag state of, are we fighting, are we not? And then, you know, when those recall beacons shut down, all of a sudden, you're kind of stuck in these positions where like, maybe I shouldn't have been doing this the whole time, you know? But that's how you earn the most points. So on average, maybe a profitable play.
It's a weird thing, right? Because I mean, Papara SuperMassive plays it. I actually like the way Papara SuperMassive plays it, because they know they're so consistent on other maps. So they typically don't really try and push the boat out over on Rondo. They just try and get those consistent points, which leads me to believe that at the start of the day today, Papara SuperMassive, they will be having a crazy turnout. But they're more than happy to make it up over on Erangel and Miramar. The boys just trying to get sorted over there. S2G, looks like Icy's got maybe a couple of issues that he's getting taken care of.
Making sure it's all locked and loaded. Nice and safe. See the fan support is there. The stands have been filling out, obviously, as we get closer to start time. Oh, throwing over some insults. The Falcons in a huddle. They're weathering the storm. Can't get to them.
Yeah, you can't get into that circle. These boos do not penetrate the backs of these players. Currently just chatting. Koa's agreeing with something.
Yeah.
Not sure what. He's very happy about it.
I think they're talking about dinner choices. It's like, oh, I really fancy
Orange
a kebab.
chicken. Yeah.
Really fancy a kebab. Oh, yeah. That's good. With the sauce?
Maybe
Oh, yeah.
kebab day 3, just in case.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah.
Not many toilet breaks here.
Oh, no, they're just,
That's,
itemizing their day, making sure that they have
Yeah.
everything that isn't the game under control.
I love the Zed Wolf's move. Is this just like the thing? You go to Regnum Carya, you grow a beard. Is that like how that works?
Maybe.
It's like Silas went to Regnum Carya, grew a beard. Zed Wolf's gone to Regnum Carya, grown a beard. I don't think Loxy is capable of growing a beard. Very baby faced.
Maybe it's that Regnum Carya tends to sign players who are doing quite well but have only sort of started their career maybe a year or more ago. In general, maybe they're less capable of growing facial hair. So maybe it's they join.
You can
Regnum
join when
Carya
you can grow a
and
beard.
also
Okay.
are able to grow a beard at the same time. It's just a coincidence, but maybe. So someone needs to dive into this. Can we please get some info on the ground? We'll let Sandstorm know this is what we want to hear about. This is the important cutting edge
It is, yeah.
coverage that you guys are
You
looking
have
for.
to ask, is it necessary to grow a beard if possible? Loxy's like, I can't grow a beard. I have like a small amount of fluff on my chin, but that got me in.
Hey, I feel for him. I'm a bit lacking on that department. That's I don't think I'd look very good with a beard, but it's not something I can do. It's not in my it's not my future, not my cards.
All right, you gotta stop copying the Falcons. Yeah,
That's,
they invented the huddle.
No 4 players before have ever stood in a circle with their arms around each other. That's their thing.
No, of course not. There's a video, guys, so you know.
Yeah.
It's a video.
It's a video. You guys get it's okay. Fine. We're not alone anymore. They know it's a video. S2G fans. They're always dynamic.
Yeah, it is crazy to me. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not in the team spirit. I always feel like when you see fans come in like that and your team is just not doing well, you know, I guess you gotta cheer for them regardless. They're your team.
Yeah.
I suppose I'm more of a glory supporter.
Okay.
Oh, whoever's doing well, you've got my support. Because I don't want to look bad when this is all said and done.
You don't want to look dumb for supporting people. What's loyalty when it comes to analysis? I mean, to be fair, that is an analyst mindset, right? That's generally you're looking for the stronger portions. But I mean, you see,
Why are you guys supporting the bad team?
yeah. What are you doing? Those guys don't play very well right now. But I think that, I mean, it's not also necessarily just S2G fans for PUBG Mobile. Of course, they have a lot of pressure, of presence across the board, especially in Turkey as an organization. And I think that especially when you look towards like offline sports, as I'll call them quite generously, like, you know, football or it's probably the most well known.
You mean those physical sports?
People have generational loyalties to teams in those games. Those physical sports where you do running around and stuff. I don't understand it. But like, there's a lot of loyalty to organizations, to long-standing teams, and I think that really, at the moment, certainly, is what S2G kind of has. Maybe not generational, not just yet. It's still a little bit early for that, but definitely long-standing and passionate dedication from fans. And I think that there is something to be said for being loyal as a fan and experiencing the full sort of story as you follow along a single team. And it's a sort of experience that a lot of people cherish, and hopefully our fans will cherish the lows as much as they cherish the highs, especially for our S2G section.
Yeah, I think the boys, they all do fairly well. And I mean, it is a case of you look at the team. Oh, they won PMGC before. It's somewhat of a different squad now. Halcyon and Hamzy G really the only two players remaining who have struggled recently. They definitely struggled. So you're sort of more supporting the namesake as opposed to players, in my opinion.
And
Squad's getting ready to get in though.
you've also, I mean,
Yeah,
joining S2G, you've also got like Icy, who is this sort of terminal mercenary, who's been on more rosters than I think most other players in the region at this stage. At an international level, there are a couple of early days, especially you jump around teams, but yeah, he's been on multiple different rosters. A huge debut back in I think it was 22 with Unicorns of Love, 21 or 22, and then since then has been on multiple different teams and has found now a home in S2G for this season. And in general, I'm not seeing it working out to the degree that maybe we would want. But look at this. You can see it on the phones. Oh, that's a lobby getting ready.
I mean, I spotted that the match was starting shortly over on the map feed. So should be getting into things pretty quickly here, John. With Rondo to start things off here for our fall finals. The FF. But a lot of these teams are not going to bow out too early. You'd hope.
No, certainly not. And on Rondo, of course, it is that big point-scoring opportunity when it comes to those eliminations. Just another reminder, in case we haven't talked about it enough, the recall system is in play, which on average is adding anywhere between 20 to upwards of 25 extra elimination points to each game, because the elimination points still count even if your opponent recalls their teammates. So we're seeing approximately 20 recalls every single game, and that has a notable impact on players' score lines. When you're playing this format specifically, you're expecting maybe about a 5% increase in terms of overall points to the entire lobby, but when you look specifically at Rondo, it's about a 30% increase on your elimination points, which in general is going to add up to maybe about a 25% increase on overall points that you can earn in this game. So it is definitely a big value map that you need to be playing to the best of your ability with those multipliers in effect.
I mean, potential of additional like 10 points or so at the end of it all when it's said and done, which is kind of cool. And can definitely be the difference maker, especially on day 3 if you can come out with an absolute gobsmacker of a game. Just thinking about when I said Falls Finals, FF. I was like kind of curious why FF means surrender.
Forfeit.
Yeah.
Short for forfeit.
Or forfeit. Yeah. And then there's also people saying that, interestingly, FF in, I think it's a hexadecimal. 256 bits. It's code for white, as in like waving the white flag.
I think you need more. You need 6 Fs for it to be white on a hex code, I believe.
I think you just do FF for white. It just works.
Oh, maybe it just autofills. I don't know.
Yeah, because you need the numbers afterwards. But if you have no numbers afterwards, it autofills to white.
You think? Okay, well.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, maybe that's why I suppose Fireflux dropping the roster and ULF picking them up, but why they've changed from Fireflux, They didn't like the initials. They were like, FF. No, that's not us. ULF.
Yeah, it's weak. It's weak.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they even got rid of the W. They didn't want to win or lose.
Exactly. I'm not entirely sure what ULF stands for.
I think it's meant to be like, I don't know. I always thought it was like meant to be Wolves, but then you couldn't call yourself Wolves because you've already got Wolves Esports, so you call yourself ULF and whack a Wolf logo on there, something like that. I don't know. We can find out right now. Whilst we wait for the game. ULF.
I've already searched it. Apparently, it doesn't stand for anything. They had a previous name. Okay, sure. I think it's just a shortened version of a previous name, which may be...
Wolf.
Yeah, that's right. No, it was. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that right now. But yeah, it's just a shortened version, and it's fine. We'll just go with ULF. They are one of 2 teams right now with a wolf logo currently playing, and a lot of animal-based logos actually in this tournament. I think it's safe to say we got 2 owls, which is interesting in Asgard
and Papara, yeah,
and Papara SuperMassive. And then I guess you've got 2 eagles with TheNoisyBoys and S2G, potentially.
I suppose so. Very animalistic, is our European lobby. So we do have a lobby right now. They've currently been in the starter zone for about 2 and a bit minutes. So we're just waiting to start. I believe there are still issues on the stage. I think that was issues over at S2G. Kelsey looked pretty displeased with the scenario.
Or is that just how he looks?
No. Usually Kelsey's either very serious, smiley, or concerned. And he looked more concerned, I'd say.
Okay. Another shot of Zedwolf and his beard.
Yeah, I think I prefer him out the bit.
I think I prefer him to be comfortable with how he looks. And if that's with a beard, then all power to him. And now I've made you look like a meanie.
It doesn't matter. I prefer to have my own opinions.
That is true. That's actually fair. I'll take that. Oh dear. We are.
And he can dislike it, and then it's absolutely up to him whether he wants to keep the beard or not. Just telling you how I feel.
All right, that's okay.
Not in a mean way, just in a declarative way.
Oh man, I wish they would start playing Rondo right now. That'd be great.
Yeah, it'd be cool, I suppose. We really have baited the viewers a lot right now, saying, "Oh, it's ready. It's coming. It'll be here soon."
That's right.
Man walking. Man playing.
Oh,
man waving. Flag.
Are they all the same flag? I'm trying to figure it out. I think I've got S2G in there. I think most of that is S2G. A big section. They've been handing out their flags. Grab a flag, give it a wave. Have a good time. That's what it's all about.
It feels like we're doing like the cameraman circuit. We do the flags, we show Falcons, and we're going to show the trophy.
No. Oh, do you think? Do you think it's trophy next?
Yeah, trophy's next, then we're back to flag.
No!
God.
No. 3 teams. So either on to we're going to.
There's 3 teams and S2G.
We're going to Braun next, and then we're going to. No,
no, it's trophy shot.
Oh man.
Yeah, we've locked it in now. So now it's back to flags.
No. Yeah, no, it's definitely another team. Yes.
Damn. They're doing a mix-up on me right now.
Oh my days.
This is straight like fighting games mix-up. And then back to trophy. You're wild. You're wild.
Days. These choices.
Oh,
there it is.
Back to flags. That's crazy. So did they do like a little swim? Oh, we're doing the match now. We're doing match now. Match happened. Oh,
what? There it is.
Go match now.
Okay, we're in. We are definitely in here for Rondo to kick off the fall finals, the double Fs, as we are going to be heading on in for our first round of Rondo, the first of 3 that we'll be playing in our 18-match set, and of course those recall beacons active as our planes head on over into the sky. It looks like we're going east to west on this, a nice clean cut down the middle.
Yeah, it's very, very easy for all our teams to get into position, which is nice. Passing by Miramar, over Neox Factory, Test Track, but all the teams want to get out nice and early over towards Muhopan, Heme Town. Ryan, very, very preferred by the guys on XSLAY.
Seems like they're dropping out early, getting on there nice and quickly. Expect a couple of hot drops here. That's really what has been happening on Rondo. Obviously, they did have a little bit of a long run when it comes to Rondo in those knockout stages as well. Playing 4 of each team playing 4 maps of Rondo during that stage, whereas only playing 2 stages. We're on board with our first of the hot drops, and it's Fenerbahçe and Ida. You can see that they are already go and log ahead, but of course that recall beacon still in play. Circle goes far northwest, so they are going to have to leave from down on that eastern side, just north of Jadina City, Yanggu, but they'll be able to get away and find a recall beacon on their travels.
It's very far up towards that northwest side, actually, encompassing a little bit of that river as well. So you do have the possibility to head over towards that north side. Things get a little bit dicey. Might make it slightly more difficult for teams to follow up behind you. But teams are slowly falling left, right, and center. Either already with one Elim, Fenerbahçe with another.
S2G in a scrap with Carya, and I mean, fair enough. These two fan bases in the stands have been pretty vocal. So let's see who's got the guts to go for it with the backing of their fans. Marceau trying to line up the shot. IC. Oh, he's got the JS9 as well. We're going to try and take up those stairs. That was the explosive bow on the back as well. CEO to try and lob these nades on through. May be able to find Icy, open the door. A nice shot, but he tucks away. Should dodge most of the damage, but does still take a lick. CEO still on the outside. Auto shotgun play for one. Raposa opens the bidding over onto Hamzy. And a second knock over to S2G. Carya wrestling this one into firm control. There is an answer from Calci, but Icy getting flushed away leaves them still at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and they already need to send away a player to go get that res beacon on board. Calci last one alive here with the JS9, like you're saying, and M4 in their hands. Carya does find him though, and that is S2G all out. I mean, statistically right now, S2G has been horrendous at Rondo.
They're one of the few teams that has gone down before the recall beacons get shut down in the early stages, right? Before it becomes impractical to go for it. It's pretty inexcusable, I think, to fully go down in a situation like this when you have the ability to go that much further. So far, XSLAY, one player remaining right now. They should be fine to get a recall activated. S2G still at 3 though, even though they were at a recall beacon, so maybe needed to... Ah, there we go. Still, they are back on up. Now, Regnum Carya moving around near the middle of the map, just past test track.
Yeah, they're sending in fairly quickly here. Not looking for any early fights. Ralph picking up the Pico bus. Nice and silent, but very large. So there's a slight trade-off there. It's quite visible, but you can sneak around in it, 100%. XSLAY is off on an adventure off towards the northeast side of the map at the moment. Relation heading down to Hime Town.
It's taken a while to get to one of these beacons. I imagine it was the TheNoisyBoys who were the ones to take those elims. IWNRX mounting up on the south side, a bit flat in these hills. Really starting to get quite packed. You could see that is going to be an uncomfortable presence that they feel from one another. Anorthosis Famagusta. Shots out their way. I think this nade could be... Yeah, he's in range there. Will be able to land it, but goes for a cross and Frozen's on the ball. Can't be taking risks like that. Immediately flushed. Spike takes a lot of damage as well.
Anorthosis was pretty good overall, but I think a lot of their points actually came from default, making some very, very succinct little plays here and there, and everywhere, honestly. Default was definitely marshalling the pace of the team. Falcons, though, Koa finding pick-off over towards Carya to start off with. Marceau's already down. The Falcons do tick up by 1 on the leaderboards. It's a 1 elim.
Ooh, okay. Carya not content with just the one team rinsed. They're going to try and find another. The Falcons now up to bat against Carya, taking down the majority of S2G. We have to add these 2 points to the tally. CEO will win that trade straight across the roof tiles. He's moving across them like a dance floor there, having a good time with it, and will be able to thread that needle once more. Marceau still down, but they have got time to get this revive, this recall coming on through. Once they finish this fight, they are on top of that recall beacon. But Poser caught slacking and will be taken down by Koa.
Yeah, good stuff from Koa. Honestly, I was a little bit disappointed in Koa over towards the knockout stages. Not nearly as impactful as we've seen him in the past, but he is stepping up in the first game. It's really nice to see, with the rest of the team not doing as grand, but really quick pickup on the rest of the team there over towards test track. Only Koa left remaining. We'll just stick it out for the time being. But there's potential. The Falcons could head up here and regroup with them. I mean, it might be a little bit difficult because they are all the way on that south side. But there's also a chance that Koa just goes down and he delays them as long as possible. Then they can hold them out on the north. So it's actually very, very good use of the recall beacon here. But does it matter? Koa going off in this scenario.
Lewis now in an all-important position trying to flee. Will be getting out to go for a different recall beacon. Still has time to recall in stage 1 zones, but may look to try and put more pressure towards this next circle. It's difficult though. There's not really too many accessible positions that he could go for. I imagine he's going to stick towards a more blue zone area to go for that recall down on that south side. The Falcons, actually quite a big split. Doing quite well on that south edge.
Asgard on that south side, just following up Beşiktaş. I mean, Anorthosis have held down IWX quite a while here. Papara SuperMassive are coming up from that south side past Joutin. They could absolutely be a little bit of a force to be reckoned with as they pass through this area. Chunk through the rock face that sits in front of them, or they could just wrap right around it.
At the moment, though, they've cooled their jets a touch. Teams now making their way on through. Oh, the TheNoisyBoys have been spotted by Regnum Carya as the TheNoisyBoys try and move in from that northeast side. We saw them have that. Well, we didn't see. We noted that they'd had a scrap earlier on. Taking down a lot of the players from XSLAY who have now full recalled over in Heme Town. But the TheNoisyBoys trying to get center have now lost one player. You hope that they can get a recall on, but it's going to start to get harder as the recalls are being occupied, covered off. The circle centers up towards the north, and with that river cutting through the middle of this one blank, it's going to get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, definitely a tough circle to work with. I don't think a lot of teams will enjoy this one. That and the fact that Ryan, one of the few areas left alongside with Stadium that still has a recall beacon in this next circle. And they're both like in fairly inaccessible areas. For Ryan, you absolutely need to go out your way to head up there. Teams like XSLAY, who I don't know what XSLAY's doing, honestly. They went all the way to the northeast now to come all the way back to the northwest. They've got a team ahead of them too. I think XSLAY might just go down for the troubles because they have just been playing this map like pin the tail on the circle, except they are blindfolded. They have no idea where the circle is.
I mean, I think they did lose 3 of their players, right, early on, so they needed to get a recall, which is why they're out so late over in that direction. It has been pretty rough for them in their joust with the TheNoisyBoys. But they will have to try and make the most of it. They'll have to be very slow here. At the moment, no, we've got all 64 of our players back on in and still quite a while on these recall beacons to be playing in and around. A couple of teams have got recall beacons under their control. At the moment on the southwest, it looks like ULF have predominant control over one there. Over on the northwest, you've got Jetgo, who are currently in control of that northwest side. I believe there's one down towards Bamboo on that southeast edge, which the Falcons are starting to poke their noses in towards. And of course, that stadium position also controlled by ULF, looking to try and keep that one under wraps, make sure nobody else thinks of getting in there.
I'm kind of confused what Carya's plan is right now because they have a long way to go. I mean, it is stage 2 still available, but that is some distance to go. All the way on the south side of the map, south of Danqing. Like, it's a long journey for them. I think the Carya would like to go down a little bit early this time around. BRA, bit of a wild crossing there from Pmsl, only to bump a Carya into the gas station. It goes up in smoke and flames. Luckily, neither does the gas station on top of him, otherwise that would be disastrous for everyone involved.
I mean, yeah, he's trying to get control of that recall beacon. Seemingly, the rest of Bra wanted to go for a 3-man push onto a different location, but unfortunately, the outpost was there, and that's what I was saying before. These recall beacons now become high-priority targets in terms of being able to go for a fight. and still a lot more opportunity to earn elim points here to start to rack them up. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Bra maybe try and contest for Ryan, but we'll see what happens, especially now with the circle hard on the west shift and still split by the river, but 2 beacons still very much in.
Very, very wild here. Still works out, but like you say, this is really tough to play. Stadium's going to be a massive boon all going forward, and honestly, if I was them, I'd probably try and regroup on that. Most of our players around this area are going to really tough it out. With the circle down towards those rocky outcrops on that western side, you're likely want to try and play this edge side of the zone anyway. So you got Asgard and Papara SuperMassive trying to cut a corner of the pie for themselves. Beşiktaş on the north there. We'll see how they do getting in. Meantime, Ida going up against Jetgo, who had a fantastic day on the final days of knockouts to secure their position through the finals. But here, they go down almost immediately with only 1 player left now.
I mean, they really consolidated over towards that recall beacon, and Ida really took them to task in response here. This run-up has been good. A big nade on over, and you can see just how much he wants to get to that recall beacon. The timing on it is very, very quick, though, Blank. It just needs 1 opening being given his way, and Symphony may be able to get the rest of his team back in. However, dropping down in the parachutes is risky, especially when you've got a full team underneath you.
Yeah, it ain't easy. And I think for Ida, they know exactly what they're looking for here. That's all they need to really cover off. Sadly, Emre is down. Unlikely to pick it back up again. But they'll be okay once they regain control over this beacon. Should happen eventually. S2G making the long wrap. And somehow, again, XSLAY's towards one of these end circles on the north side. They do take their time getting into these areas. Doesn't really matter. A nice, easy spray down with the dinner plate.
Okay, and that's 2 players taken down for Ida. It was a 4-player hold on Symphony, but now it's 1v2 with oversight from XSLAY as well, potentially on this angle. It's got a lot more dangerous now for Ida, and both of them are going to be looking for that recall. Obviously, a little bit more accessible potentially for Ida, but even then, there is still definitely danger awaiting them. And at this stage, that might be a spot that's right for the taking for XSLAY, depending on if they get their wits about them and can disengage from S2G on the north.
It's a weird one, right? Because I think that all the control over the roadside, in which case teams would have pushed down that way. I think they could have happily let Emre go down, picked up on that beacon shortly afterwards, and went from there. So somewhat frustrating for Ida to go down like that. And even if that spray wasn't good, the original nade should have done the trick. Good nade from Lation over towards S2G. Kelsey's able to clear out 1 in front. But already S2G down 1 player. So it's 3v3, but they are much worse for wear on the side of S2G.
And of course, it is stage 4, which means that blue zone is unresable. You do need to be making your way out. Solke trying to slip the hold, will not be able to do so. And XSLAY, their guard up to the north is good. I feel like maybe now is the time to try and turn south, disengage, allow Bra to take the fight with S2G. You've already done so much. Get that recall on board and potentially wipe out 2 squads in the process. But they're greedy for these points, and I feel like that's potentially equally a decent decision here, especially given that they haven't got any points on the cards right now.
You'll take them where you can get them. Getting late into the game, 16 teams still alive right now, by the way, John, with very limited areas of the map to play in. S2G, our first team to be fully eliminated, though, finding a knockover towards Quantum before they went down, but even so, only 1 elim grabbed off the back of this game. So another pretty bad performance here over on Rondo for S2G, and it doesn't seem to be improving, especially against the team that seemingly had no home at all in this match from XSLAY. You flit around the map like nobody's business, but still somehow find themselves in the positions that are holdable. Yeah, one of the more unique playstyles on Rondo.
During all of that as well, as we saw S2G take the terminal tumble, we did see the disengage coming through from Symphony on Jetgo. He has now left Ida in this compound. You can see they did manage to get a recall, at least one recall off here. We'll see how much longer that's going to be available, because I don't imagine they're going to have too much more opportunity to get everyone else back, but only 3 players showing up on their banner. I wonder what's going on there as they shut down the recall beacon. That is Bra, I think, just about getting their player back up in time.
Ida now dealing with BRA, who got into the mix with them. Matcap on 2 elims, but Ida on 3 players. It's workable, but it's a little bit late with BRA coming into the mix as well. Good shot from Darkin up the stairs to shut down one over towards Simple Doma, but Rita falls in the process. And Quantum loading up a big nade, fairly well placed. One goes down, and I think the blue zone might just do the rest of the work for Quantum here.
And this is what we talk about with Rondo being that messy mid-game. Teams embroiled in fights they don't want to get stuck around in because of these recall beacons. It is now shut down, which means that option is not available. But both of these teams likely wouldn't have been here had it not been for that beacon. And this is now a fight for Brad to stay alive, and he will be able to nail the final shot there, and it will be the end of Ida.
Yeah, wild stuff. I mean, Ed had been holding on to that res beacon for such a long time. Some strange plays here and there. I think that you just leave Emre to bleed out there in the first place, and life might have been easier off the back of that. Aaron from ULF, limited amount of ammo, but still giving it as good as Scarface goes down from XSLAY. Strange game from XSLAY. It is working out though.
Have managed to extract quite a bit of value. With 3 players alive, they've got 4 elims already. They're able to accrue. You can see how fast the remaining player count drops as soon as those recall beacons shut down. Teams start to think, oh, okay, well, these are no longer prio positions. Let's start moving. They're in a bit of danger, and they get stuck with everybody else taking a look their way. XSLAY looking to try and move down south, but you can see how open these cliff sides are that sit in front of them. Down to the water, they do have a bit of cover from the terrain, but the only reason that it sits there is because the teams that are around them can't peek forwards yet. As soon as those fights start to conclude, it will get more dangerous, as well as crossing the river, being incredibly dangerous still.
It's been a funny experience for Asgard so far, because every single shift has been a hard shift over towards the west, and it's kept this massive column of rocks still in play, which they are just loving right now. Really good 360-degree sight. Wild finds a player over towards IWNRX.
Wolf with the nades. Last player, Eren, trying to find Regnum Carya. Been on the roll-up from this southeast side. Catch with the smoke launcher. Still got Catch of Solus going. It looks like they're going to try and stop XSLAY's crossing, but Yusuf is dunking down just at the right time, taking the dips when he needs to. Falcons moving up from Stadium, where they were filling in behind ULF on that maneuver. IWNRX losing their final player and will go down as well. We're down to 9 teams remain, as we had another team start to fall as well. I think that was... Oh yeah, it was. It's XSLAY on the cross. They couldn't make it.
I mean, Beşiktaş has had a pretty good hold there. They're even taking shots over towards ULF again. I do quite like the look of Carya right now. It's not a bad spot for them. They do lose a player on the cross, but they can use Asgard very, very well in the future of this game, just to assist them in playing further into this one, as they play essentially the turret from the top of that cliff face.
I think the big story for me... Hang on a minute, because Novalos just naded his teammate out, and another Falcon potentially taking too much damage there for their liking. Ralph and Redox both now knocked on the outskirts. Need to put pressure on with only 20 seconds or so until that blue zone fully closes. But ULF starting to wane in their presence towards the Falcons' forward post. Regnum Carya chiming in from the north flank as well. The Falcons, I don't think they're going to be able to outlast this one, as Zedwolf launching ordnance in. Solus with another, and the Falcons are being beaten back against the blue. Koa down, and that is their again.
Damn. Yeah, a lot of nades going that way. I mean, getting caught between ULF as well as Regnum Carya is rough. Good spray transfer, but not quite there. Luckily, Ketch is on the back lines and does pick up the pieces. Now on 8 eliminations for ULF. 2 players left alive. Beşiktaş with a nice spread. Typically, I quite like Beşiktaş's rotates here on Rondo. They keep it very calm, collected at times. Papara SuperMassive doing exactly what I thought they would here on Rondo, which is playing a very, very passive, smooth game. Just looking for those consistent points up towards the podium.
Yeah, they have managed to find a really nice spot here in this bunker. Beşiktaş, though, trying to make it a little bit more thorny. And trying to get a little bit more presence here. That lineup on the north side with that shift is very, very strong for them. Asgard moving in, dealing with the remnants of Carya, who are now down, and we are in to our final 5 teams. Asgard going to be coming up against Anorthosis Famagusta. And the approach is curtailed by Akron on the high ground there. You can see that vantage point playing up to the logo, looking like an owl on the swivel.
Anorthosis Famagusta, let's be honest, did not have a great start here. They were playing from a very difficult position. They weathered the storm, though. They've got themselves further in, but for how long, it is a fairly treacherous crossing for them. They're able to get 1 player up towards that front line, providing anchor for the rest of the team to chain themselves to later. Long nade over towards Papara SuperMassive. Fairly on target as well from Rookie. A little bit of chip damage, but not much more than that.
Just last nade in the pocket there, so we'll have to either hand the baton to another player or look for something more. I thought that was a knock onto the Papara SuperMassive position, but no, we swapped over to default. Trying to stop Asgard from moving around this high ground rock, that massive vantage point that Akron has been holding for a while. The flush comes through, and Spike will claim that final point there. Papara SuperMassive, you can see they are just bunkered down right now. They're still playing as 4. There's that characteristic quiet style that you were talking about.
It's a really good read from default again. We saw something very similar in our final game of Rondo and knockout stages, where default's very good at reading where players are going to be coming from and which sides they aren't going to be watching. So it gets a quick cut behind them. Does slice up slightly. They take quite a bit of damage, delays them enough for it to be uncomfortable. Now Anorthosis Famagusta are able to take control of the front side of that column, which is nice.
Definitely solid for them for now. A nice backing to play around. But we're still with 5 teams remaining. Some not terribly magnificent elim counts here across the board, except for from ULF, who are on 8, but they've only got the 1 player. A knock over towards Kamikaze does open the door a little bit here for Beşiktaş to potentially start to transition, but they are a 2-2 split, which makes things very, very difficult to navigate this one fully. They might have to go for a regroup, and in fact, unlikely that they're going to go for this push with that circle shift coming through. Brings it away from everybody but their position, and so everyone else is going to have to move to them.
I mean, their issue is that they're out in the open. But everyone, like you say, has to march towards Beşiktaş. So Beşiktaş just needs to not make mistakes. Now, Papara SuperMassive, they get themselves a nice swipe on the side. Sadly, they have already been spotted and their location is known to Beşiktaş. They're holding the angles. So they go for this 2-2 split now, which looks good. Can be overwhelmed. Boran's got to be absolutely instantaneous on those shots over towards Papara. Immediately, Kamikaze takes a gigantic hit.
And there goes ULF. Last player eliminated. Ketch spotted on the sidelines. Could have been difficult for Anorthosis to find their way through. They did have to worry about it. The spray from default is good for 1. Does stand a little bit too long out in the open, though. Will be punished for it. Sat down by Mars from Asgard on that rollout. They were able to bait that shot out, but default is resible here. And with Melaz moving in, does have time probably to get this pickup, I think, just about, and then start to move forward. Boran, though, looking to stop Asgard as well. And that will be our 4th team eliminated here. 3 remain now. All 4 players alive on every squad.
See who comes out on top here. Anorthosis Famagusta. Do like how they play out this map, but I think Beşiktaş has just got such a strong position. It's going to be extremely difficult because Papara SuperMassive have to worry about Anorthosis and Beşiktaş at the same time. Not that it really matters, apparently, as they are just laying into them right now.
Oh, dear. Only the one player down for these two rosters. I'm actually surprised it's not more right now, as they are really being crunched over these ridge lines. And the 2-2 split, well, now more a 2-1-1 split at this stage, is just working so well for Beşiktaş. And that lineup is brilliant. Boran with the side swipe, just doing so much work, being on the flex position. Falcons, this permanent outpost for them. And finally, Papara SuperMassive fall with a quiet game. They do not make noise here. And over towards Anorthosis Famagusta, the stones are rolling and they will not stop. Though moss is growing on Beşiktaş as they close us down for our first chicken dinner of the finals.
Yeah, very, very well played to Beşiktaş there. I mean, they set up well. And it's very typical of Beşiktaş to make that play. I think it's the first time we've seen in a while that kind of slow rollout and just denial of zone to give them a actual fantastic finish off the back of it. So well played. Very well played to Beşiktaş.
I think that a big feature of that game was that river. It allowed Beşiktaş to control a lot of the crossings, and they very successfully transitioned down to the ridgeline where they finished the match. It was very difficult to contest their position because nobody was left on that north shore. If the circle had been a little bit more north-leaning, I think Beşiktaş would have been caught in the crunch there. But it turns out they knew what they were doing. They had it in their favor, in hand at all times.
Yeah.
And it was also obviously contributed to by the fact that everybody got messy around those recall beacons, right? All the teams on the north, Ida, who was contesting, Jetgo, in that recall beacon position, they shredded each other into those spots and couldn't make it work, unfortunately. So yeah, a lack of threat allowed Beşiktaş to move through.
Yeah, I think again, you're right there, but I think Beşiktaş is quite good at like getting those silent plays in. And slowly encroaching on space. And I think when we watched them in the knockout stages, they were quite good at finding areas of the map that they could carve out and make their own. And that was especially important there on a map like Rondo, where it's such a flat open space. You need to cover a lot of area. And they knew a lot of teams to be using that rock as cover for as long as possible. They just had to hope it was going to move away from there at some point, which it did. I think they set themselves up nicely for that end game. Either way, Papara SuperMassive get themselves up towards a podium finish, as does Anorthosis. BRA going out slightly early was a bit of a surprise to me, though.
Yeah, it was not ideal for them. I think that it feels a bit unexpected when you move into these mid-game circles because there's these unnatural clumpings of teams around these. I'm going to keep bringing up these recall beacons because I think it is a major factor, especially when you talk about what happens early. It creates these sort of unnatural clumpings of teams, right, around these points of interest that you wouldn't see if the recall beacon wasn't there, which means that if you're an IGL, you really have to readjust your rotational thinking, right? Because you're creating these unnatural clumps, but you're also creating these weird openings that you might not be able to see before. So you go for somewhere that in theory should be, low risk, but there's actually 3-4 teams around this area. Whereas over here, where you're going over the top of a hill, but all of a sudden there's actually no one around to make it work. Hey, look at that. They're adding their mark to one chicken dinner on the tablet. I haven't seen this before. What's going on there? That's crazy. That looks cool.
Yeah, it's like a gravestone of chicken dinners. You love it, and then you get like a big chicken dinner at the top, like the big one.
Yeah,
and then that's when you bury all your opponents in the dust and the dirt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and the dust.
Yeah, it does look like a gravestone, doesn't it? Oh dear, that's
from dust to dust.
Yeah,
ashes to go on, Joe.
Ashes to
ashes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're
it's the other way around
right
normally, but yeah. There we go. They have to take a little time.
Sorry.
Take a toddle on down.
I apologize.
Yeah, well. We'll all get there one day. To ash and dust. That's literally what it's about.
Well.
Goodness me.
Well, technically, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Well, you're not wrong.
Legally, I'm right.
Some people don't know that. You can't bring that up live on air. You can't be saying that we're all going to expire at some point.
Just a quick reminder.
Which we're not, by the way. We're all going to live forever. We're all going to live forever.
Except
we're all
for
gonna live
everyone.
forever. No. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. If you don't know the concept of mortality, don't worry about it. It's fine. You know, one of these teams is going to have to go out at some point. Well, most of these teams are going to have to go out at some point. And only some more will remain. It's sort of like that. Sort of. Kind of.
The difference is that they'll get the chance to come back next season.
No. Once you're gone, you're gone.
Oh, okay.
You can't come back after that. You've got to change name. To
Okay.
reincarnation of
All
teams.
right. Okay. I understand it. That's okay. That's
Yeah.
an interesting philosophical debate. Maybe we don't, because we could potentially be reincarnated. We just don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
Would you do
that's-
human again?
Would I do human again? I feel like if Earth is the option, probably.
Yeah. You'd be like, I would do that again.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Generally.
New
probably.
game plus.
Yeah. Exactly. What is this? Are we writing
That's
a manhwa now? What's going on?
That's well, it's like isekai. It's like, but we call it
Isekai.
new game. We call it new game plus, but it's not really isekai. It's just you just come back, same world, same place. It's like it's kind of a slice of life. It's kind of more boring.
Well, it could, you know, if you knew it was going to happen, that'd be very interesting. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's never possible. It's not going to happen. Stop being silly, because we've got to break down that last rondo. Of course, a lot of some low elim final teams. I think it's safe to say in that final situation, right? A lot of quiet teams getting into those final teams, and generally, what I think that's going to mean is that we're going to have this broad middle section of the table that has sort of just done fairly well. I'm talking 4 to 7 points on the match. A couple of teams lower than that, not going to have as good of a performance, but it's interesting because generally on Rondo, you can see these big blast outs. We haven't seen that here.
No, I think that what we saw, and I've been thinking about this a lot actually, a lot. You know, even like at night, sometimes think about it. Is that some of these rondos just mean nothing. Like they absolutely mean nothing because most teams, either it means a lot for one team or it means nothing for everyone because everyone's getting like similar point scoring. You're getting 7 or 8, you know, 3 to 5 at the top end. It's like it's a quiet game. So you got the chicken dinner, but you only got like 3 elims. So you're having like this sway of maybe 7 points between the best team and the worst team. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that.
Maybe
I
more than
think yeah, it's a bit. Of,
7.
it could potentially, you could potentially call it a feast or famine map. I have to look at all the numbers that we've seen. I do think though.
Yeah, please do.
I
me up at
think
night.
I'm going to have to do some serious statistical analysis. It's going to be spreadsheet time soon
Yeah.
enough. Yeah, I think that's an interesting perspective, right? Because you've got,
Thanks.
as you say, either this bit of a wash game or polarizing games in a way that we don't see on other maps. And I would argue that maybe other maps are like that, but just less so, right? That it's much less dramatic on other maps. What Rondo does is just emphasize all of these dynamics when it comes to point scoring.
Yeah, because I mean, like even your most terrible teams on Rondo are earning like 4 points, right?
Yeah.
But your most terrible teams there are earning nothing. Nada.
Exactly. Yeah.
Nil point.
You get 1 or 2 points, you know, sometimes all the way up the back page, right? Of the results from that match. Whereas here, it's unlikely that you see anyone with 0 and but less than 1 point, or if you get fewer than 2 points, generally that's only going to be 2 or 3 teams maximum. So that middle section is changed. MVP for that game was Wild from Regnum Carya. Interesting.
That is wild. Can't believe it. He was the MVP from that match.
No
Weird,
beard.
right? No beard. He's just everything. He's all the things.
How's he
And
done that?
311 most distance score. It's kind of low, very very low. I mean, it was close. It was definitely a close quarters game overall. And Septimus total distance covered 11,000 something. 11,000s of somethings. Not sure what, like footsteps potentially.
You know, thoughts, maybe. Most distance covered, emotionally. He's really made some progress, that guy.
He's maturing. Definitely
Here
maturing
are
as a player.
stats from Beşiktaş over the course. See, fairly evenly split. Septimus, a little bit of a dip, but still doing well on the damage numbers, more than Boran, actually, on those angles. We saw their split in the late game there. Very, very effective. Falconist on that wide wing, able to play a lovely counterpoint to Rookie and Boran's anchor, and Septimus being... it was Boran on the flex. It was Rookie and Septimus being that anchor, and Boran being that flex between the two positions, nicely traversing the hillside. Very, very effective given the terrain and their setup. Let's take a look at the points. You can see 19. Not a huge game, but there we go. The only team to get 1 point was S2G in 16th place. Everyone else, 3 points, all the way up to 7 points in 5th place. Really small gap.
Yeah, very, very small. It's just, like I said, it's just weird. I mean, 19 points, yeah, it's good, but still somewhat of a nothing burger of a game. S2G, I think that's the real standout. S2G is bad. We set this up earlier, but that's bad. That can't keep happening.
I mean, it feels like a lack of direction from the team. It's difficult, right? Because whenever you're watching them,
they've got new direction
they still
as well.
Look fine, but it's just... It's all there. Well, there you go.
Do you want to blame Solka? Or should we not do
that? Yeah, sure. I'll dish out some
some of the blame game.
Some blame to Solke on S2G.
Yeah, because I agree. Mechanically, good team. But the IGLing just seems weird in how they're taking fights. I don't think it all comes down to Solke. We are memeing a little bit there. Because it always is the new IGL in the team who gets the most flack. I think overall that team has just got worse and worse over time, which is really sad and a little bit unfortunate. But these things happen. Anyway, we're heading over to the stage for a little show and a little break. Catch you soon.
I believe we're here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're back one more time in the Complex Arena, and I believe we have a special surprise for the lovely fans that we have here in the arena, don't we? We have a couple of presents, a couple of gifts to give out to everyone. I would like a piece of the pie as well. I'd want one too.
What a great day. The question is, who are lucky?
Me, I'm the lucky one.
No, without us. Evet, dedik ki arkadaşlar çok güzel bir gün ama en şanslı kişiler kimler bugün diye aramızda bir tatlı sohbet yaptık Davut'la. Davut kardeşimize bir alkış alabilir miyiz? Kendisi İrlanda'dan kalktı geldi. Sevgili kardeşimize kocaman bir alkış. Dünyaca ünlü anonsör kendisi. Davut Sandstorm. Evet, şimdi.
Okay.
Choice.
So, do I pick? Or you? Okay, look, so we're gonna run this a few times. First, you have a question. Whose birthday is it?
Yes, whose birthday?
Yeah. So does anyone is anyone's birthday today? Today.
Şimdi ilk önce şunu anlatayım arkadaşlar. Aranızdan bir arkadaşımızı seçeceğiz. Sonra bu 5 kişiye çıkacak ve arkasından çarkı çevireceğiz. Hediyenizi kazanacaksınız. Olayımız bu.
Okay.
Yes, you have a good idea.
Okay, I'll pick the first one. Okay, over there. White and red jacket with his father. First one right there. Yes, you. Yes. Okay.
Come. Evet, bugün doğum günü olan var mı arkadaşlar? Bugün ID kart, kimlik kartın lazım yalnız. Bugün doğum günü olan kendini ispatlayabilirse onu buraya davet edeceğim. Veya bu hafta da olabilir. Bu hafta doğum günü olan kim var?
So, which prize do you want? Do you want çanta, bag, or do you want a scarf, or do you want a t-shirt? Which one do you want? Çanta?
Atkı. Çevir bakalım.
Okay. Spin.
Da da da dam. Atkı istedi, bakalım ne çıkacak. Atkı istedi. Atkı istedi. Atkı istedi. Atkı çıktı. Hemen hediyeyi alıyoruz. Bugün doğum günü olan var mı? Bugün doğum günü olduğunu ispatlayabilecek var mı? Bu hafta doğum günü olduğunu ispatlayabilecek var mı? Bu hafta. Yarın mı? Gel göster kimliğini. Hemen tomorrow his birthday.
His birthday's tomorrow. Okay. You know what? We'll give him one spin. We'll give him one spin.
Okay.
Okay.
Şimdi arkadaşlar bir şanslı arkadaşımızı daha alıyoruz. Geliyor. Hemen kimliğine bakıyoruz. Kimliğine bakıyoruz. Right.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I like it.
Doğum günün şimdiden kutlu olsun. Hemen çarkı çevirebilirsin.
What would you like? What would you like to
Ne
win?
istiyorsun?
Gelemem, cezası var.
Okay. So I believe. Oh wait, no. Okay, it's not stopped yet.
Bere kazandı. Hemen alıyoruz. Şimdi kimlik bende kaldı. Kimlik bende kaldı. My birthday tomorrow. Evet arkadaşlar şimdi yerinizden bir arkadaşımızı seçeceğiz. They must be stay there.
Okay.
Okay, don't invite here.
Yeah, and I think don't forget we have another spin after game 4.
Yes.
After game 4, we're gonna do this again, and we're gonna be giving away a few more prizes to the crowd. So don't worry, and this is gonna happen every single day. We have
Bir
so
kişi
many
daha
presents to
seçiyoruz.
give everyone.
Bir kişi daha seçiyoruz. Kimi seçelim? Kimi seçelim? Bakalım. En
I
yaratıcı
think we need to go
pankart
there.
kimde
We
var?
need to go there. Yes.
Pankartlara bakayım. Pankartı olan var mı böyle güzel yazı, bir mesaj veren? Gel, sen gel. Gel ama görelim pankartı. Ya gel derken kal orada. İşte her maç bir sahne, Kara hep başrolde. Alkışlıyoruz. Güzel bir pankart gördük arkadaşlar. Evet, çeviriyoruz senin adına. Ne istiyorsun? Atkı istiyor.
Okay. He wants a atki, which is scarf, I believe. Let's make sure he wins it. It is a scarf. Hold on. Hey! We'll make sure to have our lovely managers and
Ne kadar da
staff to
şanslısın.
help you
Tam da
and
atkı
get that
çıktı.
reward for you. Don't
Hemen
worry.
atkıyı sana veriyorlar. Please, one more.
Well, okay, one more.
Lucky
One
man. Lucky
more.
woman.
Last one. Last one.
Lucky girl.
Yes. Wearing green. Yes. Okay.
Evet, bir
now,
kadın
tell me.
arkadaşım.
No.
Kalıyorsunuz orada.
No, you can say. You can say.
Orada kalıyorsunuz. Ne istiyorsunuz?
Just tell us which reward you would like to have. Which
Ne
one?
istiyorsunuz?
T-shirt. Okay. Let's give her a spin and see if she can win a T-shirt.
Bakalım ne kadar şanslı ablamız. Tişört istedi. Tişört.
Not cheating at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ablamıza uygun bir tişört hemen ayarlıyoruz. Bir şanslı. One more. Bir şanslı.
Final
kişi.
one. For now, we still have more after game 4. Don't worry. You know what? I feel like I want to give it to him.
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Lucky man. Oh,
So, what would you like
bugünün
to
şanslı
win?
adamı sensin.
What would you like? The shirt? Okay, we have another prize for a shirt. Let's see if he gets it.
Dur. Var mısın? Ne gelirseye? Ne gelirseye var mısın? Do not touch. Okay.
Anything but pass, please. Just not pass.
If you lucky, eğer
No.
şanslıysa...
Hold on. Wait, he's cooking.
Oh,
No. Okay,
Yes.
okay, we'll take that.
Atkı, okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 prizes. And once again, it's going to be happening after game number 4. Okay? After game 4, we're going to do this one more time and then we'll head back to the studio.
Arkadaşlar maçlardan hemen sonra çabuk dağılmayın burada. Hediyeler devam edecek. Ben bastırıyorum daha fazla kişi alalım diye. Alalım mı daha fazla kişi? Şu an biraz sınırlı zaman ama bir dahasına next time 10.
Okay?
Ten
Okay.
lucky man.
Sure. It's
Okay.
up to, yeah, I don't mind.
Biz okeyledik abi. 10 arkadaşımızı alacağız bir dahaki sefere. Teşekkür ediyoruz. Devam ediyoruz. Heyecan sürüyor.
Teşekkürler. Seni seviyorum.
Analiz
Thank you
masasına
guys.
gidiyoruz.
There we go. Shutting the light off on that wheel. Seems a little bit strange that they always get a prize on that wheel. It's, and sometimes, most commonly, it's the one that they really want. That's crazy. That's crazy RNG that they've been able to get.
Lucky all the time. Always lucky. Always lucky. I got your stretches in, guys. It's important. It's important to stretch
Hell
now and
yeah.
again. I should probably stretch during that, but alas. No, this didn't come to me until later.
When you
Either
need to
way,
stretch, you need to stretch.
it's probably the luckiest spin I've ever seen, honestly. I don't think it could be much luckier than that. But overall, very fun. Very, very fun. Glad to see people winning what they wanted. A little bit less, I would say more organized last time in spring. Let's put it that way. But overall, cool to see. Cool to see the fan interaction. Always love to see a little bit of fan interaction. But we'll be heading over towards our next game shortly as we are getting players into the lobby right now. And as that fills up, we'll let you know. But it is Erangel next, and 2 more times after that as well. So we have a lot of Erangel today, and 2 more Miramars at the end to cap things out. So we'll be on the old reliable for a little bit now, where teams get their majority of their points from. I think we're already seeing one team pull ahead in Beşiktaş, though throughout most of the other stages of the tournament, they were a fairly middling team. I'd even go as far as say that, even in knockout stages, like when we were talking about it, I kind of forgot they existed. I'm not going to lie.
Well, yeah, I mean, they haven't really been bombastic so far. And hopefully they'll be able to change that. Change that tune. Yeah, well, yeah, I would say that being bad is also a bombastic stance, maybe. I'm not sure.
No, I mean, it's in like they haven't been bombastically bad. They haven't been bombastically good either.
Yeah, bombastic in no direction. They've been distinctly non-bombastic as a roster.
Regular.
That's not to say that the players are terrible. A lot of them have a great deal of international experience on the team, but they've never been sort of right towards the top of the region. And of course, it is still the first game. So, they've still got a long way to go. It's interesting because obviously in the knockout stages, Rondo was a much bigger proportion, I believe, of everybody's point scoring, right? If each team played 4, they played 12 matches each. They're playing a third of their maps on Rondo, as opposed to here where they're playing 1/6 of their matches, and the same was true back in the league stages. So knockout stages being quite different is very interesting. And I mean, maybe that's what happened to the Boars. They were just like, there's so much Rondo, can't handle it. Gonna leave now. See you guys later. But it is good to see that teams who arguably, sit in the middle are still able to keep that one going, even if it's not the biggest of games.
Yeah. But now, I always poked his eye out with that flag. Be careful with those things. And I saw that small lad brandishing it like a samurai sword in the air, which is also quite cool. All I'm here for is just health and safety reasons. I'm not actually a commentator. I'm the health and safety.
Someone put a big
specialist.
rubber ball on the end of that flagpole, because that's
Pretty much.
cut a tennis ball in half and pop it on the top there, because that's not safe.
That's what I need. I need that immediately on lock if you could. I think that's just the first thing you go to, like the tennis ball trick, which does work rather well. I would know because as a child I was quite clumsy. Tennis balls everywhere,
Just everywhere, on all corners of anything.
Yeah,
You live in a very round house. It was a circle, actually. You lived in a tube as a child. It was a strange upbringing, but there you go. Like a cylinder, like a cylindrical house, not a tube. Come on.
or just like rolling around.
No, just a big cylinder, not like a tower, which is probably a better way of like a lighthouse.
Like a magician's castle.
Yeah, like a wizard. Yeah, a wizard's keep.
Like
high on the hill.
Sauron's house.
Yes, yes, like Sauron's
Sauron's
house.
gap.
Yeah. Oh,
But
dear.
only one, not two. But yeah, I think overall I'm very excited to get into this next game. As I always am. I know I always say I'm excited to get into the next game, but it's just the way it is. It's the way it is, guys. But it looks like we'll be heading there shortly. If this is any indication of.
Nope. Just kidding.
That was crazy.
That was
It was like
nuts.
huge bait.
Oh dear.
But okay. Yeah. Respect.
You nearly saw our off-camera faces.
Caught
and we
me.
look completely different, you know. Blank
Yeah.
stretching up a storm.
I drop one of these on casting.
Yeah.
I'm off to the side. Yeah,
I'm normally
I'm-
like this, I think. That's my
Oh, really?
face. Because I've got my map feed over there.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, could be.
Spend
Yeah.
more time looking at the map. I've actually sort of done this thing where I've got my second monitor vertical.
Oh, interesting. As in
yeah.
vertically above or turned on its side?
Turned on its side. Yeah.
Right.
So, but I'm finding that maybe it might be time to put that back because it does make my map feed relatively small.
Yeah. I think for this specific use case, it might be a big old horizontal hour. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think we are. Yeah,
You
we're still
do
waiting on a
think-
couple. Well, sometimes I've been known to. 58 players currently in the lobby. For you guys who are waiting on this one to start, as we are, we're waiting for 6 more of our players to join. They're all on the stage. I don't know what's going on. Come on, they've had plenty of time. They had 5 prizes given out in the meantime. You know,
I know, right? It's wild stuff. Wild
what
stuff.
do they need to do?
Just get them in. Get them. Maybe they were trying to win the prizes as well. I don't know. I don't know how it works. But all players do need breaks as well.
That is
As
true.
is the crew, as is the team, PUBG Mobile team, PUBG Mobile Esports team. Let's take a look at the highlights from that last game.
I think
Feels
most
like
of these are going to be sat
year
around
ago.
these really cool beacons, though, which is, as it is. You can see on the bottom left, it says Beşiktaş Getso. That's who won the game, if you're only just joining us now. This is not a highlight reel for Beşiktaş Getso, as you can see by the fact that they are not in all of these highlights.
In fact, they're probably not in most of them because it was a pretty stagnant game for them up until the end.
I think their
I'd
big
have been
pickup
extra-
was getting XSLAY on the cross, no?
Yeah, I'd say so. Again, this is such a horrible area to fight in. And we've been talking about it for ages. I think by the time, because Beşiktaş gets that ridge and they play a pretty damn good 2-2 split, pretty easy game for them. There on out. Oh, 60 players in the lobby. We're getting there. We're really doing it. Back to us again.
Oh, yeah. Just,
You almost caught us.
yeah.
You almost caught us, but you didn't.
Yeah, I'm too
We're
quick.
too fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as it goes to that trophy shot, I know.
Yeah. Come back. Oh. Tricked you.
It was just a fun John Allen blank prank.
Yeah. It does also help that on the stinger that we have, I can see like a little bit of my face before it comes up.
That's true. That's some transparency in the middle there. It's good.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's a little bit odd, but it does give me warning. I think that's what it was made for. As the health and safety specialist, just in case I was doing a handstand before I'm on camera and I don't have to quickly get out the handstand to get back onto camera.
I don't think you can do a handstand.
What?
I don't
You don't believe in me?
No, I do
Recently, I've been doing like some big flexibility.
not. Oh, yeah.
Because, one thing I've been really struggling with recently is flexibility.
Oh, well.
Because I'm a bit of a degenerate, I spend most of the time in front of a mobile phone or a PC. I was like, I should probably fix that. Otherwise, I'm going to end up looking like a shrimp.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. That's not good for the back.
It's not.
I've generally through my life been fairly flexible, but it is slowing down. As
you
I
gotta
have
get
not
on
been
it, dude.
actively keeping up with it. I could still take stairs 3 at a time. I'm very happy to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've tried a 4-stair, by the way.
Oh, you have to be going at pace for that, though. Like it's less about
Yeah.
it's more about the actually getting up.
I did it like a stomp. So it was like a trudge up there at a 4-stair. So I wasn't at speed. There was no velocity to me.
Oh wow!
I almost fell. Yeah, I almost fell.
How do you move
And I never
your way
did it
up
again.
there? That's crazy.
Well, that's the thing. It really didn't. I fell forward, and then I had to kind of like wolf pack it up the stairs.
Style it out. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I was
sure.
just going for the 4-legged approach, guys. Chill.
Yeah,
It's fine.
that's actually what I meant to do the whole time.
Yeah. Look at me, guys, like a werewolf.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. But no.
Getting less and less flexible as time goes on. God, another reminder of our mortality. Goodness me. You just can't stop it, can you? You brought it up.
All right. So you do human the first time. What would you do the third time?
Third time? Well, it depends how the second human cycle goes.
Oh, how
also, it
new
depends
game
if I
first
can
one?
choose where I get to be reincarnated. Because I feel like that's a big one.
Really?
Yeah. That's a big deal.
Oh,
Especially
you're
as an animal
old.
specifically.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you get reincarnated as a dog at the bottom of the sea, you're going to have a bad time.
Well, I don't think it would happen, right? Because if
Oh, 'cause it
if
has
you
to be
reincarnated
born
as a
yeah.
dog, if they were born in the first place, you'd be like an aquatic dog.
A
Kind of cool.
dogfish.
Yeah.
That would be
I think one of the worst places to get reincarnated would be like at the bottom of the Marianas Trench.
As a plankton. Just like...
Yeah, I guess so.
As a
Yeah, that
thermoplankton.
would.
Just
That'd
like...
be pretty bad. I was thinking more like as one of the big anglerfish. It's like purgatory for a while, right?
Like a blobfish. Just...
Yeah. Have you seen them anglerfish at the bottom? They're like...
not personally.
well, yeah. I don't think... No one's seen them personally. Okay. Let's not kid ourselves there.
Yeah, no.
They're like 6 feet tall, 7 feet long, like 4 feet
Are
wide.
you lying to me right now?
No, I'm not. Like this exists.
7 feet
Terrifying
tall?
fact. Yeah, terrifying fact. And the thing is that you will see them on imagery and pictures all the time. But because you associate anglerfish with like a smaller animal, when you see it, your brain goes, "Oh, that's that big." But the reason they have to be that large is because of the water density down there. They need to be able to take it,
Wow.
which requires mass.
Okay. Apparently, the largest can reach up to 4 feet. I'm seeing on a cursory googling.
Oh well, there you go. I mean, I exaggerate a little bit, as all stories must be done. That's still pretty big, right? That's still pretty
Wait,
big.
is it European monkfish? Is that an anglerfish?
No, anglerfish.
It says it is. But it's
Oh,
not.
maybe it is then.
Maybe angler doesn't necessarily have to have the little lights, you know. But monkfish can get up
Maybe.
to 6.6 feet. So maybe you were telling the truth the whole time. That's
Yeah,
huge.
crazy.
That's ridiculous. That's taller than me.
Yeah, gigantic, absolutely horrifying as well. Horrifying. Then there's them squid as well that could be like really big.
They do be big.
And I imagine. Don't you think it's weird that? Sorry, we're rambling a bit right now, guys. We are delaying. We're delaying slightly for the game.
We're filling.
We've only had one match. There's not much to talk about. You're gonna have to deal with. Okay. We're gonna go to a quick break. You have to listen to us about our seafood facts and more. So we'll see you guys shortly. Bye bye.
We are hopefully around the corner from our game too, but I'm seeing that there are still 60 players in the lobby, so we're still waiting on 4 to join. With that said, we can get back to our aquatic talk. No, of course, we're going to be heading on in fairly soon, I'm sure.
And we do have Infinix GT30 series here with us, who is helping all of our players play at their absolute optimum with 120 FPS on that GT30 Pro. We follow the GT series throughout the majority of our tournaments here at PUBG Mobile. They've always served us well, and they continue to do so. So if you're looking for a brand new phone, make sure to pick one up if you need.
Absolutely. And remember that the hashtag has 6 R's in it. For hashtag carry at the end there. That's very important that you drop the correct number of R's in the middle of carry. It's not how you spell it, but you know what? If you're during the conversation, that's the way to do it.
It is good that you specified it's 6 R's though. You could get confused by that. 100%.
Yeah. I had to count them multiple times to make sure.
Well done. I did that. So the funny thing is, I did the exact same thing the first time I saw this. Yeah, apologies for the delay, guys. Not much we can do on our end. Would love to start a show. Just a little thing that I can point your attention to is right here. Look at that. I'm off the screen right now. Look at this.
Where are you going? Come back.
I'm leaving.
Bring yourself back. No.
I'm going.
No, don't do it.
Yeah. So that's a fun thing. What about that? What did you think about that? That's cool, right?
Yeah.
And we could do some magic tricks, John. We could do some magic tricks on show. What do you think of that?
I don't have.
If you already magic tricks you can do.
Maybe. Let's. I don't think I have anything I can do a magic trick with.
I love that you're trying to find something to do a trick with, though.
I don't have a deck of cards. I don't have anything.
Damn. Did you search knowing that you had nothing?
I thought maybe I'd have like a coin or something. I don't know.
Do like a coin trick. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to my sea stories. The sailor that I am. So in the same Mariana Trench, there is a breed of massive squid. The theory is that those were even larger back when pirates were all a thing. Yeah. They've been slowly dying out over time because they keep washing up on beaches. But they're getting smaller as we see them, which has been observed over the past 50 years. But they think that back then these squid were so ginormous that one washed up, and that's why the pirates think a kraken exists, because that rumor spread. So it spread from a real story as opposed to something that was made up.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, a giant beast, right? And then it was the origins that were made up rather than, well, maybe not, but one would assume that they were, made up and exaggerated in that way, rather
it's
than
like me
the
with the
existence of the thing itself.
10-foot anglerfish.
Yeah. Yeah, those 11-foot anglerfish really...
Yeah. They're
really
so big at 12 feet.
Yes, it's insane. I mean, 13 feet is just such a large amount of feet.
Too many, some might say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see 61 players in the lobby now, out of 60. Again, apologies for the delays. We're getting everything sorted as fast as we can. Our admins, I'm sure, over in the venue in Turkey are working to get this all locked and
They're
loaded.
speeding.
We're missing
around.
3 players right now. So
Yeah,
maybe we have 3 players in the crowd that would like to play. We'll just get them.
Hands up if it's your birthday today. You get to play the game.
It's on the wheel.
Yeah.
Like, you have to play as part of...
that would be cool, right? It's like a very slim chance, but the chance is, well, you have to sub. You're now one of the bench players for the team.
Absolutely.
Bring your own phone if possible. That'd be great.
No, of course, Infinix would provide a phone temporarily on loan.
Yeah,
if you win, maybe you get to keep it.
Oh, if you get the chicken dinner on the game, that's it. GT30 Series Pro is yours. That would be a cool thing.
Well, you get a bounty, right? So.
Yo, that would be really cool. You do team deathmatch, and like the thing is it's someone from the crowd gets picked. You play in team deathmatch. If you play with 2 pro players on both teams, 2 fans on both teams. If you win, you get to keep the GT30.
Ooh, okay. I feel like getting people set up on the phones would take quite a while. You pick them out maybe do it during a break. Get them set up on the phone, something like that. Before the day starts, you pick out some people. I don't know.
Yeah,
Because
But
people's
have,
UIs
like-
obviously are very customized.
Oh,
if they
you're
want to
saying
play.
we have plants? Crowd plants.
Oh, no. Well, no, I mean like pick at the start of the day.
Yeah, and then
like,
pretend like it's them. And it's like, oh, you there on seat 16B. Exactly.
in seat 16B.
That would be good.
I hit him with it. Yeah, 63 players or one more, and we can start the game. Maybe.
We are getting there. Yeah, slowly but surely. And we're going to take a look at the players. Ooh, hate that. But we don't have headphones on. I don't like it when we don't have headphones on. Headphones off
wait
is
for this last player to get
troublesome.
in.
Yeah. I think it's been like, how long has it been since the last game?
I would say at least 6 minutes.
Well, I can find out.
Can you? Oh, you can scroll back in time. That is true.
Yeah, I can go back in time. All right, so we finished the last match 45 minutes ago. So it has been
Wow.
a short while.
Yeah.
I would
Apologies
classify
again.
an hour as a while. Yeah, so we are sorry. We apologize. I mean, we don't have much control over it, but we can say is sorry.
Yeah, that is true.
And, yeah. Hopefully not too much. Carya. There seems to be it's a very love-hate relationship from the crowd for Carya. It's like some love him, some hate him. But I think that S2G doesn't really have that. Yeah, S2G doesn't have that. I think that they're universally like.
You think the Carya fans are at least not incredibly averse to?
Yeah, I think so.
S2G?
Yeah. They seem like the nicer fans. If anything.
You're saying that S2G fans are horrible? Wow, Blank, I can't believe that you said you hate S2G fans.
Well, I didn't put it like that. I'm just saying that they're much more passionate.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Of
Yeah.
course, I'm being inflammatory, just causing you problems.
We're exaggerating again. Headphones on?
That happens. Oh,
Headphones on? Game on?
earbuds in. I'm seeing 64 players in this lobby right now.
Oh my god. We're going. We're
Maybe.
going in. So
We're
excited. It's happening!
Oh,
It's happening!
Is it going to work? Real Fitness with the Falcons.
No, don't say that. Say it's happening.
Okay,
It's happening!
Ralph with the Falcons.
Players are in lobby!
Whoa, the game's loading.
We're almost in game!
Whoa, very nearly.
Huge and big.
And large. Larger than an anglerfish, some would say.
I don't know about that. But depends
That's
on,
like 15 feet, which is pretty big.
depends on whether the anglerfish was reincarnated.
You're going to be an anglerfish 100% next life.
I'd love to be. I'd be so tricksy with my angler. I'd be angling all over the place.
That's right. Would you be acute or obtuse?
I'd be hella obtuse. Be big,
Oh, hell yeah.
big lad. Big lad from the ocean.
Or hit him with a reflex, you know? Go real spicy.
I don't know what that is.
It's like when you
tell
go
you straight
beyond
up.
180 degrees.
Oh,
reflex angle.
Like a 270.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that just be like a 90-degree angle?
Yeah, well, it depends which way you're measuring, right? But if you're measuring the way that goes beyond 180, that is called a reflex angle. Yeah. Normally, so
I would
think
be like,
all-
that's an inverse 90 degree.
all external angles on any polygon, any regular polygon, are reflex angles.
Yeah. What about 180 degrees?
I think, I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Is that a reflex?
Because what's 90 is 90 degrees acute or obtuse?
It's on the border.
I think it might be. On
Do
the board.
they have names for that?
Well,
Shit.
one's a right angle and the other one's a line.
90
But I don't know if there's more. Than that.
degree
There's more.
obtuse or acute.
Okay, you get 90.
Oh, it's just a right angle.
Okay, cool. 180 is just a straight angle.
Then we figured it out.
There you go.
That's cool. Did not know that. Maybe not cool to everyone, but it's cool to
Yeah.
me. Definitely
It's cool to me right now.
Cool
That's
to
what's
me
keeping
right
me
now.
alive over the last
Yeah.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Wow.
We're getting on with it. Definitely getting on with it. It's
I
difficult
hope so.
to talk about the tournament right now because we've only had one match. Not a lot to go off.
And it was Rondo.
And it was Rondo. So true. So true. Well said, John.
thank you. I appreciate that. I'm seeing Erangel on the screen, so.
Yeah, I mean, I also see it. Then we have a plane path. Oh my
No way.
goodness. Tell all the people that ran away from the stream that the stream has begun. Again.
Hey, it's back, guys. The games are back. The games are back. Come back and watch. Let's go. Heading into match number 2 here. We're kicking off with Erangel, our first of a set of 3 times that we'll be seeing the grassy pastures today. We will be chunking out at the end with Miramar. We'll see what is going to come of that. But for now, we've got a northern plane path here, up from Stalber down to middle west coast.
Lovely. I mean, it's less lovely for teams that like to play Sosnovka, I suppose, and Novo. A bit of a distance to go on that one. You can't really challenge for vehicles over in Yasnaya. You got to go a little bit further down towards Milta. Then you're sticking your fingers into the pies of the Milta and farm teams. Tough. Very tough. Anorthosis, though, they completely turn tail. We'll head Kameshki. Split. I'm beginning to like Kameshki Split a lot more recently because there's actually quite a few options available to you. You can swing over Stalber down towards Severny coastline. Head to far west shooting range if you get a northwest circle. Or you swing underneath, maybe go over the top of Yaz Lake. There's a lot of interesting things you can do.
And then, is there a downside to it? I suppose military circles, a very difficult position to play, but that's fairly uncommon.
Quarry as well.
Quarry circles.
It's tough.
So there are disadvantages to it, but...
Yeah, I mean, the main disadvantage is it's far away from the center of the circle, right?
Yeah.
But I think that the kind of okay because you have there's a lot of safe rotation you can go as well. You know,
yeah, that's true. And you can play slow and edge, so if you're comfortable with that, then it can work out well. Even on a Western circle, right? Even on a Gatka circle or like an Everest circle, you can try and play slow to the edge and try and play around that. The question is, can you do that, right? And that's always the big question mark for any team really in any position, but maybe more so on these farther flung positions. Same story for somewhere like Zaki, although that has way fewer rotational options and is therefore in general a much worse place to drop.
It's cool as well because it's sort of player dependent too, because default generally very good player to have at the helm when you're playing edge. This guy's got a great understanding of rotations, where teams like to play, how to cut them off. I think that honestly, as good as Anorthosis Famagusta has played in the center of the circle, I much prefer seeing them play sweep because default just has a really, really good game sense for where players are and will be. But that also comes to my problem with Anorthosis Famagusta at the moment, is I do think default does the bulk of the heavy lifting. And the rest of the team is just trying to keep up with him.
Bit of a Z-Wolf situation, really. In the obviously his previous roster.
Yeah, I suppose so. This one,
Famagusta. Wagner Zada's on the roster. Haven't really seen him though. For the team, and it's and sometimes we've seen him do a little bit, but yeah, I think you're definitely on the money with default being the standout for the team. We'll see if he sticks around with that roster into the next seasons, because at the moment it feels like they may be looking to build a roster around him, right? So either I imagine that potentially default would either move or they move the players around him, which could be quite interesting to keep track of, either after this tournament or after their season finishes, depending on if they qualify, which is very much still possible.
I think sometimes you actually need a team like that to enable someone like default to work. Like you need to trust that he's going to be making the plays. I think the difficulty with that is that if he goes down, then yeah, the team does fall apart somewhat. Falcons in Pachinki, not hindered by any other squad here, which is nice for them at the beginning. Also on the plane path, really easy for them to get down to. I think a lot of teams will need to consider the fact that if they were able to get looted nice and early, likely you want to start making your way up towards a central position. It's funny to me that we're getting teams leaving Rozhok, right, this early. No one's really committed to it just yet. I feel like Rozhok's a very good position to take in this circle. This is where I personally think that, you know, you can actually play Rozhok for quite some time going forward on a circle like this. You can always swing off towards that northwest side. You know a lot of teams are going to be backlogged down towards the southeast because they're looting late because of the playing path. Yeah, I'll be curious to see where people go. Because again, I just don't really think Rozhok's really locked down right now. I mean, Ulf's in that area.
That is true. I mean, it's often on these river circles as well. It can potentially be. I mean, it's a bit of a gamble, right? And the circle at the moment is slightly more north than south, but in terms of the actual landmass, it's a bit difficult. I feel like at the moment it's slightly more north, but then the lake takes up a big portion of it, and so it's at the moment I think a 50-50 for which side of the river to go. So playing that north side of Rozhok, playing that warehouse, that 3-story that sits overlooking the river. And then a split maybe off to one of the buildings, either west or to the east. You're right, it can be very, very powerful, but you can get locked in. If you need to move north, you need to have those paths available, which is why you have that flex out. We've seen as well those bridges around this area be really, really important on these riverside circles. Very often we'll see teams that have to go there early as a duo or something like that. If they're able to hold on, they get very, very late into the game and potentially rack up to third place, second place on it, which is obviously very, very useful.
Yeah, not too much happening right now. Most teams just making their way in. Getting a lot of those teams to drop down towards the south side. Got a much longer rotate to make. TMB getting shot out by Papara SuperMassive off in the distance. They're actually going to be locking them down slightly. I think Papara SuperMassive would like to get some more shots on this. And they have a pincer as well. You see their teammates far away trying to assist. Lost. 12492. Smoke's going down. Adrenaline shot being invested. Interesting.
That looks like that was the only stim available, though, to him. You can see a bit bare in the cupboards there for Auron. It's only the one first aid kit, only 2 nades. Luckily, he's got a bit of ammo in the back pocket, but really not much more than that. Maybe he's just the cart horse for the ammo pack for the rest of the teams. But still, we'll see if that's going to come back to bite them. In general, as well as being able to pick up, you can remember that you are. Whoa! Try that again. That you will be able to pick up first aid kits from anyone that you take down in the end.
Do you ever have a dream?
I'm back.
Well, you thought you could.
And then when you you could do anything, yeah, once or twice. Yeah.
Regnum Carya making a bit of an interesting decision here over the bridge. Go for a 2-1-1 split. Have control on the west side of Yas Fields. But they're absolutely going to try and regroup on top of Loxy here. Loxy instantly heading over towards the bridge to make sure that he can cut out teams coming through later on. Yeah, again, see what I mean? Like, I think Rozhok was an absolutely fantastic position to pick up early, and surprised no one else other than Ulf got there as fast as they did, because Rozhok was truly very open. Falcons pushing in.
Drop there.
Yeah, exactly. I think Regnum Carya is kind of setting themselves up, but I don't think you really need to lose that early. I think you can play like maybe a 2-2 over towards the bridge as well, and then you have some control. Play 3-story warehouse. I don't know. Interesting.
I think well, what in circles sort of on this northeast side, generally Regnum Carya have moved over to the West Yas Bridge and tried to cross early, get control of the compounds to the west there. So maybe they were sort of just trying to position to do that. And well, now they're kind of back over towards Rozhok, but the Falcons have joined them on the south hill. You've also still got Ulf on the west side. North of the river is still slightly more of the landmass that is in this next circle blank, but it is still definitely undecided as to which side of the river it will be going. It looks like S2G favor the north edge, though. as they are going to move over. We did have First Blood coming on through, and that went over to Carya as they take one of the Falcons down.
Yeah, so I do sort of understand why Regnum Carya makes that play, because get the wheel change in from default. Top halfway. Kamikaze straight into the welcoming arms. Luckily, he's not down just yet, and default cannot pull the trigger on the shotgun quick enough. So they might be able to get Kamikaze up. It's going to be difficult, but good shots will make it happen.
Yeah, I think they're good to be able to make this one on the crossing. They can invest a smoke or two here. It's worth it to get Kamikaze back up. Of course, no recall beacons. So used to seeing back over on Rondo. Oh, actually, this might make it a little bit harder. Ragnazada and Spike now, the duo remaining, but lost on the back flank. Could be pivotal here. 3 players for Papara SuperMassive, but they are all caught along this line on the rocks. I'm looking at other teams, and nobody's going to be moving out this way. As it stands, this is right on the edge of the circle, so it's a full mano-a-mano fight right now. Grenade over the top. Nico looking to put pressure forwards, backs him off the angle. Ragnazada tentative on the peaks here, but steps up and finds the backline onto Trombi. Spike handling business on the back as well, and lost falls. Papara SuperMassive getting taken down by a duo on the rocks, but it's just Spike now remaining. How much longer can Papara SuperMassive survive?
Oh, that's almost 2v4 there. One player down, not down on that just yet in Ragnazada, and Spike could make his way over. One stim to work with, pushes up. Papara SuperMassive going for the res, looking for the 2v1 instead. It's the high probability play that you go for. Trombi will have to immediately hit a first aid though. Zerk will just move away from Rozok, and because Regnum Carya are already on that eastern side, they know the bridge is clean. They're going to send up over towards the northeast. Tough circle though, a lot of landmass here, especially over on that northeast side. Kind of unplayable. You don't really want to play around there. Sure, you can go into that region of the map, but it's going to be, you know, you can be flat to the ground, snaking around. Most you can do. Get to a full 3-man. It's not ideal, but they do get out of this.
Looking at the map now, you can see those compounds to the north of that river. Regnum Carya managing to get into a really solid position there. They moved nice and early on the north shift into an uncontested location. To their west sit Jetgo. And they too should be fairly solid for the time being. This northwest side though, a lot more treacherous. Fenerbahçe, S2G, Brat as well in the area. Beşiktaş just moving down from the north side. And then closer to the center, it looks like Asgard and XSLAY going to fight for the privilege of trying to fight Jetgo up on their high ground position.
Asgard, XSLAY, close to one another. Nior on the corner. Takes the tag from that, but TMB gets up towards the picture. But realize now why Asgard had not been peeking out. You have other teams in the region. Nice shots. No steel toe caps will block those bullets. Man, Sefkan's just finding freebies.
He's getting loads done. Look at him, 2 points already. What a unit. TheNoisyBoys not really going to have an impact on the south side. ULF could potentially still find the sideswipe, but they're back towards the bridge. Not really peeking up just yet. Ketch finally starting to make inroads, but they're more concerned with the TheNoisyBoys. I feel like the TheNoisyBoys are in the worst spot right now. They are, of course, only 2 players alive and a bit in the crunch. Fortunately, the circle isn't putting pressure on this fight. So in general, they might be able to survive a little bit longer. The same may not be able to be said for Carya out on that east side, still around that Yaz Bridge area. Their crossing may be uncontested, but beyond that, there's a lot of teams that are going to take a chunk out of them if they move.
I think Beşiktaş get another clean game off the back of this one. Falcons finding shots over towards Carya. ULF getting involved as well. A lot of damage being done around the map. And again, Sefkan is just having a very chill time with it here, with XSLAY who've cornered themselves. In comes another nade. I think it bounces on the outside though, which is pretty bad from Mars.
Jetgo looking to try and clamp this one down. Symphony lines up a shot as well. Remember, they're just in the oversight completely of Jetgo on this eastern edge, and it's such a hard building to move around when you have that control from the position up on high. Right now, fortunately, fight. Looks like Asgard will be able to pull their players back up. Last players, 2 players alive now for Papara SuperMassive on this northeast side. They managed to get off those rocks, along with Anorthosis Famagusta, who are still just on the 1 player, so both of them disengaged. Looks like they're going to run parallel. Jetgo moving back up, moving back into position on their compound. It looks like they don't want to get too much more involved here. They've done a bit. They're going to keep people at arm's distance.
It's a gigantic fight going on right now. Down towards that south side jump. So many teams here. TMB, ULF, Jetgo, XSLAY. You're right earlier about Regnum Carya as well, finding themselves a nice compound to work with. They had a lot of information from earlier as well, which made that push all the easier for them. Papara SuperMassive managed to push further into the circle with 2 players. They get 4 elims from earlier as well.
So holding the angle as Asgard looking to keep these nades rolling in, but they just can't find it through. Finally, Mars is able to land the nade, and boom, go XSLAY. They are out now, our first team to be eliminated. And that's 4 points for Asgard on those eliminations so far. A really nice little conversion on their previous match as well. You see they're now up in 4th place because of that, and that will continue to push up as time goes on, I'm sure. But they are still under the watchful eyes of Jetgo. However, they do have a little bit more flexibility. They have that western outward path that they can then try and sweep on the edge. If IWNRX fight on that western edge, they could potentially third party. Carya moving across that east side bridge, have had a real tough time of it. You can see their last player is still putting up a fight. ULF with 2. Looking to try and control around this Harry Potter tower, the wizard tower there. And ULF often at distance have
Oh
Ketch
my
still.
god.
The DBS bites through the smoke, and Ketch now the last to stand for them. CEO, oh, doesn't know where he is. As IWNRX do start to pull the triggers, we hop over to completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Emre was thinking there, trying to get in the buggy, make the quick getaway. There's a slight wake-up time on the engine. Redox from Falcons looking to clean up. You see Ketch there move out into the distance, but ULF on this game getting 5 elims, pretty good. Papara SuperMassive also on 5. In top 3, IWNRX is just getting cut to pieces. S2G also taking shots over towards Beşiktaş. Very long-range shots as well, I might add.
For my money, I want Asgard to be scouting this fight a little bit. They've been very passive, held towards Jetgo, and maybe you can't leave that building super effectively, but not even moving up north to get the info on this fight that's just popped off on the northwest. Maybe a little bit of a mistake. But now, as 4 players can stabilize, can form themselves up and be a real threat on that northern edge.
S2G. Really holding in a dip. That's all you really can do from this position. Very, very open. Mostly working with trees. Hard cover like rocks. Beşiktaş made a quick wrap down towards that south side. Did a fairly good job of cleaning out this area, but they do only end up with 1 player going forward. The circle moving down towards Jetgo. Asgard. I think Asgard holding that western side is very, very important, considering BRA at some point are going to move down this way.
Now they can consolidate around that path, try and play some of the ridge lines that sit there around them. But of course, just that oversight from Jetgo is so difficult to move around. Brad's looking for that opening. They know where they need to be looking for. And you look at the spray down on Sefgan, he's been doing bits. That would be a great pickup to find, but it's actually Papara SuperMassive who are eliminated in the meantime. A real big pickup there. They do get 5 elims, so it's not a done and dusted game, but taking them out, it's good news for, well, actually, at the top, a lot of our teams are kind of struggling. I think it's ULF who are maybe in with the best chance here, although they are still a little bit on the outside. Survival very possible.
S2G under fire. Have the hovercraft. Unfortunately, that moving titan of cover now gone, up in smoke. Storm's able to find the shot over towards them. I think S2G was a little bit slow on that rotate down, and BRA was just identifying weakened points of the map where they could put pressure on. Storm's going to crash it in. Good shot from Solkay, but how long? Kelsey goes for the big spray.
Ooh, the off angles
Oh
there
my
as well.
god! The
Whoa. Taking him down, and Hamzy keeps the team together. Has a player down off in the distance, and that is where they're going to need to rotate towards, but there's an off angle coming through from Fenerbahçe to ping away the back line here for S2G, leaving them on one player. Kiss you the last for Bra as well, and these points will be slurped up across the board. S2G looking to pull Sulkade back on up. We'll see how many players they can get revitalized here, but it's not looking super healthy, and they don't have a lot of time to make it work.
It is crazy how open this map is. You can barely take any fight without someone immediately trying to capitalize off the back of it. Honestly, that was the best play I've seen from Sulkade this entire tournament. Really good assist, really good understanding on the vehicle's health line. And it's just enough damage to take down a player. Great comms from them as well. S2G struggling to stay alive here now as IC will go down. That's BRA, last player, like you said, Kiss You.
Sit with 10 teams remaining. Regnum Carya still just a really solid entrenched spot here. Hopefully going to have a good time of it. Yet to chime in on the elims, but those can come later. And as a 4-player team, uncontested, undamaged, they may be in one of the better spots for the time being. Jetgo, they've had a little bit more impact, but they are similarly positioned in terms of the circle right now. And in fact, slightly more centrally. So potential for an advantage there. Nades from Simple Domac rolling on over the top, but Fenerbahçe not willing to over-aggress on this line. Sulkade answers with a nade over the top as well. Doesn't get the full damage there. The circle shifts south, and both of these two teams are going to have to move. As Fenerbahçe finds a nade, but unfortunately, it landed right on top of his teammate. And S2G are more than happy to pick that point up.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're similar colors, if not the same color, on the minimap. Doesn't mean you should be nading one another. Oh, good. I see we have a long nade at the top, but 6 elims. This feels good coming off the back of what was a pretty horrendous Rondo game. That's a terrifying lineup of Falcons. All looking at you from a distance. This isn't the easiest of buildings, by the way, for Regnum Carya to hold. You can just send it in. Luckily, it's slightly open around it. The sightlines out from that building aren't great. The problem is right now, for any team trying to assault it, it's not really Regnum Carya. It's any other team that sees you on the outside of that building.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a keystone position, right? They are the thing that is stopping, that is holding all of these teams out. As soon as either they move or someone else collapses away, that structure starts to lose form. And it can become a lot more dangerous to be in that keystone position. We'll see if they're able to keep it going. S2G and Fenerbahçe still trading blows with one another and staying close by. The TheNoisyBoys finally eliminated there. That was on the west side. They only have one player remaining. Found out and eliminated. North side now, still with these two yellow teams, not cowardly, in color on the map, duking it out, and no one really a decided victor. Fenerbahçe only at 3 because of their own mistake, but they do still have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I think for S2G right now, as a 2-man, you sort of have to open with the nade knock, right? They haven't found anything yet, so now they have to dip, try and wrap round to the south side. Somehow Asgard is making short work of Jetgo. I see an instantaneous shot round. One player from Asgard falls down the vehicle and will plummet to his death. What is Sulkade doing? What is Sulkade doing?
Lux with the spray down. That's going to be an easy pickup, but Narvalo gets one of the points stolen away for the Falcons. A nice little steal there. Asgard continue their assault in the meantime. Tries to move on up, but does get rebuffed on the staircase. Looks like they might just be able to win out the top floor here, but was that a team nade? Not entirely sure. Either way, it's just the one player now left standing. Real for Asgard as he steps in against 2 for Jetgo, who have let the enemy into the base camp here. And now ULF could potentially move through this effectively. They've already got 9 elims, and you can see they're chiming in. They've stolen one of those elim points going, and it will be continuous approach from that south edge, where they've been rebuffed so much before.
I don't know how Asgard has managed to get in towards this building. I mean, Jetgo were really suffering, managed to stay alive a little bit longer with one player remaining. ULF, by the way, 10 elims on this match. It is a ginormous game for them. Good knock from Koa over towards Regnum Carya. will leave them a little less defensible. Take one of those guns off the doorways or the windows. Go for the res. All the while, Falcons get closer and closer. They just want to get towards nade range here.
That would be ideal. And these sightlines do start to free up more. You were talking about how the building, not the easiest, the sightline's not the greatest, and the fact that teams are starting to fall around them is, of course, going to open the window for the Falcons. The question is, do they have the vehicles, though? Being so open, and a lot of the spray downs happening, I wonder if they have the mobility. It looks like they might have at least one to be able to make that approach. So we'll have to see just how fast, how effective they can be, because they have to be worried about third parties as well from the north.
Yeah, you somewhat have to blanket that compound in smoke. It's the only really real way to do it, to get in. Pretty odd game overall, though. Beşiktaş still alive, by the way. Sandwiched between Fenerbahçe, Jetgo, and Asgard. He is very lucky. That does not bounce straight back out in his face.
That one goes a little bit further, but still not finding too much. Clearing out room by room. Merciless, though, on the outside. Last player for Jetgo. Tried to hold Asgard. Shuts the door. Nade on in. Doesn't tag. A rookie stepping up. That's the solo for Beşiktaş. But Merciless controlling the door frame. Looks for the shots through the slats. Not quite connecting, and they both disengage. Rookie still going in. Gets that point on board as we hop back. For real now on the inside for Asgard. Managed to get on into the building, but maybe that wasn't the best decision because now the blue zone's going to push him out. Goes for the challenge, still available through the slats, and Merciless takes the beat, takes it well. Unfortunately, though, the rest of the lobby not so happy, and Rookie still chiming into the fight. Adds another elim, adds another placement.
Yeah, it's great. So, I mean, through the slats as well from Merciless, not easy shot considering it's a one-shot as well, so you had to aim that up almost perfectly. Regnum Carya starting to get involved as well, and they know they have to. They only got one elimination. They've been pretty proactive getting knocks here and there, but no real flushes. But that's been good enough. You are now in a situation where you're 4v3v3 of at least the important teams here. In the midst of all that chaos, they get Loxy outside the building to do a little bit of scouting alongside with Zedwolf. I think they did return quite quickly back towards this compound.
Just a little bit of information gathered. They can't really hold that hill on the north. Just trying to see if they could peek towards Rookie, but he's got that massive earth bank to his east side right now, or in the way of Regnum Karya's vision to him, which is keeping him secure. And this is really great news for Beşiktaş, right? Adding 5 elims, getting a 4th place guaranteed. This is a great conversion off of their chicken dinner in the first match. But it's really, I'm looking at ULF here. 10 elims. They're in 2nd place right now. It looks good that they're going to be overtaking Beşiktaş here as well. And to find a good start with these 3 players would be phenomenal on Erangel. But Regnum Karya still the final boss of this one.
Get the next circle too. Very pleased about this. Falcons walking up going to be hard. Again, you have to abuse the sidelines of the team. But you're right now, because that northeast side is to the circle. By the time we get this in, there's effectively no way you can backstab this team. You're going to be fighting them 180. And it's likely ULF who's going to come up against Falcons first. They know that they have to crest this hill. And he just needs to hit some pretty easy shots over towards Navallo. Instantly gets out of the vehicle, though.
Nades from Falcons trying to open the door, give themselves an opportunity, but they don't connect on the first salvo. Crawling, spraying down over from Scarface, spots the players on the deck, and Zedwolf steps out for a peek as well. Falcons caught in the crossfire as Aaron picks up Navallo. Just one player left standing now as Koa puts another nade, desperately trying to do anything he can, and this time it'll connect. The spray down is good, but it's immediately traded off, and the Falcons will fall. ULF, though, they've had the wind knocked out of them somewhat. The blue zone's pushing in. I don't think they have time to go for Scarface, and Regnum Karya take to the rooftops.
I mean, great initial salvo there coming through from ULF. Quick denial on the play zone from Rookie. And Regnum Karya going to start to move out. They know that there's one knock that went through. Gets a little bit of information on it. But you're wrong, John. They do get Scarface up somehow. I thought that that was going to be almost impossible to do also. Crazy stuff. Nade over the top. Over towards Aaron. It's close, but not enough.
Another one as well, and that one will be enough. Wild able to do what Silas could not in that moment there. And the spray down onto Loxy as well. Regnum Carya moving on through, but Ulf are giving it a good go here to pick this one back up. Immediately going for the flush as well. Now Regnum Carya down to Wild. All of a sudden, it's a big old switcheroo. Ulf with the numbers advantage. A nade in hand, that was the last he had. It's all done all the way for Wild as he steps out. And a spray goes wide. And it is Ulf to dominate on our first Erangel of the finals. What a performance coming through from them on the outside.
And for Regnum Carya, what a low game from them, because it's a second place, very minimal elimination points on that match as well. Insane game from Ulf. The 3v4 turnaround after getting Scarface up is insane.
That was crazy. First of all, that Scarface was allowed to be gotten back up, right? That feels like a bit of a misstep by Regnum Carya, not keeping that pressure up. They knew what they were dealing with, but they fell back. They tried to go as a team, and so, you know, that's not necessarily a terrible principle, but in that moment, you just keep the pressure up, that you know they have smoke cover. You maybe try to play the center of the circle there, but it just felt wrong. They only got one elimination that game, Blank. Regnum Carya with one elimination point is not good enough. They needed more from that position. They did not get it. It is still points, but that's got to feel real bad.
Yeah, it's like this issue as well where I think they put so much stock into that roof and then they realize way too late that they have high ground control and they need to push them. I actually think if they came out swinging a little bit earlier over towards that third party, a bit more confident in themselves, it would have been a very different story. But I'm glad Ulf gets that win. I've been touting this team the entire time. I think they're a very strong squad with incredible players on side. You've got Aaron on there, Ketch, all previous MVPs in the past, Scarface as well, who I think is incredible, Solus, who has always been a bit of an underrated player in my opinion. I think that could be a real dream team if it comes to pass. But yeah, wonderful game, really good. I think Regnum Carya is going to be pretty furious about how that one turned out.
I mean, they should be. It was difficult to play until that late game for them. And that is the danger that you run if you're playing a quiet game, is that you're really investing in actually then being able to go over that line. For Ulf, it was kind of a win-win situation. They'd already done so much and were having a great game either way coming into that game. I was slightly worried about their chances, especially with that lineup as a barrier that was preventing them from moving up from the south. But they'd already managed to get, 10 elims by the time that we had 6 teams remaining. It's already a great match. So they're playing a little bit unleashed there, right? They don't have the weight that Regnum Carya did, which is, we have to win this.
We have to get a
otherwise
chicken
it's kind
dinner,
of all for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. It absolutely was a case of it was all for nothing for Regnum Carya, and I think that is definitely where it comes to pass. Yet again, another symbol in the... What would you call
Epitaph?
it? The epitaph? Yeah, let's call it the epitaph.
The headstone?
The headstone of chicken dinners. Chicken dinner headstone. That'll be
an
ongoing.
epitaph is in memory of someone who's an epitaph. Okay, it's an epitaph is an inscription on a tombstone, so probably not that.
Probably not that.
Although, no, not quite.
Yeah, the tombstone of fallen teams.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, it's definitely strange.
I'll figure that out.
It's like a plaque.
Obelisk.
Not really. Call it an obelisk either.
A tablet?
I was gonna say tablet, yeah. Sort of like yeah, let's call it a tablet. Large tablet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're working with right now.
The big winning tablet.
Open to suggestions as to what that one should be called. Because I feel a little bit reticent to call it a tombstone. Or a gravestone.
Yeah.
Both of them don't feel great.
No.
But Scarface setting up plenty of gravestones in that game. 6 elims, doing a lot of work, and was res in those final moments fairly crucially for his team. MVP for the game.
Yeah, very good. I mean, 672 damage, 6 elims, very efficient elims as well from Scarface. Really good player, especially strong over here on Erangel as well, where you do need someone who is very accurate at long range, be able to find those pickoffs, which Scarface absolutely is, historically and right now. Eren also with the most damage, so you have the most Elins on one team and the most damage on one team. And Eren also hitting the most grenade scores, so very, very well played to that squad.
Absolutely. Obviously, the squad coming into this season as the ex-Fireflux roster being picked up. I believe that their points do carry over into this season for PMGC when it comes to it. So winning here could be absolutely huge for their potential earnings in those PMGC points. So even if they don't make it via the gauntlet, they still have a chance in the Turkish tables, although that is the most hotly contested spot. You're running against teams like EDA, like Regnum Carya, like IWNRX, Papara SuperMassive, Carya. All of these teams are in this race in a fairly significant way. I left out notably S2G from that race because they are still underperforming a little bit, although they did have a couple of elims that match.
Yeah.
So maybe they still got a little bit of fight in the old dog.
Yeah, I mean, so we got word, by the way. It's a monolith. Monolith of momentous Mick and dinners.
What? Oh dear.
Yeah, probably not that. But momentous monolith of wins.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's a monolith. Right? It's a monolith. It's pretty good. It's quite like here.
I imagine that the big square at the top of it is for the overall tournament winner, right?
Yeah.
To put that in. And then they just display who beat them underneath.
Yeah.
Assuming they get at least one.
Yeah, but they're higher than anyone else. So
that is true. When it comes to the monolith, you do want to be higher up.
If you're higher up, you're cooler.
That is, I've always said that.
Yeah.
That's something I've always said.
I think overall, though, very, very, very, very cool to see. I've been enjoying watching today's games. And again, it's kind of like how I said at the start, where it is very, very different squads than what's expected to win. And it's made up of teams that were broken down and reforged over the mid-season into these really, really wonderful teams. Because I do think that ULF is a very sharp sword that has been formed over time. And I mean, all of those players on that team are players that I've looked at in the past and been like, that's a great player. He needs to be on his own team. That's a great player. He needs to be on his own team. And I think whoever formed that squad did a very good job of scouting. Very, very good job of scouting. So yeah, props to whoever did the scouting for ULF. Did really well. I think you picked a lot of players that I would go out on a limb and be like, yeah, these guys need to be put together on a better squad. And then you could kind of unleash them. So yeah, really, really well played.
I think, yeah, it has been a great pickup. And as I said, like a lot of it was the Fireflux roster, right? That came in before. The big change was Matcap out for Eren. Matcap going over to Ida. And then Eren coming in. And I feel like Eren obviously proving his worth on the damage there. And I assume that's sort of the most prominent person that you're talking about. Actually, him coming from Ida. So it was a little bit of a direct swap between those two players. He definitely had a feeling of someone who had more to give in his roster. And doing that swap, maybe it's going to favor both of them. But at the moment, ULF are in the lead. But Ida aren't doing too bad either.
I have Apocalypse to my right, and of course, Forfirst as well, joining us on the stage. Two people who have an insane amount of experience when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Now, I have a question for both of you. When it comes to strategies, or rather, when it comes to the game, it's not just about strategies, it's about the people. So, can you tell us about the hardest part when it comes to leading such young players in this competition?
İnsan ilişkileri son derece önemli. Stratejiler tabii ki önemli ama insan ilişkileri de çok önemli. Bu gençler duygusal anlamda ne ifade ediyor, onları yönetmek nasıl bir şey diye soru var.
Yani insanız, hepimizin duygusu var.
We
Ve yaşları da
we have a lot of
küçük olduğu için etkilenebiliyorlar. Ama bunu en iyi şekilde hırsa ve oyuna odaklanmaya yardımcı oluyoruz. Biz de onların aynı zamanda bazısının abisi, bazısının kardeşiyiz. Bu şekilde el birliğiyle bir olup bir hedef uğruna o duyguyu iyi yöne çekmeye çalışıyoruz.
Okay. He says we are focused to game first of all, but we are sometimes their older brother, sometimes younger brother. We are connect with them with not a boss, like a humanity. We have also emotional like them, he says.
I like that. Apocalypse, what about you and your team?
Ben de katılıyorum. Ayrıca oyuncuların hırslarını yönetmesi konusunda çok fazla yardımcı oluyoruz.
We are managing their passions, their all the time, not only focus on the game. I'm talking similar things with him.
I like that. The constant communication, the feeling of community between yourselves and your players, just making sure that you guys are always close together and I want to say taking on any hurdles, any challenges together as a team, not just one person on their own. Now, once again, another question for both of you, gentlemen. You've both led Turkish teams to international championships. PMGC for yourself for first and PMGO for yourself earlier this year. So, can you tell me, what does it mean to you personally to bring glory to your country?
İkiniz de Türk takımlarının uluslararası şampiyonlukları taşımış kişilersiniz diyor. Ve kendi ülkenizde bu gururu anlatmak kişisel olarak size ne ifade ediyor? Yani bu ülkenizdeki bu başarıları uluslararası alana taşımak sizde nasıl bir duygu uyandırıyor diyor.
Öncelikle global şampiyonlukta yaşadığım bir duygu olarak inanmayan insanların yapılabilecek bir şey olduğuna inandırmak çok mutluluk verici bir şey. Ve bunları gerekse Regnum'da Apocalypse, PMGO'da yaptı, PMGC'de şampiyonluğum var. Bunları yaptığımızda insanların inancı artıyor, Türk takımlarının. Bu çok gurur verici bir şey, çok mutluluk verici bir şey. Diğer insanlara etkide bulunduğunu hissediyorsun. Yani bu kadar.
When we became the world champion, they are believing to us more than before. If we success on this, everybody believe us. We must following this.
I like that the belief and the trust, of course, from the community after getting such a successful international event. And Apocalypse, what about yourself and for your team?
Bence bir oyuncunun en hırslı olduğu yer zirve ve o zirvede yer almak inanılmaz mutlu verici bir şey. Yani biz de bu hazzı tattık ve devam edeceğiz bu şekilde.
The top things is top. If you get this, we are happy.
I like that. Very, very simple. Now, I'm going to come to you for first with this question. I'm taking you back to Grand Finals, PMGC 2022. Can you tell me at which moment you felt, okay, we're going to win. This title is ours. We're going to be global champions at PUBG Mobile. When was that moment?
Biraz diyor 2025 hakkında konuşalım. Taraflar sadece kupayı görüyor ama perde arkasında neler yaşanıyor? Yani seni 2025'te etkileyen bir an var mıydı? Ne onu bize anlatır mısın? Yani PMGO'da.
PMGC.
2022'den. 2022. En etkili an yani oyun içinde ve ben oyun dışında destek olan ekibim. İzlerken tek bir oyuncu ve sanki birleşiyoruz. Dışarıdayız ama çalıştığımız şeylerin tek tek yapıldığını görünce inanç ve o şampiyonluğun geleceğini anlıyorsunuz zaten. En önemli anlardan biri de o maçlardan biriydi. Yani o ilerleyişi görünce inanıyorsunuz ve hissedebiliyorsunuz bu şampiyonluğun geleceğine.
When my player playing, I'm playing same time. Right? And one more time.
Doğru.
Ne demiştiniz?
Şey dedim, aynı böyle oyun içinde ve oyun dışında aynı hareket ediyormuşuz gibi.
Mikrofona konuşursak.
Tamam. Oyun içi ve oyun dışında aynı hareket ediyormuşuz gibi.
We are moving same in the same game. I'm outside the game, but I'm feeling same with him, with my player.
I like the feelings and emotions, I want to say, are at an all-time high, specifically at that moment. And now when it comes to you, Apocalypse, 2025, earlier on, PMGO, I want to say all the fans, all the people watching at home, they only see the trophies, but I want you to talk to us about one of the most maybe stressful moments that you had during the competition at PMGO, because it was also one of the first times that we had the Smash rule in play as well. So talk to me about that.
Diyor ki sen diyor şu an bizi diyor genç koçlar için bir soru soruyor aslında biraz. Liderlik hakkında öğrendiğin asla unutamayacağın bir şey var mı?
Her maçınızı son maçınızmış gibi oynamak gerekiyor. Gerçekten tek söyleyeceğim bu.
I want to say one thing. Your fight, your game, it doesn't matter first fight or last fight, but you must play your fight like last fight, right?
Fighting for your life, I like it. You always have to put everything on the line. One final question, and this one is for both of you gentlemen. We have a lot of fans, we have a lot of people, and I want to say aspiring coaches watching right now. Is there any advice you'd like to give to coaches who want to enter the space and want to join us on this incredible journey in PUBG Mobile? For first.
Hemen hemen aynı soru.
Gençler için en iyi tavsiye.
Aynı soru. Devam.
Yani gençler için en iyi tavsiye, yani Apokalip'in de dediği gibi ben de bugün çocuklara başlamadan önce dediğim bir şey var. Bireysel hata yapabiliyoruz ama son maçımız gibi dedi Apokalip. Benim de bir sözüm var. Gerçek hayatta gibi oynadığınızda minimum hata yapıyor oyuncularımız. Benim de en büyük tavsiyem bir bu, iki de inanç. Biz koçlar olarak inanmalıyız ki çocuklar, yani oyuncularımız bizden güç almalı, destek almalı. İkincisi de bu diyebilirim.
He says I agree with him, same, but I want to say one more thing. Your game must be last game, but you must believe like real life. If you play this game like real life, you will be able to success, he says.
Putting yourself right in the middle of it, I like it, and kind of just maybe in a way putting yourself in that situation, trying to feel every single moment, trying to feel everything that's around you in the game, outside of the game. But you know what, I like it. Thank you very much for first. Apocalypse, same question.
Başta inanmanız gerekiyor. Burada gerçekten çok genç yetenek var ve şu an mücadele ediyorlar. Bunu da herkes görüyor. İnanmak başarmanın yarısıdır. Gerçekten inanmak lazım.
If you believe one thing, you can success semi. 50%. You can success 50% if you believe.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. All you have to do is believe in yourself, put in the work, and you can make it just like these two legends. If you wouldn't mind, give us a round of applause for these two incredibly talented Turkish coaches who have done it all and reached the highest levels when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Thank you very much. Arkadaşlar 5 sorumuzu cevapladı. They answered 5 questions. Thank you very much. And then onlarla gurur duyuyoruz. Bütün dünyaya bizi taşıdıkları için çok mutluyuz. Başarılar diliyoruz. Eseri son oyunu kazanan ve ikinci olan ekiplerin başındalar. Carya ve ULF. Bir alkış alabilir miyiz arkadaşlar? Teşekkürler. Yayınımız devam edecek. Herhalde analiz masasına atıyoruz. Tankut ve Tony. Gökhan.
All right, let's get back to the action, back to the games, and back to the studio.
There we go, hearing from some of the top performers in that last game there. Of course, unfortunately, Regnum had it a little bit evaporated away from them, though. In those final moments, a little bit of a misstep there, only earning 7 points total for what should have been a fairly convincing winning position, especially after they got that knock in a 4v2. They let it get away from them. Inexcusable, really. they're able to do so much before that as well, right? It's a really, really chunky Elim game for ULF. I believe this is where they lost one of their players, but they're able to keep 3 of themselves alive. S2G waning in their position as well. The conflict over the west side position that was west of Regnum Carya, really important, but look on across all of that side swipe is just so good. The lineup there, the spray down is brilliant. ULF with 27 points on an Erangel as well. This isn't Rondo, guys. This is an Erangel. 17 Elims is nutso. Beşiktaş actually getting 10 points and taking the second place on the rankings there, despite Regnum Carya outlasting them.
Yeah, it's a crazy result from ULF. 17 eliminations, 27 points total. That is a wild amount of points to be getting on Erangel. That's like Rondo level, really, isn't it? Beşiktaş is able to come second after a great game on Rondo. I think that puts them a similar position on the overalls now. And Regnum Carya, you can see there, despite them getting so far in that game, only ending up with 7, tying with Falcons and S2G, who lasted out quite a while. Ida, TMB, XSLAY all ending the game on 0 points. But you can tell we're in the finals right now because we're not getting... It's not until 13th where we're starting to see teams get 0 points earned.
Yeah, teams are really starting to be heads up on getting these small point games, right? I've said it before, on an 18-match set, right, you can try and figure out how to earn 18 more points in one match, right? Or you can try and figure out how to earn 1 more point in 18 matches. The net effect is entirely the same. Maybe you lose out on a few tiebreakers, sure. But it's such an important thing to be able to pick up these small ball games, to be able to just add that floor time and time again. It's the foundation that you build your totals on. ULF right now after that match, rightly sat atop the pack on the top there with 38 points, 25 of which are from eliminations. Beşiktaş just behind them, still towards the top, and Regnum Carya just below that in 3rd.
Yeah, 14th. I mean, it's that they're actually much further ahead than I thought they were going to be. So their first game was fairly decent as well on Rondo, getting 38 points total. Beşiktaş at 29, despite having a pretty good performance there over on Erangel. There's 27 points total, right? So we're looking at 11 points over on Rondo as well. Yeah, I think it's a pretty fantastic result so far from ULF. It has been a long time coming, though. Then again, slightly different team. New synergies, new setups. It looks like they've been doing a lot of practicing over the past few days, past week or so, since we had that knockout stage. So very, very impressive to see.
Good start. Certainly great to get out of the blocks fast. We'll see if they can maintain that pace over 18 matches or 16 more matches as we have already put 2 away. Our back page here features Fenerbahçe at the top, TheNoisyBoys languishing towards the bottom. I don't think that's entirely unexpected. I think that they are certainly a team that people would have questions about coming into this one. I think the same is probably true for XSLAY just above them, and that's not the right logo, but there's definitely questions as to why IW Next Rüya are sat in 14th right now. This is a team that should be doing far better.
Yeah, because they don't look like IW Next Rüya. Well, that's why we're not using the right logo.
That makes sense.
They're struggling. They're struggling a lot at the moment. I think the losing Zedwolf really hurt them as a squad, and they're still reeling from that. Still good enough, though, to make it into the finals, so there is that. I don't think they can be too disappointed in themselves there. They made it through that brutal league stage into the knockouts to get to this point anyway, so let's see what more they can get done. I think for S2G, definitely not the result they were looking for. BRA with 9 elims, that's very characteristic of them. They're a very aggressive team. 0 placing points at all. So yeah, I'm hoping we'll see some different teams start to step up a little bit more here. But it is feeling more and more likely that teams like ULF, Regnum Carya, even the Falcons. I think the Falcons do very well in finals format for some reason. But them, as well as Papara SuperMassive, maybe BRA can pick it up a little bit later, but I still have high hopes for Papara SuperMassive. I'm just hoping that being on a stage like this doesn't affect them too much.
Yeah, absolutely. You certainly can hope that, but it will, in some way, certainly impact them. Hopefully, it won't be too negative, I guess, is the is what you can hope for. Maybe, and some teams do thrive in this live environment, right? They love that pressure that exists in a live stage situation with the audience going wild. If you're doing well, if they're at your back, or if you're pulling off some crazy play, players can absolutely thrive on that, and that energy is a potent little adrenaline boost to some players. But it is a heady tonic, and you need to be careful. You can't allow it to get to you. So we'll have to see if they are able to weather the storm. Of course, there are a lot of experienced stage players on the cards here.
Yeah, because sometimes you can hear the cheering, hear the roar of the crowd, and push you to make a play that maybe you would never have made in the first place because it was too risky. So again, we're definitely hoping some of these teams can kind of tune out that background noise. Let's put it that way. Channel it correctly and push through. But we do have 2 more Erangels coming up. I'm just waiting for the lobby to get set up right now before we head into game. And then after that, we'll be playing the Miramars. Yeah, we've got quite a few players already in.
Yeah, I'm seeing 52 players in this lobby right now. Hopefully the rest of them are going to get in the next 30 seconds because I want to get going. I want to get going on this, moving into this tournament. As we take a look again at our crowd, who are ever adoring of our teams at play here. Keeping track of what's going. Bra, the section filled out for Bra quite nicely, as they have been able to claim a few seats there on the side. I think that's just beyond the Carya section of the audience, who I suppose they both have Wolf logos. So perhaps if their team goes down, maybe they can transfer over to ULF. They are looking opposite directions though, so that's the giveaway.
Not wanting to look at each other. I still don't know what the middle part of that is, but like the spinning. Are they clawing the competition with their eagle claws?
I've no idea. But that's not for me to decide what they want to do for their chants, for their crowd actions. I will never know because they're not going to a global tournament, so I won't be able to ask them.
Yo, okay, that's some hate been thrown out there. I mean, kind of cruel, but true. Yeah, they're toughing it out. They're toughing it out right now. That last game looked a lot cleaner. Again, Solke did so. I don't really know what Solke was doing. Did you see? You saw that bit where he like rolled up in the vehicle,
yeah,
and then just stopped dead, and then got blown up. So is that a distraction play? Like doing some kind of technique?
I'd probably call it a bad decision and bad play. I would think.
Bad decision and bad play at the same time. Damn. Double.
A bad decision to do a bad play. Generally, it always is a bad decision to do a bad play, I would say.
Yeah.
There might be edge
I can agree with that.
I can't think of them right now.
Yeah. Scarface going down kind of led Regnum Carya in.
Well, I mean, you say that, but they actually backed off after that knock, right? After they knew the player up there, or they should have known a player up there was down. And then they backed off and tried to play as 4. I mean, sure, it was final stage and the circle was going to close fully central. Maybe you just want to play downhill, but they allowed a big flex out on the top of that hill, which really speared them from those sidelines. It was pretty nasty. Little cheeky shot of the audience on the stage. They went straight back to us.
Flicking back and forth, keeping you guessing.
That's right.
It could be the game. It could not be the game. Who knows?
Literally no one knows.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the game right now because it's 63 players in the lobby. Still waiting on one. Who that one is, I'll find out.
I'll find you. I'll find you.
He'll get you.
I'll locate you. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, what are you counting to?
So we come back to us. I love they're jumping up and down. The camera goes on. They also jumping. No more jumping to left.
Yeah, sit down now. Come on. You've had your fun. The rest of the crowd behind them still stood up. Showing love for their team. And now it's the turn on the other side of the audience. So we got leading these chants. Carya having a good salutation from their fans. An answer to the S2G outcry.
So mean. Every time the cameras on, they're like, okay, guys, stop.
Oh, we're done now, actually.
The cameras are on us. We do not want any of it. Fair play.
Still on 63 players. And that's the state of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just went for one more. I think it's Silas. Again, Silas is always the last to join the lobby. Yeah.
You think it's a tactic? Be like, make everyone really annoyed.
Yeah, he just makes
So they
everyone wait.
play
He makes them
worse.
furious, and then they're going to play a little bit lackadaisical. You know.
That's right. Yeah, it's like, oh, why aren't we playing already? What's going on? Oh, it's Silas. Oh man, I'm so angry about this. Oh, I'm gonna have to try and forget about it though, because I need to play PUBG Mobile. Oh, I've already died to Silas because he's hot dropped me, and I'm bad now.
Yeah. It's tough. Tough stuff.
It do be being tough out there. Quick shot the trophy straight back to us. Gotta love it. Love it every time.
I think it's a cool stinger they use. It's a cool trophy. You gotta do it now and again.
I need to be able to do that in my real life, like outside. Just be like,
and
then like an
cut to the
object,
trophy.
like quick cut to an object, and then quick cut back to me. That'd be a really cool superpower.
Well, everyone around you just cuts to an object.
Yeah, like
why was I looking at that thing?
Area-based hallucination, close proximity.
Yeah. Or so you're Loki essentially.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'd take that.
I guess about all the other quips. I mean, a mass area hallucination would be a cool superpower.
That's true. Maybe it's more like
That's
Scarlet
what you
Witch.
just suggested.
Maybe that's more like Scarlet Witch, right?
No.
Although, again,
I don't know, because she started like doing
illusions.
some weird stuff.
That is
right?
true. Okay, yeah. That's probably some...
The funny thing is like Scarlet Witch at the start, like, oh, this cool superpowers, and then like later on, oh, red explosions? Question mark.
That's what really gets me about a lot of those things, is where like they
Cool
have like these
origins.
they have all these incredible like powers, and all they end up doing is shooting different colored bolts at each other, and you're just like, come on, man. Like,
I feel like there could have been something good.
yeah, well,
sometimes I have to quickly move you around to show everything everywhere. Thank you, producer. That's fine. Maybe I can get my green screen when you like green screen our faces like onto the stage. That could
Ooh.
work.
Yeah, we could do that.
You would green screen our faces like onto two seats as well, like in the crowd.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is a good idea.
This would all work really well.
Yeah, I think there's no reason we shouldn't do this.
No.
I also can see that there is currently a game that has been loaded into with 64 players in it on an Erangel. I'm hoping that it's esports rule set, and I'm hoping that we're going to be in this game fairly soon. But I said that before, and I was so wrong. So we have no games ready.
Wrong.
That's what I'm going to say.
Well, you don't know that for certain. Okay. That's a bit weird. Okay, they're going to stop coming in. When you know the camera's on, they're going to stop.
Back again.
Oh, they're going for the jump.
There
it is. See?
It's the camera stop.
Every time. The camera stops and they're like, I'm not doing it anymore. They're so uncooperative.
Yeah. And there we go.
Oh, it's back to it.
Hey, we're coming back. You can't get rid of us. We're like a bad rash.
I thought you said ad rash, and I was like, what's an ad rash? It's like advertisers that won't stop. Imagine if they showed the same advert like every 2 minutes on this show.
Okay. I'm imagining
I could do it. The GT30 series. 120 FPS. Ooh. What?
Oh, dear. Oh, we got a game.
Game's ready. We're going in. We're going in.
Hey, look at that.
Into the game. Huge.
We're going to play
huge.
fast. Match number 3 is underway. And we are into Erangel once more. We're going from just west of Severny down towards Milter Power Peninsula, that sort of area, and we will be getting underway fairly soon as our players will start to drop out. That Kameshki split, still possible, maybe a little bit more tricky to execute on, depending on how many vehicles you can find along those roads and get out there fast. So maybe an adjustment there. Military base, much more accessible on this drop in general, so maybe an adjustment that way.
Severny, like you say, down towards Novo. It's a bit more difficult to get down towards the southwest side. Slightly late on that Ferry Pier Primorsk quarry drop. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think this is a fairly reasonable playing path for everyone. No one's too unhappy with how this one's panned out. Anorthosis are going to go for the Kameshki split, by the way, John.
Okay.
The long drop they're going for. They're quite close to Beşiktaş too.
Could be
Similar
dangerous.
vehicles.
Yeah, they are going to have to grab the Severny peripheral vehicles. It looks like they're going to do so successfully. Yeah, full disengage. So maybe Beşiktaş a little bit less mobile than they would have liked. So that could be the upshot of all of this. But they might need to be mobile because the circle goes down south.
I think that's actually perfectly fine. I think most people are pretty happy with how this one's worked out. It's actually a really, really good circle considering the playing path. You can make some very apt decisions. I mean, S2G could head yellows, go Ferry Pier, and then double back over towards the center. I do find some areas here quite difficult to play. There's also some very prominent compounds, but great shots from Spike. That's one down. Looking for another.
Ooh.
It's too easy.
That will
Catch
be
the car, though.
a real nice pickup there. Again, extra vehicle. Picking 2 points this early is really great stuff. Terrible for Beşiktaş, by the way. And Anorthosis Famagusta wanted to put a dent in the lead that Beşiktaş have been able to extend over the rest of the lobby here. You can see ULF still very, very clear of the pack. But of course, it is still early. We've yet to see those averages start to have an impact here. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for that, but it's as good a start as any. Getting 2 points, getting all the vehicles, and getting on the road very, very quickly because it was an early drop. North plane path. This is a very early fight because they could drop out so early from that plane path.
I think that it's sort of a mistake on Beşiktaş's part. There's like a lot of vehicles down towards the south. There's a ton of vehicles in Severny that you can pick up. I think as soon as these doors shoot, I don't think you should have been too bothered about challenging. Anorthosis, you know they're going to try and drop over towards Kameshki. They're not going to be an issue to you for a while. And even if they are, you just give them a vehicle because they're likely just going to rotate around Stalba Kameshki, pick up all the rest of their vehicles, and then you just play on the northern roads. Oh, you have a bit of a weird one. Even weirder is that IWNRX are playing in Zaki.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. It's like, okay, you could have gone to so many different places, but Zaki? I mean, North George, even. I mean, to be fair, XSLAY were dropping there and have now just transitioned to South George, but Zaki? Really? I don't know. IWNRX. Not going to be super helpful for them in terms of getting towards that circle either. They are on the farthest position from it as well. So it's a long road ahead of them and will be layered with treachery, I'm sure. Plenty of teams will be wanting to take those points for themselves. The upside, I think, of Beşiktaş going for that fight is potentially that they get points, right? And that is, certainly if you're fighting in the middle of the pack, a really important factor. So it could have been a decision on that front, but they're at the top of the tables right now. They're in second place. As it stands, they would qualify to the gauntlet. I don't think you can be making that sort of play. Papara SuperMassive, bit of a conflict as Tromby lays a nade into Azel, and it makes it work for the first knock of the fight.
BRA starting slow here. Not good for them. Good nade. Looks on target. Goes too far, though. Now Quantum stuck on the outside in the monster truck. Maybe looks to assault inwards. Player underneath. Good shots from Nico. Very close, but even back. Even better. Immediate switch to the DBS. Quantum is on fire right now. quick with the decisions. Instantly another nade. I respect the thought process. Doesn't pan out though.
Yeah, he tried to get him on the run out there with that nade and the bounce, but Kamikaze staying put, getting a little bit even on board, trying to stay alive for a little bit longer. Quantum now on the outside, slightly more maneuverable, but more exposed to Kamikaze stepping out, and a 1-2 tap done could potentially be dangerous for him. But as it stands, both teams still have 4 players alive. That knock was rezzed over towards Azel, and now Bra are on 4. A little bit split. Papara SuperMassive more condensed, but we'll see if that's going to work out for them.
Lost from Papara. I mean, Quantum really is the issue, right? They can't fully focus over towards the other building because he's still alive. Can provide pressure from that high ground. It's really quite difficult to dislodge him from underneath you without going for that full 1v1. And at this level of play, you never really want to commit to 1v1 because players are very good. But giving a shot like this, stepping out of the smoke slightly, Tron B has been on this angle for a while, being very, very silent. Finally makes himself known.
So, maintaining that pressure. Causing trouble. Zell down. Do need to pick up some sort of response now. Dropping the first aid, really taking no risks. Knows as soon as a tag gets called, Kamikaze could descend at any moment. And the split that Brian acted could come back to bite them because he doesn't have anyone really holding his 6 as it stands. With Fenerbahçe just over the hill from this fight, he needs to be very careful. Steps out and immediately gets put down. That's Quantum almost immediately out of the fight. Simple Domac now pushing Kamikaze away from the window, and the rest of Fenerbahçe lining up for these picks.
I mean, there was only a matter for a team side to make their way out from these trees on the high ground, and that was sort of the only thing protecting Quantum, was the fact that he could freely move on the outside because there was no other team to take shots towards him. So it's a good thing that Kamikaze maintains control on the inside because he was never really at danger versus teams on the out. Falcons, on the other hand, losing feathers a dozen as they go down with 1 elimination in 16th.
And S2G are looking to try and third-party the situation as Ida do manage to keep themselves a little bit, some semblance of being together right now. They did lose Emre, but play on this 3. We'll see what more they can do. Spray down from S2G. We're looking to get stuck in, but re-diverted back to the coastline. And should probably be thinking about how they can traverse laterally along this coastline, but XSLAY are going to make that harder. They're going to start the roll-up and put a lot of pressure on. S2G actually just going to give ground here. I think this is sensible, given how disparately positioned they are right now. You can see they're going to group up down towards the docks.
They know Storm's still inside this building. They're just going to wait him out. It does affect like how they're going to play out the rest of this game, but I think they're already fairly central, so it doesn't matter too much. Circle does move away from over towards that western side on farm. I think most teams are actually not too bothered about this. They don't really want to play around prison and shelter. That is a tough locale on the map to play. School is completely open. You have dip as well as mini dip in play now with this circle. Pachinki Fields also on that western side, which just cut out a little bit of the play zone.
Fenerbahçe. They've been stalking this fight for a while, but they do need to get around it, try and get ahead of it as well, whilst they have the maneuverability available to them. That south side is flexible enough. You can see they have managed to now establish raising forwards, a little bit better positioned for this next circle, and they will be able to guard out this fight. Papara SuperMassive finding Storm on the inside, so able to add another point to the tally. They've only got 2, but they'll be happy for them.
XSLAY down towards the southwest. This is a team that really needs to pick up the pace right now. 5 elims, 5 points total, in fact, sorry. TMB also with 4 elims, 4 points total. Goodness me, man, that's a mistake twice. But yeah, I think the problem with TMB is that what I saw from them in knockouts as well as group stages is just some absolutely hopeful plays where they were just sending it. And I think they had a lot of false positives during their knockout stage in particular, where they would just make these wild moves in the circle, and some teams would just not punish them for it. I think once you get to finals like this, it's the same team every single time. They roughly know your rotational path. They've got it on lock. You are not making those kind of plays anymore. And I think that's what has really caused TMB to suffer.
Yeah, they have not been able to find any inroads into this lobby now, as it gets tighter and tighter. Find what they're looking for. Solke with a nade over, trapped in the shack, but maybe that's exactly where he wants to be. Has got backup now arriving on the sidelines. He's got Ramsey move on up. The rest of S2G maybe also looking to keep the pressure up because the sprays are connecting for him. And XSLAY are sort of boxing themselves into this clifftop peninsula.
I don't really know how they're going to deal with this or why they're dealing with this. I mean, S2G are currently dealing with them. Neo already knocked. I mean, when you play this spot, you need to hold that angle towards the shack anyway. So it seems like S2G don't roll up on you. Already losing Neo is like your front outpost. That's problematic. Circle moving north now too means XSLAY needs to abandon position and get a move on. Regnum Carya, another contender for a strong central spot. But a game they need to convert on.
Definitely. They can't let that opportunity go to waste 2 games in a row. They've just pulled up short in the compound that sits around that area there of the road. Out to the west side of them. It will slope uphill and down to their south as well, where Fenerbahçe sit. Will have sightlines over this way, so it could be danger there. The west side, I think, needs to conclude a little bit more before it's dangerous for them. And it looks like Ida may be the catalyst to fighting in that area, but Beşiktaş are still going. But remember, they only have 2 players in this central position.
Over towards TMB. Again, this is what I'm talking about. It's just these wild rotates. And I do think they go unpunished because people are just so surprised that they're happening in front of them. Mazzaro, slow rollout. And they're like, what is happening here? Why are they all just sending through open ground? And sometimes it just works. It just works.
I mean, yeah, it's miraculous, but that's what they found. S2G. With the one Elim going to be moving in a little bit behind now. TNB managed to get through ahead. ULF want to defend their lead, and they are as well in a pretty solid spot, ready to maybe try and tag on to TNB, but seemingly not able to find these knocks. This is a continuing miraculous development for TNB.
Yeah, I don't know how it's possible, but in fact, I do know how it's possible. It's that teams just don't expect it. They really do not expect it.
That's
horrible position as well.
It's really.
Oh, well,
really
we'll
tough.
see how far they get. I do love it.
I mean, it's the sort of position where it's like they've got to it, but where do they go from there in this spot? Luckily, they're fairly central on the circle, though, which means that they're fairly likely to be on the next zone. But leaving from their position is going to be very, very tricky indeed. So we'll see how far they can go. ULF looking over towards Asgard, eyeing up the prey at the top of Potato Hill. S2G out to the west of ULF as well. They've got to keep an eye on the TheNoisyBoys too, so 3 outlooks, and they do still need to worry about the south side. Still an approach possible from that direction. A very, very under threat position, I think it's safe to say, for ULF. They have a lot of teams who could potentially be looking to rotate through them or deal with them and cause third parties for the teams that do want to crash.
I quite like Asgard and IDNRX's position up until this moment. The circle moves away. Asgard will have prio on the eastern push. IDNRX do have this slight decision they need to make now. It's whether to wrap down towards the south or try and wrap north into open ground and see if they can cut a way into the lobby. Regnum Carya with the most central position available. They absolutely need to convert this. It will be really quite unforgivable if they don't convert this game.
Yeah, it's a second go around where generally you wouldn't expect to see or even deserve that in this scenario, but they've been given it as S2G get taken to task. It's pretty solid dismantling here from Aaron on the flank, from Scarface up the top. ULF have lost a player, but they're up to 5 elims. IWNRX now starting to careen their way on into Asgard up the top as ULF have concluded their fight. Over on Potato Hill, though, is a little bit further to the north of this. It looks like Akali is leading the charge, but unfortunately leads it straight into a nade. And now it's just Kine. All of a sudden, the spray downs are working well, and the nades are landing. Frozen should be rezzed by Kine, but the forward position, not going to be so lucky. Asgard pick up those points happily.
I mean, it's so funny to me. I mean, we check back in. The options were north or south. Okay? Trying to aggress upon Asgard here. Having high ground control. They put all these sidelines down towards this lid. That is a really, really difficult push to make. Yeah, IWNRX is just like, I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah, why not?
To me, confusing.
Still got 2 players. They've still got 1 player. They are going to try and make the most of it. But I don't think they're going to have the best of times. Beşiktaş actually taking shots at, over towards Asgard, and that might help quite a lot in terms of actually allowing Frozen to get forwards. But out the frying pan and into a really bad situation. Frozen gets spotted from a distance, and the TheNoisyBoys are actually going to take a chunk out of his health bar. We receive that one as Asgard now patch themselves back up. They needed 2 reses, get some healing on board. They got the time to do it and move on forwards. Carya now chiming in with a nade over towards Ray Z. Fenerbahçe on their high ground, now starting to have pressure put on them, not only from Carya, but look off in the distance, it's Ida putting pressure in too.
Managed to spread that through. What happened to Malta? You see that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
They just stuck to the ceiling. Yeah, he managed to spread the needle through both the windowsills. It's impressive.
Hey, it's talented players out here. What can I say? Fenerbahçe take a second knock. This is the multi-angle threat that they've sort of found themselves in, and this encirclement has happened fairly quickly around them. ULF struggling to make their way further forward. 6 elims already on the game. So even if they do go down here, they are still very far ahead of everybody else in this lobby. Huge average numbers coming into play. Still got a little bite left in them. Solus ticking away. A nade in from Lewis. Is the first aid going to pop? I think so. No, he goes down. And it is actually CEO to be able to pick up that spray down. So first place is eliminated. Locked in at 44 points after the 3rd match. That is still huge and big.
Yeah, I mean, 44 points. It's very, very good over 3 matches. That was bold. Bold and brazen, but maybe slightly dumb as well. As Beşiktaş will also go down with really nothing in this game to show for. TMB finally falling by the wayside. Circle shifts hard down towards the southwest. Regnum Carya is saving grace as they can clear out a lot of this northeast side. And it will just be teams brawling against one another. Black eyes galore down towards the southwest side. And Regnum Carya will be looking to come out smelling of roses.
Nice on the back line there, trying to keep things going. And actually, it's XSLAY who end up going down. Jetgo managed to get through that. Is crazy. I thought XSLAY had them dead to rights, but goodness me, they were able to get that on the swivel. And now they have the north side. We'll need to push further south, though. The zone has shifted that way. In the meantime, the TheNoisyBoys, I mean, they've managed to transition again. They are on 3 players alive. And for the time being, they're kind of chilling. I mean, they've got IWNRX with a solo to their east. They've got Asgard with 4 up to their north, who are holding their north flank. And Carya, who punches some elims away. They're major danger. But now Anorthosis Famagusta and Jetgo
Take some shots. Jetgo going to try and make this rotate through. Shooting the wrong car there. Takes down one of the ones close. Anorthosis taking damage from all which ways, and Jetgo will finally take them down with the help of Asgard off in the distance. They will drink to them tonight. Carya looks over towards TMB, again, who have somehow made it quite far into this match. Regnum Carya look to sweep on the northeast side. They're sending one player out now to look down towards Papara SuperMassive. Not an easy team to go up against.
No. I feel like this is what Regnum Carya weren't able to and couldn't do in the last match. Is get that scouting on board in this sort of phase, right? Stage 5, Stage 6, where it is very, very necessary. If they're able to keep doing that and get some good flexes, get some third parties potentially on flexes, I think that they could be onto a much better game, but that is so much to put on them right now. And they seem to be, I mean, they retreated that player you talked about going for a scout. A bit reluctant to do that. We'll see what they do here.
Asgard. Again, realistically, you don't have too many options here. You don't want to move down towards that south side. Tons of teams down there will be waiting for you. Much rather clear position over towards the north and be able to sweep round. Start taking shots down towards those teams on the south who are all clumped up. Right now, this is a battle of attrition between both teams of who has more utility, but Jetgo is wasting a lot of it.
I think Asgard have put in quite a bit as well. Fenerbahçe actually couldn't make it off the hilltop either. They do get eliminated. 9th place, 2 elims. Not the sort of result you want to be seeing. Jetgo making their way forwards over to the rest of the teams here. And Regnum Carya do flex out onto the north side, but they get spotted, clocked and decked as they try and make their approach to Jetgo, who have their flanks covered. Should be resible for Regnum Carya, but that will slow this flanking outreach from them. You can see Silas looking to back off. Actually, it's flushed away. Okay, they don't get that res. Asgard still is 4, Jetgo still is 4. I thought they crashed into each other, but no. They diverge, and they force the fight over towards the TheNoisyBoys.
It's black.
Ooh, but they're getting blasted in turn. Asgard taking heavy punishment from these off angles, coming on through from teams like Carya, from teams like Jetgo, who are going to try and backfill them. It's now only Sefcad who remains. And Carya putting them under pressure from a distance to step out as well from inside the shack, and they will be done for. That's Carya with the long-range impact onto that fight. They're up to 9 eliminations now, Blank. 3rd place. They're looking to chase down Beşiktaş.
Really strong game. In the meantime, Regnum Carya lost that one player who got knocked by Jetgo Symphony, who have been really holding very, very well down towards the southwest. They cornered out Asgard, forced them to go for an improbable trade over towards TMB. Yes, they lose one player in the process, but they've got 7 elims off this game, and I think Jetgo just had a huge turn up in performance over towards the end of the knockouts, and coming out in such a surprising fashion too. Well, this is a hiding spot and a half.
It's a little sneaky Mazzara trying to make it work right next to Marso. The rest of Carya not really in a great angle to take this one, but if he steps up, Jetgo may have sightlines over towards him, I think, on this spot. Danger from Papara SuperMassive as well. You can see no reason really to step this one. Not just yet. Wait a little bit longer. Wait a couple more placements as IW Next Rüya do fall as well. Their last player now out.
Jetgo's really good off this game, but I think this is potentially Carya win, unless Mazzara has something to say about it. I mean, at this point, you take the elim point. Surely.
Apparently not. They're waiting. They've been playing this game the whole time, so why not keep it going, you know? Keep it trucking. At some point, surely they hear or see something, but no, he's just gonna play right on the. Oh, Lewis! Oh, I thought he for sure would have spotted him there.
Could have given him away. You'd love to see it from their perspective as well, wouldn't you?
Oh well, there we go. We got Marso on board.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Oh, he's right there. He's literally on your screen, buddy. Where are your fingers? Are they covering him? That's what we can't see, right? Is what are their fingers covering? What are their buttons covering? What is their UI covering when we see that? Or are they just missing it? You can't let that go for too long. Oh, he's definitely...
There's
he's moving.
no
He's
way.
moving on your screen now, Marceau. Please. Please,
There's
Marceau.
no way he doesn't see him there. I mean, this is one quiet boy from the TheNoisyBoys.
There it is.
And finally he strikes.
And immediately flushes it too. That leaves Carya now on 3, which means there are no teams. Well, Papara SuperMassive, sorry, are on 4 players. Immediate retribution over the walls. Mazzaro comes on through. And now just Haiso for the TheNoisyBoys. Gets into the next circle, hits the deck, and hits the dirt. Will not be getting up from there either. Eliminated with their 1 point that they were able to accrue, and the placement as well. Chuck that in. Maybe 2 actually for 6th place. Nade over towards Papara SuperMassive. As they now have to try and fight their way on through, but that is so much easier said than done, as they are right with their backs to the blue, and it is moving, just forcing them into this one.
Yeah, Carya needs to fight hand in hand alongside Ida, as well as Papara SuperMassive. An aggressive trade inside the vehicle. Finds one, dodging the bullets left, right, and center. It's all over the shop. Regnum Carya now taking shots for themselves, but Carya up to 14 elims and plenty more players in the lobby to take down. Good nade over the top, but Rita stays alive.
Not much longer, though. That is going to be another pickup going on through. I think that may not have gone... I don't think that went to Carya, but Poser has gone down in the meantime. Regnum Carya now starting to come alive. Look at the line they've established. They're on the outside. They've got some mobility. Silas still has that buggy under control. They seem to be fairly all right on the health bars as the rest of their competition gets swept aside. Now, can Regnum Carya go the distance? They've got 5 elims this game. Will they be able to add it up to 8 and get 18 points this game? Or are we going to see Carya tie up that 17 elim game we saw before?
We've seen S2G with some very, very good endgame lineups in the past. They also get the circle off the back of this one, so this is going to have to be some clean shooting coming from Carya if they want to end this game well. Regnum Carya could also open up with a decent grenade over towards Carya itself, but they have these vehicles to work with too on the side of Silas. They have info on him now. Saw just the top of his head, but that's enough. I'll do the trick.
They know he's moving down. Silas repositioning that buggy now. Popping the stims. I imagine nades are fairly thin on the ground at this stage, and Silas goes more central. That gives Carya a potential flank out on the east side here that CEO was already trying to work. The blue zone pushing in, though, is potentially going to force CEO to take an unfavorable terrain position, as the rest of Carya are going to have to step forwards as well. Both Lewis and Poser, going to have to find it. CEO does get spotted. That's what I was worried about. Zedwolf on the off angle stayed out. Didn't put forward into the next circle. And Regnum Carya up to 6 elims now.
Yeah, it's a nice lineup from Regnum Carya. All they want to do is not particularly to get shots like that, but they'll take them if they can get them. It's just so they see when Carya is forced out of their cover into open ground. Gets a tag on the nade, but another one's coming back his way. It's fairly close. There's a little bit of tick damage, so now they have good info on him. Should know where Poser is, likely in those bushes. I mean, that's realistically the only place he could be. Yep. I mean, you respect the pre-fire on that. I mean, they've been playing this game a long, long time.
They know every bush. They know every tree. They know every trick in the book. But they were denied it last time around. However, twice in a row, you'd be lucky to see the day that Regnum Carya let that one slip. And they will be able to find a little bit of a resurgence there. And it's good to see that it didn't affect their nerves. They were able to effectively play that late game. Regnum Carya coming out with a chicken dinner. Disappointed for the Carya fans, but they still get a load of points to add to their tally. And I think they may have jumped up to second place, potentially. We'll have to wait and see just exactly how far they were able to go.
When you're looking at that there, it is really nice. You actually see Regnum Carya get another chance at it, just because when you're looking at that game, you want to see Regnum Carya give another chance there, because I think that last game might have gutted their confidence otherwise. if they weren't able to get this round and try and prove themselves all over again. But it's like I said, it's a really nice lineup. They know exactly what they need to do in that moment to get it done. Wait to see where they move out from, spot those angles, clear the obvious places, just like we saw Carya not do against PMB. Yeah, that's obviously a pre-shot over towards that bush, which I like to see as well, because there's no harm in it either.
Yeah, it just makes it look very clean, very nasty as well, pernicious in their approach to it. I thought Zedwolf was maybe an exposed flank for them. Obviously, he stood up, took the shots over towards CEO, and could have been a difference maker there to maybe equalize, but they were just too corralled at that point. Regnum Carya had such dominant control with their line over the circle, and it was just not to be, unfortunately. Loxio, of course, always on the hunt. Otherwise, it could have been a bit of a different story. Yeah, great stuff. As you say, right back on that horse, getting straight back in there for Regnum Carya to boost their morale. And we'll see where that ends them up, because they didn't get, I think they got, 8 limbs, right, at the end of that one, to be able to pick up 18 points on the game. That should see them close towards the top side of the table. Of course, I think they are in contention for the Turkey points bracket as well. That I think they do need to beat ULF to be able to win that one. So I'll have to wait and see. It's definitely all to play for, and all of the league stages and knockout stages count too. So that's all going to come into play as well on the points bracket. But if Regnum Carya can keep this up, hopefully we'll see them in the gauntlet.
Yeah, definitely a big hope for it, but they do worry a little bit sometimes, especially when they are struggling to clean out those. Here is a monolith. Monolith of chicken dinners that will be happening, and then at the top we'll have our crowned champion, and this is all said and done. So congratulations to Regnum Carya for this match.
They are adding that one to our monolith, as we've been instructed it is called. It's a great win for them to be able to pick that one up, and we'll see what more they can do with the day, because we've got one more Erangel to play. We also have then 2 Miramars after that. We'll be chewing through them in no time, you'll see. And heading into our final Erangel, I feel like the team that I want to see a little bit more from is IWNRX, right? They did have some glimmers of hope, I think, during the league stage. Hopefully they can pick up a little bit more. But after game 3, that makes it halfway. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back with 4th game.
Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
You don't feel the same. Wondering when it changed. Did you come to play, my baby?
Well, we've reached the halfway point of day one. We are now gearing up towards match 4. Of course, we saw Regnum Carya taking down a game in that last one where they were denied that opportunity, arguably by their own sword. They were cut down in match number 2, but match number 3, they were able to rise atop again, converting this time with an 8 elimination chicken dinner and getting 18 points. But at the moment, it still seems that ULF are going to be untouchable at the top. Second place, I think, could be up for grabs, though, as Carya put in a shift on the elims. Yeah. Oh, have we got blank?
I was muted. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I unmute and then mute again. It's unfortunate. Anyway, as I say, Carya, very, very good team. I think they're feeding off a lot of the energy of the crowd right now, doing very, very well for themselves. I think, honestly, when it comes to teams like S2G, they're definitely struggling a little bit. But it's not as bad as it looks. Regnum Carya, glad they got themselves a second round again to give it a better go of it. But yeah, I think that Carya could be definitely closer towards that podium at the moment. There's so many teams just doing well out of nowhere as well, which is amusing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it is. I mean, it's always entertaining, right, to see more outside chances coming on through. Carya, again, coming in from the Turkish region, do definitely have an option of potentially winning on points, even if they don't qualify. But as you go further and further down the tables, I feel like they may just be a little bit more bedraggled in terms of what they've been able to do and earn, especially over the previous stages, right? They've been fairly middle of the pack up until now on their performances. They've had some stronger days, some weaker days, but nothing like really, really huge for themselves. But today, they have absolutely changed that track and being able to do a lot of work in their first 3 matches. We'll see if they keep pace with that. I feel like an interesting team to bring up here is Papara SuperMassive, right? Not as steady as maybe we would have liked, right? Like they haven't been able to execute on positions that they've been holding in. They've lost a couple of these team fights where maybe they weren't before. A little bit of a downturn, I think it's safe to say, for Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah, I still think they're surviving quite a while towards that end game, though, which is nice to see. I think that there's definitely an instance where I'm like they're not as dominant as they were, but it's still, I think it's still promising the way they're currently playing. Like I think they're on track for a good game at some point. And I think that's the only thing you can really ask for with Papara SuperMassive, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, they did have the highest point scoring day of any day back in league stage. They got 83 points, and you can see, as we see our MVP here from Carya, Marceau, able to do a lot of damage there and surviving all the way to the end. Very nice stuff. But I mean, obviously, Papara SuperMassive does have it in them to be as bold and brash as any of our teams in the lobby, and in fact, more so. But their first game, I mean, they were able to get 3rd place, right, on Rondo. But then it really wasn't converted in the last 2 games into a solid record. So I'm looking for more from them. And sure, maybe they're about consistent points. And it goes back to what I was saying before about add 1 point per match rather than 18 points in a single match. But you still want a couple of little shining stars in the mix with the rest of it. So take a look at our match stats. Seems pretty Carya themed.
Very much so.
Oh, wait, he's from Asgard. With the grenades.
Wait, was he?
Yeah, it was real.
Okay. Yes. But it was a Carya jersey.
No, it wasn't. They look
similar.
They look very similar, which is what caught me out. But let's take a look at Regnum Carya's stats across the board. You can see very quiet, but they were able to get 8 elims, which is still fairly respectable. But you're looking at Wild, 98 damage. What's going on there? Silas with 250, Loxy with 297. A lot of this, surprise, surprise, is Zedwolf. Look at the shift he's put in there. That's a pretty outstripping performance, I would say.
Yeah, damn good game from Zedwolf. Very, very well done. And this is what they wanted from bringing him in, is that Wild is this incredible player when it comes to those in-game performances. Loxy is very good when it comes to the clutch combat. Silas, great scouter, great IGL. They needed a dedicated damage dealer on the team. And I think Zedwolf fits that role very, very well. I think it's sad to see ToshBig go, but I do think that ToshBig was unreliable at times. I think he's a very, very good player. I think there's just sometimes where he comes into it and he can be unreliable. Be that a case that it was a language barrier, which case Zedwolf has no problem with that whatsoever because they're all speaking the same language now. Or it's just a case that ToshBig sometimes gets a little bit over aggressive. I'm not sure. But it still didn't matter too much because Zedwolf, I think, is a great addition to the team.
Absolutely. I mean, he's definitely doing work for them, and they're probably quite pleased to have him. But again, will it sort of start to gravitate towards play around Zedwolf, which it kind of did back on whatever they were called at the time, the IWNRX roster. It kind of was just play around Zedwolf and facilitate him. Regnum Carya, I mean, for now, seem to be reining that in, as you were talking about earlier in the show. But maybe if he keeps, outperforming, are they going to be maybe not baited, but like lured into that sort of play style that sort of saw the downturn of IWNRX?
Yeah.
It's a danger.
We are just waiting for the next game. We have the lobby set up right now, and it is getting filled up as we ruminate on the previous 3 matches now. Is it 3 matches? We're on the
we've
fourth
had 3
match
matches.
now.
Yeah, because we had Regnum Carya not winning the first Erangel and then winning the second Erangel. We had a Rondo that felt, like a fever dream, all things considered.
It did. 8-hour day at this rate. Goodness me.
Yeah.
I
know.
But I think we'll get through it. We're getting faster and faster each time. So don't you worry, guys. We're going to get those games to you. But I do think that there's some teams I'd like to see more from, in particular BRA. I want to see some more tactical gameplay from them. Right now, it feels a little bit all over the place. Still a very strong team when it comes to those team fights. But yeah, in terms of getting towards that end game, I'm not really seeing the vision. With Regnum Carya, it was very clear what they wanted to do from both their previous games where they got into a good spot. With Beşiktaş, it was very clear what they were trying to do on Rondo. But BRA, I don't see the vision right now.
Yeah, they haven't really proven anything at this stage, and other than that they can get here, right? Which is no mean feat. It has to be said. They have managed to qualify, which is more than can be said for some. 4th place back in the league stages, going into a 1st place at the knockouts. It is all about keeping that message going out and making sure that they are going to have a good time, because it is a little bit lackluster here. Taking a look at the points, you can see it was actually Carya who earned the most out of that game, despite finishing 2nd place with 20 points earned. Regnum Carya getting a delicious 18 for themselves, but actually quite a lot of double-digit scores here for Jetgo and Ida as well.
Yeah, I think for Ida, 12 points total, somewhat surprising. Jetgo is the outlier, and they were outlier on day 3 in knockouts as well. I don't know where they got this energy from, but they have just started blasting in these lobbies, which is so weird. But yeah, Regnum Carya, even though they got the chicken, they did fall behind Carya with 14 elims, 20 points total. Regnum Carya in 2nd place, despite the 1st in the game. But yeah, very little points making its way down to our teams on the 2nd page here, with Anorthosis with 4, dropping down to XSLAY with 0. On 0 points there. I think even Falcons in 13th, only the 1 point, up to 11th with 1 point. Kind of crazy. So a lot of big winners and a lot of big losers that game. But with that, Regnum Carya will sit themselves in 2nd above Beşiktaş, and Carya will tie with them.
All right, okay. I thought it was Carya who might be taking that 2nd place, but Regnum Carya do indeed add enough to their tally. 12 points behind 1st place still, but just ahead of Beşiktaş there. There's still lots of games to go, though, so that will, I'm sure, be changing for the better or worse. Depends on who you're a fan of. Jetgo behind that on 23, Papara SuperMassive on 19. And remember, it's the top 3 teams that will get that gauntlet spot for PMGC. That is what all of our teams are hunting down so desperately. You definitely want to be going towards the gauntlet. It's a much better situation for you at PMGC. There are other ways to qualify. Of course, we talked about PMGC points quite a lot, but that will take you to the group stages, which is a lower chance of making it to the grand finals of the PMGC. So you definitely want to be in the top 3 here as we transition over to our back page.
Yeah, 16th for Anorthosis Famagusta, who don't really even fit on the page there, unfortunately. But not bad at all. I do think this is a team that I expect to end up roundabouts. I think this team deserves to be in a top 8, but could drop down to the top 12, personally. Falcons, Fenerbahçe, and S2G BRA, they shouldn't be here on the 2nd page. I think with their historic data, it's a shame to see them here on that 2nd page. Spike with 1,457 damage. But it is Eren on top, 1638. This guy has always been an absolute killer since the very beginning when he started playing to right now. Kind of an unassuming assassin in the lobby.
Yeah, coming in, making waves on the scene, I think it's safe to say, for Eren. We'll see if he can keep that title up the top for now. He's pretty free and clear of it, 130 points difference there on the damage. And yeah, a brilliant addition to come on in, moving from Ida over and obviously very much bolstering their performance there and going to have a good time of it. We'll see if that can continue. I mean, for ULF, that was... They had their massive game, obviously, where they got so much done. And then even in that last game, they got 6 elims. Quite a few of them were on Eren as well. So that's where he's been able to chunk out all of that damage. a nicely earned little accolade there. As we get our players once again loaded up. We're at 60 players in the lobby, so we're just waiting on 4 of them. Who's slacking? Come on, let's get it done.
It's Regnum, Kai.
Guaranteed. It's always Silas, though.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I'm telling you. Always Silas. Sorry about the delays. We are trying to get things underway as soon as possible. Things are slowly filtering in as time goes on. But we will have Erangel up next. And then we get towards the end of the day on our 2 Miramars over towards the desert once again. Players are leaving.
I'm not happy about that.
And
Wait,
returning?
They come back. We're at 61 now. Whoa, look at that. That's crazy.
Stay?
That's like my fourth favorite number.
61.
Yeah, because it's 64, then 63, then 62, then 61.
Well, 67.
No, because then 64 is a full lobby.
Ah, I see.
And we're one step closer. It gets even more favoriter, as with 62 players in the lobby. It's like they've never done it before, these players. They don't know how to join a lobby. What's going on? 63.
Yeah. I like whatever that chant is. That sounds fun. That's it. That's a very, very fun chant.
It's got good rhythm, good beat, good tempo.
It did, yeah. Bring that back. Bring that rhythm back. Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
dear.
64 players. We're maybe beginning soon.
Why not, though?
Don't say that.
No, okay, that's fair.
Don't be saying that, please. Disgraceful behavior from you.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Who are you thinking next game?
Who am I thinking for the next game?
Who are you looking out for?
I think that we are going to have... Okay. I think we're going to have an outside win. I feel like Beşiktaş was sort of an outside win. They were sort of maybe not quite. I feel like the true outside win would be a TheNoisyBoys win. So I'm going that. Seconded with an Anorthosis win.
Anorthosis win.
That's right.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with a Carya win.
Okay, that's a pretty solid bet. Seconded with...
Yeah.
Who's your second choice?
Seconded with Papara SuperMassive.
Okay. Or to be fair, I think Papara SuperMassive is probably a decent shout here. I think they are due a good performance at some point, right? You'd hope, because they were a team that we talked about a lot at the start of the day, a team that we were expecting to maybe be able to go all the way, maybe take the title even towards the end of this tournament. But right now, they're not living up to their reputation. I think it's safe to say, moving into these finals.
Yeah, I think it is unfortunate. I think that they're just having some pretty decent performances so far, where things aren't too bad. Like they're not going out in a horrific way, are they? Anyway, we do have our 4th game of the day. It is Erangel. We're heading into it right now.
Absolutely. We're getting the plane into the sky, heading in from Pmsl, or just a little bit west of it, over towards just east of Severny on the plane path. And we will see where teams drop out. We have done a little bit of a tour of the plane paths at the moment. I feel like we've seen some quite variable plane paths over these last 3 Erangels, and it's interesting to see that diversity of approach to the match that it will necessitate.
Whoa. Okay.
There we go.
I think this is actually kind of a tough playing path, honestly. It really forces a lot of teams, if you drop out early, into a small area, which is really unfun to play in. And instead, a lot of teams will have to decide between that, South George, North George. We know the boys over on Anorthosis. They're just going to go Kameshki, though. It's decent.
Yeah, for sure, Z's. That's in their cards. That's in their future. A lot of north drops there, though, actually. Potential danger. I think we saw... I mean, Beşiktaş had a little bit of a hot drop situation over on the north side. It seems like that may repeat itself here. As Fenerbahçe are fairly close. Jetgo on the east side of it, and actually Anorthosis leaving one player back to potentially get stuck in with the Beşiktaş fight. And it seems like there's already vehicles claimed, so Default needs to be very careful, but he's managed to find himself something. However, they are on the chase here. Septimus launching the knife from the back seat. It comes to a dead stop, brings the pistol out, pop shots. Nah, you're not connecting. I think Default's away free and clear. Might run into Rookie, though, as the circle goes south.
That's a weird circle to have, actually. Very, very weird circle to have down over towards that eastern side. Encompasses a lot of Sosnovka. Yeah, tough decisions on this one, John. Of where to head to. Either down towards that south side, towards Sosnovka, or trying to play on the North Island. It's kind of an unsure one to begin with. Because this could easily go down towards Sosnovka, so I don't know. I don't know. I think you just have to stay the course here over on the North Island.
I think whilst it could head down to Sosnovka, I would guess that it's still it's as much as it has quite a lot of Sosnovka in it, in terms of where the circle can go, I think it's actually a fairly minimal slice of this. Unfortunately, there's a lot of water in it as well, which kind of skews the situation. But I think we're at least a 60 to 70% chance that it goes up to the Northland right now. So areas to positions like farm could potentially be strong. That approach that I think currently on the south side, I think that's Carya, if I'm not mistaken, trying to move in around that area that lines the south coast. Generally going to be fairly favorable here, and maybe some of the positions a little bit further up north as well.
Yeah, I mean, for Carya lining that area, like you say, around farm, Milta, gives you a ton of options to work with. It's just a question of how fast a lot of these teams on the western side are going to get moving. Smart choice to make that move early, though, knowing that the plane path did deposit a lot of teams over towards Zaki shooting range, Georgia Paul, and that western coast. I don't mind this from Carya, but they will have to make a decision soon, and they can't really afford to wait around too long holding that much area. The best thing they can do, though, is get a lot of information off the back of this, which looks like exactly what ULF's going to go for as well, as they make a quick rotate down towards Milta, as do Regnum Carya.
I mean, that is still an approach path, right? You can hold your horses for a little bit onto that side and see what you're going for, but getting on the road fast has its advantages as well. Ida shots over towards Frozen, who steps out in the open to try and get flush. Oh, one more would have done it, but Rita just too slow. Thought he had it done, but stopped the spray a sliver too early. Out in the field, Emre clamoring for a pickup, but might not get it. Nade over the top here for Carya as Bra try and take the approach. CEO jumping out wide, looks for the spray down on the approach, gives Bra the building, hops into the hovercraft there. Might just be out of there. Free and clear, but there's a lot of damage being poured into the side of this thing. You can see the flames already start to billow from the fans at the back. Bra really lining up, but not quite connects onto CEO. Steps out for the nade and will be shut down finally. Storm picks that one up.
It's a tough fight. Very, very tough fight. Trying to make it work. Carya to drop one player. Now looking to look more. Poser hits the deck. Ida will grab that first blood with Darkin on side, who's been fairly good so far. Poser down. Kiss you. Grabs it, and this is BRA looking a little bit cleaner on the approach as they swung round towards south of Milta. And Storm will be picked up. Fenerbahçe they have a heck of a journey to make from Zaki again.
I mean, it was IWNRX in Zaki last time. This is crazy that we've seen two matches with two Zakis on the drop. From two different teams as well. I think that's notable and weird. And a little bit cringe.
We're having any cringe in my PUBG Mobile.
Exactly. I enjoy a cringe-free PUBG Mobile experience.
That's not part of the recipe.
Exactly. They're coming in, all other cooks, and just ruining the broth.
Right. Trying to take a look, but it's very small on my map feed right now of where players are.
Well, ULF managed to get a pick-off against Papara SuperMassive, actually, towards the center of this one. And it looks like ULF are just out to the west of Milta, closer to the middle of the circle. And they are obviously quite close to Papara SuperMassive, where they get that flush, which is not good news for a Papara SuperMassive potential win.
No, but yeah, guess so. You've had me there.
Or Carya, they've lost 2. Your picks aren't doing so well right now.
No, they're really not doing very well at all, are they? Alas, these things happen. It's a pretty crazy circle. That's what I'm going to blame it on.
Yeah,
no one knows where to go. Everyone's like crunching Milta.
Kind of are. It's a farm fiesta right now.
I mean, Regnum Carya stopped early. For good reason. I think that they want to be as maneuverable as possible come next circle, just in case it does go Sosnovka. I think if you're playing anywhere in between BRA and Regnum Carya, you're going to struggle. I think as much as ULF made the right decision to head down towards this position early, they are somewhat smack bang in the center of quite a lot of teams. So when they move, they're going to be jostling a lot of other teams' arms when they try and get out of there. So I think you're going to have a case where a lot of teams will be spotting them. A lot of teams will be taking shots towards them. It's tough.
It is a real crunch here. That is even tougher though, Blank. We're going south. This is crazy. There's no way that this has just popped a huge south shift and it's going to be all guns blazing. Get to the roads, head on through. That west bridge is looking to start to heat up. The east bridge is already on fire, proverbially, as Brat try and move forwards as fast as possible. Jetgo bringing up the rear. Carya trying to give it a slip around the east side on the water.
And this is what we're talking about for Regnum Carya. Obviously, they didn't send themselves out down towards Milta. They didn't go down towards Heavy Farm. They didn't play the Lighthouse. But now they have an option to move out. Sadly, I don't think that this is the right decision. I think they could have swept Milta, mini Milta, grabbed the vehicle there, and then swung around with the back of it. But this is just going to be such a quick game. A lot of teams are going to be falling by the wayside so fast. Ida's taking shots over towards Asgard as they attempt to get themselves across the bridge.
So many teams moving now. It's all about pace, and teams that have outstripped it are already through. But this is where you find yourself in the quagmire of engagements that you didn't want to be on your doorstep, but you haven't really got a choice but to answer it. Kai nade over towards Rita. He's already low. Needs to get this healing done. Won't connect with the first. Has a second in the pocket. I think he's still got one more as well. No, this was the last, actually. And again, doesn't connect. IWNRX on the hunt here, but they're using up a lot of time. They're going to allow other teams to move past them in this process. You could even see teams all the way up in the northwest, like Regnum Carya, make their way on through if they can get unstuck from their position over on that northwest side. Jinky. Great outs. Looking good for IWNRX.
How is he alive?
And there's still one more to go, unfortunately. As it is turned around, Emre with that UMP doing brutal work.
There goes in. Nasty Molotov.
Oh, no.
Does a ton of damage. Immediately has to hit the first aid kit. That Molotov does stop them from storming up the stairs. They don't have much health to work with. Rita really needs to start hitting those bandages as soon as possible. Nade would have taken him down if he didn't jump out the window in that very moment. The fleet foot will not help him, as Madcap is able to finish him off. Good addition to Ida, in my opinion, replacing Eren. I think Madcap was one of the few things holding Fireflux together. And now playing it over on Ida's side, I think they're going to use him a lot better than Fireflux did.
I mean, it seems like a happy trade, right, between the two rosters, giving Eren for Matt Cap. Both of them seem to be performant.
Yeah, I'd say so. Not a happy... I thought you said it was a happy trade for Fireflux, and I was like, well, no, because Fireflux is now dead.
Well, not Fireflux as in ULF, right? As in terms of the rosters rather than the organization.
Yeah, exactly.
To clarify that. But yeah, it's a happy trade between those two rosters to find them going. We saw what Eren has been able to do for them, right? Over on the damage numbers at the start of this match. ULF, though, now at the back of the queue, and they're going to need a little bit of that Eren magic to try and get themselves on through.
Papara trying to make their way through, but Carya, being the meanies that they are, will hold Nova up. No, I can't believe my two teams that I chose are literally battling each other for the death over on the pier. 2 apiece. Feels almost poetic.
Yeah. Hey, you know who I picked on this one? The TheNoisyBoys. You know where they are right now?
Yeah, I know. Central Seaport. You don't have to remind me. I don't think they're winning the game, though, by the way. Oh, no, they're Observatory right now.
They're Observatory, yeah. They're all the way at the top. They got a pretty good spot.
I still don't think they win.
Okay.
I'm so happy to be wrong, by the way. So happy. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah. My secondary pick was Anorthosis Famagusta, though. And they are currently stuck on this bridge fight. Having a real tough time of it against ULF of all teams. Papara SuperMassive do indeed go down. No points in this match. Not what you want to be seeing. Carya seeming to be only able to claim one of those, though, and it might just be a blue zone drown going out on the outside there. So 2 players remain on that front. Jetgo holding the bridge against the 2 grey rosters. ULF across the road from Anorthosis Famagusta.
I mean, this is such a nasty position for Merciless. Getting out of here alive is so tough. Yeah, the only way it happens is if the bridge is outside the circle. And this is one of the few times where the circle is so unforgiving to players coming in late. You can see here where... because it encompasses just the majority of the bridge going in. Merciless can sit on this beam all he likes.
Watch these nades fly because Jetgo ram into the north flank of ULF. Unfortunately, they will decide that they picked to go on. Catch now. Really no hope of doing too much to stop his teammates getting exploded in that approach. And Jetgo could continue to move through, I mean, fairly effectively, but what will they find? Other than the points, which can be fairly good, but Ketch is going to give him a run for it. Has the PP Bison, unfortunately, doesn't quite connect there. Nearly takes down Freedom in a 2v1 strafe battle. Jetgo are able to keep themselves alive for just a moment longer. The next circle does pop in. In fact, it does go out to the east side here. I feel like Observatory might be really very strong right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. This is such a good spot for the TheNoisyBoys. I think so I completely agree with your assessment that this is a really good spot. And if I was TMB, I'd be like, we're winning this game. The only reason I don't agree with it right now, 100%. I'm not against it 100%. I disagree with it maybe like 70%. It's just because I don't think TMB has like closing power. But you might be right. This might just be one of those positions of the map that's just going to give them the out where everyone else is going to slowly just rot out as this game goes on. And the only ones coming out looking clean are going to be TMB.
Yeah, it might just be that they're going to have plenty of ragtag, scrappy fights in their foothills, I'm sure. The question is how much space can they control, especially with teams starting to move in, like the Falcons on their west flank, who with 4 players alive, got to be fairly convincing on their hold. They do spot Ida. Emery does go down and get flushed as well, so they are taking initiative. And it's good that they're not just sitting 4 up top, right? They are moving players into the foothills. You can see they've got 2 players further down south.
Yeah, I think the only thing about Observatory is you really do need to control that like northeast side of Observatory. Can't let people get up over towards the cliff face and then slowly work their way up towards your 2 players up top. So as this game goes on, if we get another southeast shift, that's when they're going to need to start looking over towards teams like BRA, the remaining players from Carya, S2G. I thought that was a nice nade, actually. Just, it burst too short.
Not quite connecting
That's
there.
so sad. I don't think he was going for him at all.
Oh dear. Wild does take the flak though and will go down. Icy getting fragged away as well. S2G having a tough time across the way, but Regnum Carya moving Zedwolf into position. What can he do? So we see the perch up on high as well for the NoisyBoys. They are now overlooking that northeast position that you were talking about. Potentially going to have a little bit of strength. Regnum Carya, they're giving up. They only have 2 players alive, and they will try and play on that way.
Yeah.
After they disengage.
I mean, for Regnum Carya, even if they get like top 6, I think they'd be super pleased with that. The journey they had to make has been catastrophically bad for them. Yeah, I do think Mini Milter was probably the play, but you commit to the decision as a team, and I can respect that. But it wasn't the best.
Yeah, it's far from ideal. And Regnum Carya do go down in the shadow. Go low, Loxy burnt out of this position by Auron. And will go down. Regnum Carya fall. And the NoisyBoys get one step closer to potentially their first chicken dinner of this tournament, Blank. They haven't been able to find one so far. And like you say, they haven't shown that closing power up until this point. They have had a couple of podium finishes, but they haven't managed to go the distance. This next circle does cut out their high ground a little bit, but they'll still have such impact over to the teams on the north side. As remnantry as they are, themselves they have become, they will still be able to control it. I think Falcons is probably their major danger right now.
Yeah, I actually quite like how Falcons have set themselves up here. Not been the easiest rotate either, by the way. They had to immediately move, and they made the same rotate as Regnum Carya.
Ooh, ammo.
They are just burning through ammo, by the way, up here.
Yeah, great. 30 just dropped over there, or certainly at least dropped over by Hyso, but do manage to get a return on that investment. Lewis does manage to make it to the foothills. Potential to now move up, like you said, start to scale to their high ground. They have definitely been burning the ammo away. They've got 5 elims for it. You see Kenzor a little bit more flush with it, so they can regroup, potentially redistribute a bit, find some of the boxes that they've spotted around the way, see what they can get done. Lewis, bumper first, down a hill. It's a pretty rough time of it, but we'll see what Mazzaro finds on this rotate. They're trying to mirror this.
Yeah, follow up. I mean, for Falcons, ooh, Ralph sees Lewis. This long, lining up that shot, yeah.
I mean, just going to send the bullets into the car. You do need to be careful. Can't expose to your flank. Does need to be able to get around the side here. Lewis has the time to reposition now. His vehicle's smoking, but they've sent Koa in to scout, to Reki with the buggy. Navalo very close by as well, but they don't go all the way over the top here. As the NoisyBoys have sent 3 players now down south. They've only left 1 up top.
Yeah, well played from Lewis, by the way. Immediately tagged on over towards Ralph's position. As soon as the car starts flaming, you reparks it so it's out of the sidelines of Ralph as well, so you can't blow it upon him. Little micro adjustments like that are very, very cool coming through from Lewis. All under insane pressure, by the way. So, very, very impressed by that.
Yeah, being the last player alive for Carya. Defending their 3rd place spot from Beşiktaş, who will be all too happy to take it away from them. Because if you go down now, a placement points adds in. Beşiktaş will be at least drawn and do beat them on the tiebreaker because they have the chicken dinner on side. So, it'll be very important. But I feel like with Koa here, with nades, with TMB launching nades in this way, it's going to be so difficult for Lewis to get anything done. But stranger things that happened, and maybe a nade finds its way through from TMB and lands onto Koa. Oh my goodness me. Narvalo now and Ralph have moved in to get the backup here. Redox trying to hold their flank as Asgard marauding around on the north side, looking to try and join in the scrap. But Lewis is so hardy in this position, but it's moving too far in the open. Surely one connects here. Falcons looking to try and step up. Tag 1, tag 2, and that's what they were looking for. Now Valor can now move in, but will the TheNoisyBoys try and stop it? The circle has actually moved back up towards the north side.
Yeah, they made it look so difficult to take down Lewis there, and they burnt through so many of their nades, of their supplies. Bit of a weird play there from Boram. A gimme for Falcons. Bit of reset on supplies. 2 nades as well, you'll take it.
I thought that Koa might be a goner there as well. I mean, Lewis moved out of his position. He was worried about the nades finally landing on top of him, but I feel like Falcons may have overinvested. Not had any left. A big nade comes through from Melaz, from Anorthosis Famagusta, but there's a trade from Asgard. That's a third-party pickup as their forward position is starting to chime in on these fights. So a 1-for-1 trade, but S2G had nothing to do with it, really.
Okay. Ooh, he's just going to leave it. Let it happen. MCG's going down. Surely. Can he get a massive nade in? Down the backside. Now they know. Or at least they should.
They were throwing a lot of their own nades, so maybe they didn't see that one, but they'll know now, definitely. That's what they were looking for, and immediately there's the response. The TheNoisyBoys have taken a knock finally, and we'll see if the Falcons can try and take control of that area as Asgard continue to move in on this north side against Anorthosis Famagusta, who have 3 players now left standing. They have for a while. They managed to escape the bridge. Calamity, which has been taking its toll on lots of players. Now they're on 3. They have to cross the road. The momentum needs to be from their side. In the meantime, Falcons, they're flanking out west.
Yeah, the thing with the Falcons, right, and it's so weird to me to watch, is that in terms of tactical prowess, in terms of rotations, in terms of deep understanding of the game, probably one of the best in the world. I think, honestly, what holds this team back a lot of times is just raw mechanical skill, which is kind of rough to say because they lose a lot of the 1v1s in terms of actual dueling. They lose a lot of team fights. Yeah, I don't know how he's making this work, but he is.
He got so close, finally put back though, and Asgard stay up as 4. The res onto Real should be fairly inactive. He's right there. Spike not flushed out just yet, but the blue zone is upon them. All the while, the TheNoisyBoys have been continuing to keep things together, and the Falcons start to lose players. The only team now with 4 players alive is the TheNoisyBoys. 6 elims found, and they're starting to open up the cannons every which way as the Falcons falling faster and faster here. They start to plummet. They try and move out to the west, but they overexpose, and they are paying the price.
Mozaro. Some shots. Asgard Real underneath. TheNoisyBoys doing some good damage. ISO fairly accurate. 8 elims right now for Falcons. A good shot over towards Kenzor from TMB. I mean, honestly, this has been a pretty damn good game from Falcons. From where they've come from on the map, it has not been easy.
I think their flex out is the only questionable part of that game so far. They potentially looking to try and third party onto Asgard position when they were fighting across the road. Really just got punished there by, I think it was Ida had a big say in that, and TMB actually struggling to get the res. They are more concerned with Braut on their northern side. Which, you know, fair enough. Maybe they can't overinvest here. And of course, remember their ammo supplies will be fairly low. I don't think they've had too many crates nearby. And their supplies are running bare.
Take a little look at the map, how this is going. I mean, this is coming down to the road in between. PRA eventually will be exposed. That's a nasty Molotov to be sending down his knee. Enzo will be brought back up again. I think there's a player resing him as we speak.
There he is.
I think TMB should be the first to face on this next circle. If he goes central. they could get blessed and go southeast, and that would really help them close this game out.
A lot of big elimination counts here in the final 5 teams. Bucking that trend, only 2 so far. But Asgard have 11 already. Falcons up to 8. TMB with 6. This is pretty brutal. I mean, Eda with 6 as well. It's really, really nasty stuff from these teams. They've been plugging away. Pmsl caught on the flank. No way he's getting back up. That should be it. And with that final nade from the Falcons actually picking up the point, Eda fall as well. We've got 4 teams remaining. And all eyes go across the valley right now. The 2 counterposing 4-player teams on high ground each side, and it goes away from Asgard. They have to make the move.
It might just be a TMB win. Honestly.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I think you might have called it here, John. I think you might have done a masterclass in circle prediction.
Absolutely. Before I even saw the game.
Well
It's
played to
incredible.
you. I know,
It's very,
very
you
well
know,
played to you.
My analysis methods, very, very sound.
There's a mystique. An absolute mystique. Should be taking shots there, though. Curious
think
that they're
that might
not.
be
I mean,
ammo.
they have nades. They do have a lot of nades to work with. Damn.
I mean, yeah, they've been using all their bullets. They've been absolutely blasting that approach. Okay, maybe it is just a TNB win now. Force everyone to fight in the cauldron beneath you.
Yeah.
And, see what sort of potions you can brew up, because that was a big nade bombardment. They've been shooting everyone blank. That's from Falcons getting a lot of those points there as well, coming on through to assist. But yeah, they've been using their weapons, rifles out. Pmsl with 3 bullets in the M4 now. All they had was nades, but to be fair, that's sometimes all you need.
Okay, so the play here is that Asgard and Falcons do not fight one another. Unfortunately, they did not get the memo. And the only way they won the only way that TMB loses this now is if Asgard and Falcons work together from the underneath. Alvalo's just he's just going for it.
One.
Oh, I really felt it. I really felt it there. But well played, TFP, John. You genius.
I know. Who could have called it? The answer is me. TNB able to take down a chicken dinner with a massive game on a south shift. The eliminations maybe not quite massive, but still very, very strong. That south shift that really, really forced teams into a tough spot. They were able to just pick people apart. The bones were completely dry by the time that TNB were done with it. From that observatory position, they held their position nicely. The vulnerability on the northeast side was controlled, curtailed, and the teams that tried to approach from there were the ragtag teams of your predictions, Mike.
Yeah, it really was on the eastern side. No, it's a cool game. I think Asgard wins that if it goes even center. If it went center, that Asgard 100% wins that. I think TMB's lucky that it goes southeast, but I was not expecting the salvo and the accuracy of those grenades coming out from TMB in the end game, because I think that's one of the few times where I have actually felt that is a few noisy boys on side. So well played, very, very well played, and they get themselves some good points of it, which means that they drag themselves out the bottom side of the table. For how long, we'll wait and see. But you'd hope that the Sosnovka team would win a Sosnovka circle, and they do. So you can only be proud of them for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely good stuff. And it wasn't like they were being super quiet either, right? As their name would indicate. They were able to get a decent chunk of elims. I'm not sure exactly how many towards the end there. I think it was maybe up towards 10. So a 20-point game, I mean, at this stage of the tournament is brilliant, right? Like, you're very, very happy with that. They came into this game with 7 points. So jumping up to around the 27-point mark, that's like middle to high front page right now. And so, you know, you're going to be very, very happy with this. Of course, they still do have 14 matches left to play, though. So that is the little temperance on all of that.
Yeah, there's quite a few more games to throw out before we fully close things down here over at Pmsl EU. Which will be in a couple of days. But for now, TMB needs to keep that type of performance up. But the question is, how long can they do that for? I'm not sure. Overall, though, some very cool rotations. I love that from Falcons. do love Falcons in terms of their performance. Here's our monolith once again, and we'll be placing another one of our medals into it. We'll call it a medal. Adding to the monolith in terms of chicken dinners. Each one of those medals is worth $250 to the team. Is nice. But yeah, I think Falcons struggle mechanically, but in terms of their actual performance, in terms of their tactical decision making, I think that they're one of the better squads. Even just looking at Ralph there, I think Ralph, again, has great decision making, understands where teams are coming from, understands how to play it out. And then you look at that play between him and Lewis, it's very clear that Lewis is just cleaner on that approach than he is. And I think tactical approaches and capability can take you really far. And it certainly did last season as well in spring. They won it all off the back of it. Obviously, they still have to be pretty damn good mechanically, which they are, but I do think they get outclassed by some teams.
Yeah, well, everybody at this stage of the tournament, at this stage of the international circuit, is mechanically good, right? Like there's a little bit of perspective in there that when you're comparing them against some of the best in the world at what they do, of course, some are going to pale in comparison. But yeah, you're right that they are currently just getting pipped to the post far too frequently for their liking. MVP from that game, Mazzaro. 5 elims, 863 damage coming on through, but it was Narvalo with the nades to actually do the most damage. And actually, we haven't seen too many threes on this scorecard, so good job to Narvalo.
Yeah, no, you just send them out left, right, and center. Very, very well played to him. Mazzaro, though, 863 damage there coming through from TMB. We've stuck with this guy for a long, long time. I'm glad he's still giving it his all over in competitive PUBG Mobile. I remember him back on Beast. I thought it was a long, long time ago. But here is the team statistics. A lot of damage done, as you would expect from an observatory position that early on in the game.
There we go. There's the winners there taking the glory from the top of the mountain. 863 damage on Mazzaro, but plenty of work being done across the board. And staying as 4 right until the very end. I mean, that I think is what's most impressive in this scenario. I think that the lack of presence of a strong team on the east side really did affect things. And maybe if Bra had tried to push up into their foothills a little bit earlier, things could have changed, right? But as it stood, Bra couldn't move up because Asgard had oversight after concluding their fight on the north edge. And so maybe if Bra had gone earlier, this could be different and they wouldn't have had 4. Maybe a different result would have ensued. But the nades, just too strong. When you get close by to teams that have been shooting all game, they want to pull those pins. They want to get those explosions going.
I love that we were like, they're out of ammo. And then we forgot to check him backpack. And him backpack full of grenades.
That's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I guess I'm enjoying so far what we're seeing. It's a lot of different teams stepping up, a lot of different teams having some decent performances, which is always really, really cool to see, especially in the finals where everyone's just giving it their absolute all. I think we've seen teams that have really struggled throughout the group stage and the knockout stages get to this point and they're like, we can put all that pressure, all that stress behind us now and just give it as much power as we can. Give it as much energy as we can and put our whole soul into it, which is what you're definitely seeing from teams like Jetgo. That team, last day of knockout stage, blew my mind, and they're still blowing my mind now. I thought this was a team that was just down and out. Not the case. Not the case.
No, they were trying to keep things going, of course, keep that morale, that spirits high as time goes on. But it's a difficult road to tread on this one, and I think that when you have teams sort of blasting out early as well against you, it does make it all the harder. But you've got to keep your eye on the prize and think first place. You know, it's just about keeping up a little bit over that 10-point average. That's where we're expecting first place to be around, and anything further than that is all gravy. But we're going to head to the stage for a little bit. We'll see you guys in a few with Miramar coming up next.
Var, hediye zamanı. Çark dönsün mü arkadaşlar? Voigt'un süper tişörtleri var. Gerçekten giymek için sabırsızlandığım tişörtler. Sizde de olacak birazdan. 3 arkadaşımıza burada bir çark yapacağız. Ve arkasından da hediyeleri dağıtacağız. Ve bunun dışında sizi penguenimizle tanıştırmak istiyorum. Ona bir merhaba diyelim. El sallayalım şöyle bir. Bir alkış alalım. Ve yeni update'imizde penguenin olacağının da müjdesini şimdiden vermiş olalım.
Yes, that's right. We're joined by the Penguin, who is going to be available in the next update for PUBG Mobile. And of course, a lovely shout out to Void, one of our sponsors here for Pmsl EU Grand Finals. And I would love to introduce one of our co-streamers as well, because we're going to be doing 3 spins. 3 spins, and then we're going to be giving away a couple of shirts and some socks as well. So, where is our lovely co-streamer, Mr. Amigo? Because we got some spins to do. Amigo, I need you here right now. For a minute. I believe he's on his way.
Amigo geliyor. Amigo geliyor.
Come on, Amigo.
Amigo'ya
Let's
bir
go.
alkış alıyoruz.
We're dragging him away from his stream for now, for just 2 minutes.
Amigo hoş geldin. Hemen açıyoruz.
Tekrar hoş buldum. Selamlar arkadaşlar. Nasıl geçeyim abi?
Oradasın. Hemen sana bir zaten çark çevirttireceğiz.
Tamam. Kusura bakma reis.
Amigo, bir oyun kazandırız.
Evet.
Bir harita zaferi
Güzel
var.
bir win aldık. 17 skorlu, 27 puanlı. Gayet kıyak. Eğleniyoruz abi. Her şey çok güzel. Çok iyi gidiyoruz. Nazar değmesin. Bütün takımlarımıza da, Türk takımlarında ekstra başarılar diliyorum arkadaşlar.
We said we took a game. We are very happy. Turkish teams going well around the world. He is very happy about it.
Oh, he should be. I mean, look, when it comes to ULF, it was a rocky road qualifying to the finals, but now, here, live in front of the crowd in Istanbul, it's a whole different team. It feels like a whole different team. And right now, they're holding on to first place. But you know what? We'll leave the analytical talk for the analysts. Right now, we gotta have some fun, and we have a wheel to spin. So, Amigo, if you don't mind, step this side and
Thank
then
you.
spin.
Hey,
Actually, wait,
Amigo.
first of all, you have to pick who's winning the prize.
Okay, I will check. Bir dakika beyler. Dur oğlum dur, sakin ol lan.
You, what do you want? Prize. T-shirt? Okay, so our contestant has chosen to win a T-shirt. So, if you wouldn't mind, Amigo, spin
Okay.
and let's see if he wins it.
Ne istersin kardeşim? Ayarlıyorum. Hemen
Come on. Oh, it's close.
Şu-
Stop.
oğlum çok iyi yaptım ama.
No one saw that. Stop it. Yeah! Would you look at that?
Adamsın. Kardeşim benim Cansın.
Everyone's winning a T-shirt today. Amigo?
Yep.
I will give the prize. Amigo, pick another
Çok
contestant.
Thank you so much.
Şimdi arkadaşlar, Amigo'ya teşekkür ediyoruz. Sağ olsun, var olsun. Ve şimdi de penguen çeviriyor. Ama önce birini seçmemiz lazım. Kimi seçelim? Bir dakika. Bir
Bende
dakika.
değil, bende değil. Ben mi seçeyim abi?
Bir arkadaşımız seçecek. Seçebilirsin.
Tamam. Yeah. This Okay, that's one. Yeah.
Okay, we have chosen the youngest PUBG Mobile fan in the arena with us. What would you like him to win? T-shirt, hat, chanta? Okay,
Chanta.
well, chanta for the youngest PUBG
Okay.
Mobile fan. Can
Okay.
we have a bag? Amigo,
Çanta for you.
let's see if you can make it happen. I mean,
Davut en
wait.
genç arkadaşımızı buldu. PUBG Mobile'ın en genç fanını buldu. Ona şu anda ekranlara geliyordur mutlaka.
they have to win.
Ona
They
hediye
have to win the
edecek.
chanta.
Geldi. Arkadaşlar, öncelikle yüksek bir penguen alkışı alıyoruz. Aksi takdirde çarkı durduracağız. 1, 2, 3. Şimdi. Ama bak, Sağlam bir alkış istiyorum. 1, 2, 3. Yeterli mi?
Adamsınız lan.
Yeterli diyor, tamam.
Okay.
Kaykaycı seti çıktı. Skateboard set.
That is the skateboard set that is available in the game. Now, we didn't pick a winner, did we?
Yeah,
We did.
We did.
We did? Who?
We didn't.
We didn't. Okay.
Sabahtan...
With the jacket?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oğlum sen
You.
de hediye beğenmiyorsun.
Okay, so I guess we'll get in touch with you and we'll get you your reward as soon as possible. Now, we also have a couple of t-shirts to give away from our lovely sponsor, Void. I'll allow Bilgehan to speak with you as I show the lovely merch.
I have an idea. Let's fast.
Okay.
Running like a...
I'm just
Ben
gonna run
Johnson.
around and I'm gonna give bags, okay? 1 second.
Arkadaşlar hızlanıyoruz. Çok hızlı tişört dağıtımımız olacak. Arkadaşlar elimde görmüş olduğunuz Void tişörtler birazdan herkesin olacak. Nereye gidiyor Davut? Şimdi arkadaşlar bakın. Şimdi arkadaşlar
Kardeşim.
Berke'den, yönetmenimden rica ediyorum. Beni bir gösterebilir mi? Şu anda gösteriyor, evet. Şimdi bakın. Bu tişört gün
Faster than
boyunca
this?
hediye olarak sizlere gelmeye devam ediyor. Yine Voigt'un bir çorabı yine sizlerle birlikte oluyor. Bu çantaları dağıtıyor Davut. İçinde ne var diye merak edenler. İşte gördüğünüz gibi Voigt'un tişörtü ve çok kaliteli bir çorabı var. Bu paket elimde kalmış. Görüşürüz arkadaşlar, kendinize iyi bakın diyormuşum. Evet,
He was gonna take it for himself.
burada bir arkadaşımıza verdik. Şimdi başka var mı? Dağıtıldı zaten. Bu çorabı arkadaşımıza vereyim. Bu tişörtü de sana vereyim. Öylelikle tamamlanmış olsun.
Havada kaptı tişört abi.
Arkadaşlar, tişörtün kalitesini hissedebiliyorsunuz değil mi? Teşekkürler.
Teşekkür ederim. Thank you very much, everyone. Don't forget, we have more prizes every single day. But I think we have some games to go back to. I think we should. I think we should go back to the action. We got two more games to go, and both Miramars.
Evet, heyecanı şimdi analiz masasına taşıyoruz. Analiz masasında kim var? Yargıç Tony var. Kim var? Tankut Hoca var.
There we go.
There is no
Once
game
again.
here, sadly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not yet. Chill out.
Not yet.
guys.
Yeah.
What, you want
Um,
PUBG Mobile or a PUBG Mobile tournament?
Not yet. Okay. All right. Chill. Let's go back to the game. Oh, we have that kind of power? No.
Yeah, I'm listening to that.
We could give out prizes. Just buy it. I'm good at
Yeah.
that.
Well, yeah. That's true. It's the wheel giving out the prizes, actually. And as we all know, there's no outside influence on that.
This is me looking at the lobby and then back to the camera.
I see our observer trying to type in the lobby code. What? It's all 9s? That's crazy.
I could do something so funny right now.
What? I don't know what.
I could do the funniest thing.
What could you? Okay, I don't know what you're talking
I'm not
about,
going to do
but
it though.
I believe you.
That would
I
be
believe
crazy.
you.
It's
Oh,
like
dear.
doxing the room key.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Are they not on a? Is this not on a private? Keep getting out.
Yeah,
But still,
probably gonna struggle.
probably best not. I'll give you a clue. There are some numbers in it.
It starts with an R. That's all I can tell you. I tell you no more.
With
There's
6 R's, in fact, just like the hashtag carry.
18 more letters to guess.
Yeah, something like that. Here's the match rate. Oh, from the last match that happened before. Yeah, okay. That's TMB able to get 21 points from that one. Falcons with 18, though, and Asgard with 17. Big point-scoring games all round.
Yeah, pretty juicy triple double digits. Triple double digits? Yeah, that's good. And then dropping out to Ida with 9. It's a long day, John.
Yeah. Certainly is. But we're getting there. We've got 2 more maps left to go, and we will be all too pleased to bring them to you. 9 points for Ida. You could see the bottom side of these tables, the back page, starting to extend that 1 boundary up towards S2G in 9th place, and ULF only getting 3, showing that they have somewhat slowed down. A bit of an opening potentially for teams to try and jump on up and join them towards the top of the table. So they got 11 elims, which puts them at 28 on this game. With Carya only getting 1, that puts them 2 points behind Carya on the day for the TheNoisyBoys.
Yeah, sick. Actually sick. 28 points there, 7th place. Damn. Not really changed too much the top side of the lobby. Asgard up to 2nd place, 34 points. Pretty good.
How did Carya have a chicken dinner and only 8 ranking score? That doesn't seem right. I don't think they've got a chicken dinner.
I don't think they have a chicken dinner, no.
Well, there we go.
There's a little screenshot of that.
Yeah, that's not correct.
Carya
have not
relevant people.
Yeah, they've Carya do not have a chicken dinner there, which you can tell also by the fact that they are beneath Beşiktaş on the tiebreaker, which if they did have a chicken dinner, they would be above it because they both have 30 points. Falcons also up onto 4th place. Regnum Carya in 3rd, just a little bit ahead. So nice stuff for Falcons, especially to get back into that bracket. And at the end of day 2, that's exactly where you want to be, right? Is in that top 4, top 5 sort of zone to be in with a chance of potentially going out your mind on Rondo and getting a smash victory on round 2.
Oh, actually, that is a point we've not talked about, and a great point from you, John. Once again, you're pointing out control right now. Getting yourself to that plus 10 mark, very easy on Rondo, huh?
Yeah, that's what I talked about. That I think back on like day 1, right at the start during the opener with Sandstorm. Yeah, like Rondo in general does really impact your point scoring ability. And when's the most important time to score like a whole bunch of points at once? Well, it's the start of day 3, right? To try and get up into that bracket. And Rondo has a huge impact.
Well, that just mean 100% you're just making it. You're probably just gonna make it off Rondo. You'd have to like put the pedal to the metal a little bit.
You don't have to win.
You just have to get some 10 points. 11 points? 10 points.
Well, if you're 10 points if you're I don't know. You should double check that as to whether or not you need to be at or over the threshold. But either way, it's definitely much more impactful. That's what I was saying earlier today. Is I think across the world, we're going to see more smash victories because of Rondo's impact here. As long as it sits at the start of the day, that is. I think that it'll be pretty.
It'll be
interesting on that front. It'll be pretty
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. I think you're right. I think you're so right. Anyway, we'll be getting into Miramar soon, so we're having a change of pace. We love a change of pace here. Sorry.
Oh dear. He went into the game's on the screen mode. Just that was a.
I did. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I apologize. But yeah, we're just getting ready. Miramar.
We're at 57 points on 57 points, 57 players.
Amazing place. It's Miramar.
That's right. Over to the desert. That's so good. What are you? Oh dear. Wow. I think It's a communal.
Communal.
I don't think I deserve to finish that sentence, to be honest.
Yeah,
That's-
okay. It's reasonable. I think that's acceptable.
That's on me. Yeah. Staying hydrated. That's always good. Very cool.
Yeah.
Actually,
Actually,
making sure
oil.
that you got quick hydration check for you guys at home. Posture check. Sit up straight. No shrimping. Can't be shrimping.
Yeah,
Can't be shrimping on the business.
Yeah, I've not done my stretches, honestly, dude. I'm sorry. I did do them
That's
between
all
the break either. It's not great.
Yeah, to be fair, we were watching the wheel spin, and that's very important.
We were all and the penguin. Can't forget about the penguin.
I feel like that. I wonder how much a costume like that costs to make. I feel like quite a lot of money. You know?
It's dependent on the place as well, isn't it? Really, you know.
Yeah. It depends where you are in the world, sure. But like,
It's what a lot for
there's a lot
us
of
could
structure to
mean.
that.
Could mean not that much for others. No, wealth
way
is
around.
relative.
Is that true? Might be. I think it is. Yeah, I'd buy that.
Yeah, maybe that should be the name of my new book.
Wealth is relative.
Wealth is relative.
What would
It's
it be
just
about?
I think it'd just be about coming to terms with, like, you know, happiness.
Well, I mean, maybe the end moral could be wealth is relative. No, wealth is your relatives. It's all about family.
Yeah,
And that sounds really bad, doesn't it? That's too corny.
it does. Like,
Yeah.
you have wealth in relations. Chapter
Okay.
1.
Chapter 1. Okay, we got chapter 1 out of the way. Now for the other 27 chapters.
Wealth in activities. Chapter 2.
Wealth in... No, I've got nothing. That's...
Yeah, I'd love to speak to chat, but I think we're delay. We're on delay.
Yeah, it is not possible, unfortunately. Currently 63
Well,
players
we'd
in
be
the
like,
lobby, though.
You get a reply in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Whatever you type right now, I may or may not read in 15 minutes' time.
And I may or may not reply to it. But we'll wait and see. 64!
Yeah.
64
Oh,
players.
it's
64
go time.
players. It's go
Get it done.
time. Game's coming. Oh my goodness me. Crazy stuff.
Oh, dear. This is...
Oh, 63 players.
Oh,
Oh,
no, we
dear.
lost one. This is terrible. Right. Well, so far today, I feel like we've had a lot of teams, a lot of ups and downs, and it has...
Wow. Incredible analysis.
I was going to talk about specific ones.
Okay.
I'll come back to
I'm
this.
waiting.
Okay. I feel like I don't want to now. But like...
I'm sorry, I apologize.
think that
I apologize.
Obviously, the NoisyBoys have had that massive
Some teams
focus,
have done
right,
well.
with that
Some
last
teams
game.
have done bad.
I do want to talk about ULF though a little bit, right? We saw their influencer on the stage there, spinning the wheel, making sure that the wheel landed where it was supposed to. But in general, their start of their day, obviously incredible, right? They came out absolutely swinging, nobody standing up to them.
Yeah,
But then the
windmiller.
last two games, they've really petered off, and it's slightly worrying to have that sort of a downturn, because often the team that leads out really fast sometimes gets hounded down and chomped through a little bit.
No. I don't think. Do you think it's bad? Do you think it's bad?
I mean, it is bad.
Really?
It's a bad time.
I don't think it's a bad thing, because I think you can't expect a team to do well all the time. I think the performance we've seen from ULF have been unlike TMB's performances, a performance singular, where they've kind of been gifted the win a little bit. I think ULF have worked for both wins. I think that them having a slight downtrend, not the end of the world, as long as they bring it back. I think we do not have enough data yet.
Yeah, I mean, 4 games is always a little bit difficult to draw too many conclusions on. But
Yeah.
hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit bigger of a sample size. And of course, when you're playing 18 matches, 4 matches is a significant chunk of those, right? So you can't be letting things slip, things slide too early on, certainly. It's not ideal. But when you have these big games, right, when you have nearly 30-point games, that is going to give you a little bit of a buffer to play with. And we talk about first place generally being just a little bit above that 10-point average, right? And if they're able to maintain that, I think they're already clear of that metric already at the top. They should be a little bit happier with it, so we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so
maintain
too.
Morale.
I'm so sorry. I was looking at the map,
which has now loaded into Miramar, which is understandable because we do like watching PUBG Mobile. We're heading on into the desert for the first time here at the finals, live from Istanbul. All our players are ready. Well, I certainly hope they are, as we are going to be getting underway fairly shortly with our first experience over on the desert map.
so excited. So excited for this. This is going to be one of the games of all time. Look at that. See the back of the plane there, John?
Oh, yeah.
Insane.
Incredible.
You know what happens to the back of the plane?
Follows the front of the plane.
That's where the players come out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What type of plane this is?
A big one.
You're damn right it is.
Oh, dear. And also, if the back of your plane isn't following the front of your plane, you have big problems. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. It's probably preceding a crash of some kind.
Yeah, someone's having a bad day that day. Campo Militar down towards Valdemar on the plane path, cutting straight through the middle.
I mean, this is like actually one of the nicest plane paths you can get on Miramar, in my opinion.
It's pretty, I mean, it's accessible to pretty much all of these rotational paths here. Potential hot drop though in El Zahar. Could be getting a little bit messy. IWNRX, and I think that's Anorthosis Famagusta. No, is it the TheNoisyBoys dropping in El Zahar, both currently separated from one another, west and east. But could be a little bit more dangerous once they picked up a couple of weapons.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to be hands-on right now.
Ooh.
Okay, I was going to say it's nice to be hands-on right now with Miramar. To take a look at how these teams operate on this map. Unfortunately, throwing a bit of a curveball down towards the south side of the map here, down by Minas del Sur. I would be delighted to see a Partona finish. I've not seen one in quite some time, and I am desperate for a map treat.
So that would be quite spectacular. I mean, nothing quite beats the Global Finals final match to decide the winner of the entire tournament over on the East Miramar Islands, right? Going for a swim. But we are to be denied such an honor this time around. First of all, it's not the last match of the tournament. Second of all, we're not going there. Circle's got nothing to do with it. The TheNoisyBoys on the pickup and the escape from El Zahar. Looks like they'll be fairly chill with it. Okay, just full disengage. And to be fair, with this circle, heading on down to Impala, getting ahead of the curve on the rotate, probably a good idea. Maybe Puerto Paraiso.
Yeah, I think getting teams down there relatively shortly is a good thing. I mean, Impala and Puerto Paraiso generally very much wanted as positions on the map early on. There's just no one's going there either. I think in terms of loot, you can wrap down past Partona over towards Via de Mar. I don't think that that's a bad rotate to make whatsoever. So this kind of confuses me that no one really wants to pick up on that. Falcons though in Alfonso. I think most drop spots are now locked in. Good initial shots over towards BRA, and they split it. They split it like a banana. BRA is out of there. Call him Brenana.
They scatter like cockroaches there after the spray down. There's no way they're picking Storm back up. They were like, oh, we made a mistake. See ya, Storm. You get to chill for the rest of the game. Because you ain't playing it. You get flushed. Or is he? Right now. Yeah, no, he definitely is. Just a matter of time here. Kishu does have angle here, though. With Mellow moving in. It's going to make it difficult. Spike, though, spotted and sprayed down. That was pretty brutal from Kishu there. Able to nail the retribution.
Yeah, I mean, deserved though. They absolutely stepped on their territory. You gotta shoot that wheel out, mate. It'll be tough to drive otherwise. Unless it's a quick getaway type of dealio. In which case, get yourself going as soon as possible.
Regnum Carya getting gone as well. They're moving fast. You can see they've already managed to get a decent bit of loot on board. I mean, level 2 armor vests, some meds, some stims. Only the one nade. And the pump action shotgun. Not necessarily what you want to end up with. It's still, I mean, very powerful. We see a lot of players using it these days, but still want that rifle. We'll see what else he's got in the back pocket, though, because we see one for the time being. Jetgo also needing to make their way on in. A little bit less more pressingly, though, because they are over in the Ladriera Hills on the southwest side.
This just feels like things like XSLAY just seem to force themselves into areas of the map where they can just kind of tuck themselves away for a while. It's not a winning strategy, is it, John?
No, it's a 5-point in 4 matches strategy.
Yeah, the 1.2 average is not. It's just not happening.
No, they've
1.25. Sorry, I apologize. I got the decimal wrong.
Yeah, because we're on 5 matches. It's confusing. Technically, at the moment, if they died right now, they would have 1.2.
1.2.
No, they'd have 1 point average. No, because they have 5.
Oh, you've really hurt me.
Yeah, if they got another point, if they died with 1 point, then they'd have 1.25. No, it's 1.2 average. Anyway, it's completely irrelevant. Just maths checking you. They are still. Yeah, you're right. They're in a pretty solid central spot here. If it doesn't go to the Bartona Islands, I feel like they are in control of a lot of territory here. The difficulty, of course, is just keeping that under control. You could see how much oversight they have over the area, but they have to play it quite split. And the terrain doesn't necessarily make it the easiest to regroup either onto each other's locations should they need backup. And a lot of teams are going to be putting their focus on the Pmsl Hills.
Yeah, I think Pmsl in terms of like actually getting in there is really awkward. But I think most teams are already took themselves down towards Minas del Sur, Partona. So you do have a lot of this opportunity to get through now. I think Falcons is going to be one of the last teams to get in fairly unobstructed into the circle. They're rotating on the western side. They're playing western coast down towards Valle de Mar. If you're watching any of the knockout stages, you'll know that the Falcons so far have had the most unbelievable look on Miramar.
That's hopefully something they'll want to play into their favor, but of course, you can't always rely on it. XSLAY do take a shot over towards S2G. Looks like they will get that flush as well. There's other teams starting to make their way in now. We have got the TheNoisyBoys on Partona. I mean, moving to the military island worked out for them last time. Moving to the South Island this time on Partona. Is it going to happen again? Another player from S2G spotted. Playing XSLAY this time. Are we going to see another ascendancy blank from the bottom of the tables towards the top side? Because the TheNoisyBoys trod the path first. Will XSLAY follow in their wake?
I hope not.
Me too.
I really hope not. I don't think that it's I just don't think it's the strat. This also definitely isn't the strat.
It's certainly
making
annoying for S2G.
So much noise. And unnecessary noise at that. From 249 found. 75 bullets in it. You're right, S2G. It's thoroughly peeved by this situation. Damn it. No Partona.
No.
But it's still a horrible circle.
Yeah, Falcons in a really good
Which
spot.
I'm okay with.
Yeah, as long as
I
our
like it.
players are being punished by the circle, it's all good.
I enjoy the circle. Sometimes.
Yeah, well, let's see what the Noisy Boys are going to be able to do here, because they are in Partona. They committed early on. There are still bridge access points, of course, over to the west side, but those are going to get very, very heavily guarded. So I wonder where they're going to opt to go. I mean, they could wait out this set of rotations, wait for teams to get in ahead and try and cross the Partona bridge, but looks like no, they're going to break out west. One of the teams that's going to sit over the bridge crossing, Anorthosis Famagusta, going to take up residence fairly central on the circle. Asgard with a big crash down. Oh my goodness, they're sending a waterfall of vehicles over on through. The one player on the back trying to hold it up for Papara SuperMassive. Can't quite weather it. Real Short is down, and so is Archon, but Mars still has a little bit of life left in him. Papara SuperMassive losing one, wanting to hold on to the longhouse, but there's a third party coming in blank. It's Anorthosis Famagusta, but they're being spotted by ULF.
This is an insane fight between them. Papara SuperMassive do hold on. That's not before they take Nico out the hands of Papara SuperMassive in the meanwhile. This is the RRQ building. A lot of teams really want it. I think that was interesting. Some may even say courageous of him to a fault to move out the building like that. It's a very visible area of the map. I mean, the longhouse provides you cover because it is inside. Once you go on the outside, you are in fact outside.
That is the property that tends to exist with inside and outside of places. But Anorthosis Famagusta want to be on the inside. Unfortunately, there's already somebody in residence. Ragnazard now with the challenge against Papara SuperMassive. Can't win on the first trade. Trades over to the UMP. Tries to fall back, but cut through. And that will be a pickup for Papara SuperMassive.
Hello, Carya.
They now got two players, and Carya are rocking up from the southeast rotate. ULF disengaged from the oversight, but maybe still want to get involved with this one. Certainly plenty of points to farm.
I will consider myself wrong if ULF do not put up at least some points this game. Considering I told you that their performance was not a massive downtrend. It's just regular part of PUBG Mobile. I think 50 points over 4 games is very, very good, in my opinion.
But
yeah,
it
they
was
have
also
to...
like 46 points, or 44 points, I think, over 2 games before. So
Yeah, exactly. But it's hard to get 10 points out without those big outlier games. This is... He's just M249ing them.
there's 3 players down. Kamikaze on the inside with 3 already at his feet. Lost is there for the backup as well. And Kara fall to 2 players on the inside. A disaster for them as they take a tumble with no elimination points and up to 9 for Papara SuperMassive. Now ULF is circling. Maybe there's another team that wants to give it a go.
I mean, it's in the name of the gun, right? They had 2 elims, then they had 4. Suddenly now they have 9. It's the M249 play. I can't believe he just pressed down on the phone and just let that bad boy rip.
Oh my goodness.
It's the equivalent of the M1 play. I love it.
That is incredible scenes right there. There's no way that Kara should be letting something like that go. It's going to be very disappointing for their fans, I'm sure. And now they're stepping out, they're getting bold with it, but need to temper your aggression a little bit more here. Kamikaze's down to ULF, being able to find that knock. Actually make their way in past this fight, play towards the south coast, because the circle did shrink further west on this one.
So mad that never works for me in my games.
I know. Why don't people walk into my bullets?
Yeah, why can't I place down a smoke and then just spray randomly, haphazardly, and then take down 3 of the best players in the world on a team?
Oh, man.
Very frustrating.
Don't you hate it when that happens? When you're 3 of the best players in the world on a team and you just walk into smoke and you die? Bad.
Bad. Very bad.
Unhappy.
And he stuck the car. Yeah, I'd be pretty upset about that as well. Anyway, I think Papara SuperMassive, even if they go down now, technically, big success.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a team get up to 9 eliminations at like 11 minutes into a match.
Sometimes we haven't seen elims at this point.
Yeah.
You know, like, let alone so many in the early stages. Unstuck in the vehicle there. Solus has to slam it into reverse, and there's Ulf actually. No, hang on a minute. That's not Ulf taking shots at themselves. That's up in the hills. I think that's Ida, right? Taking shots down towards the south.
Could not tell you. I think it's BRA. Do you know how I know that?
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, I looked at the old elimination feed.
That makes sense. We are on board with Ida now, though. They're on the northeast flank and have managed to push out of Pmsl, which is a success in itself. I mean, given that you got teams surrounding them,
yeah,
could have been a difficult approach, but they managed to do so with all 4 players.
So, interestingly enough, we haven't really talked too much about the circle, but life got a lot easier for a lot of teams. It no longer wanted to switch between the southern island and north. Instead, moves up towards that north side around Via del Mar, Minas del Valle. So I think this is a totally sound position to play for a lot of teams. It's definitely not ideal. I don't think a lot of teams feel comfortable here, but I think they feel more comfortable now they're not having to stretch their attention across 2 land masses.
Yeah, I'll tell you this is good for as well, XSLAY. You said you didn't want it to happen, but they're not even falling for the bait of holding on the inside of that compound. They're playing on the hill to the east of it, up in their position. They've also got that outpost down to the south. I question how viable that regroup is from that south position. I feel like a 2-2 might be better. But they're getting the info for it, and at the moment, no one's challenging.
Stop predicting the bad teams and then being right.
I mean, look.
It's not cool.
I didn't predict them. I just said, wouldn't it be wild if? I'll claim it if they win that I did predict them. But for now...
I know you will. I know you will.
Yes, I will. Oh, a little bit of glory for me. Yes, don't mind if I do. Very tasty.
I'll eat that up.
Num num num num.
Oh, we're 16 minutes in. We're actually quite a hefty way into this one. We're past halfway on the game now. And this is not the most comfortable of areas. Not much buildings. Very much out in the... Well, about as luscious as Miramar gets. I think it's quite a beautiful portion of Miramar, this area.
It's pretty enjoyable. And you do get a lot of these defilades, which are really the characteristic of Miramar, right? It's instead of all of that grass cover, you get those crumpled up, wrinkled ridges on these hilltops that give you a little bit more hard terrain cover. But on the flip side, do sort of funnel nades quite effectively over towards whatever position you're in. So the pinpoint accuracy that's needed on somewhere like Erangel or, well, mostly on Erangel, isn't necessarily as necessary here on Miramar. But with the upside of that, you get cover from bullets a little bit more effectively. So tends to be what we see teams playing around. Ida jousting back and forth with IW and RX, but not drawing first blood on it just yet. The nades, the opening salvo.
And there it goes. Wow, okay. Not the nade that did it. But a good shot regardless. I think it was assisted by Carly gets tapped in the brain. Have to back off. Yeah, need a medical kit for that one. Gotta hurt. I don't think you need a med kit for that though. It's like it's totally overkill. It's like a MRI for a iron filing splinter.
I mean, that'd be terrible. If you got iron filings in your body and you go into an MRI.
It's just the one iron filing.
Yeah, but it'd be sucked out by the huge magnets spinning around you at high speeds.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd tear through your body. That'd be a bad time.
That's what I'm saying. It's overkill. I mean, this is not shrapnel, John. It's not like Iron Man.
Okay.
It's more like in your little finger.
I feel like IWNRX wished that they had a little bit of shrapnel to cover the bullets finding their way over and in. Maybe a couple of ricochets got to save them all of that pain, but they have now been trimmed down fairly significantly here over on this east side. But Bra not having a huge outpost over to deal with their final remnants. See what more they can do, but they do fall fully.
I do have a burning question.
What's the burning question?
Why did no one think to defeat Iron Man using an MRI?
You know what? I'm going to go with portability.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, it's a good thing Magneto never came into conflict with Iron Man.
Lee, yeah, absolutely.
Like,
take him down like that.
That's like his direct counter. It's like Wolverine. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like Wolverine's like, I'm going to get Magneto. Same stuff.
But base Wolverine, not direct counter.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, like the
Feral
old
Wolverine.
original skin Wolverine.
Yeah. Classic Wolverine on the skin.
Yeah, a classic. Yeah,
That's what they call it for sure. ULF trying to make their way on in as well from this south edge. Pushing in towards decent job at getting some headway going and dropping one towards the rear to guard their flank there. Starfish pops out. With 3 elims already, they're up to 50 points.
I do really like this meta shift where you see someone with a hovercraft, you all just blast it. And it's been happening more and more. I saw it in CSA as well. Max was pointing it out to me. I completely agree because it is something that's happening more and more often now. Even EU there. But you see a hovercraft, you know it's going to be a pain in the bottom later on. Do you know what you do? You nip it in the bud. You just take tons of shots at it. You blow it up really early. Now what are you going to do? You have a useless bit of equipment there in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the downside to that is the expenditure of ammunition, right? That's the flip side of that trade-off. But a lot of teams, they'll be able to source more ammunition. They won't be able to source dealing with a late-game cover, right? It's quite so easily, which makes it generally quite a valuable trade-off. If you expect to be in the late game, that is.
Yeah, I think so. And I think for Falcons, they'd like to be.
It would be good. I mean, generally, that's the goal, right? Get into the late game, win the games, have a good time. Papara SuperMassive going down earlier with 9. Of course, didn't need to get into the late game. Oh. Well,
I don't think he even realized what was happening. He was like,
stared down his doom.
Yeah, I was going to say, he like accepted his fate. I was, in my head, I'm like, oh, it's his teammate just driving to pick him up. And because he was so nonchalant about it. It's like, well, I guess this is my time.
Oh, that was crazy. Wow. All right, then. Transition down, and that turns out that south point was pretty valuable for XSLAY, as they do recon down there. Going to be playing down a little bit closer towards that valley, right? Because you've got those 2 hills now that sit either side, overlooking the compound that Regnum Carya sit in, a little bit more open there, and a little bit more closed off the buildings that XSLAY hold on the west, the 2 central compound positions. Everyone else going to be scrapping for the hills, Blank.
As much as they can. The awkward one where, you know, a southern shift or a northern shift can really change the dynamic of the game. Beşiktaş, Septimus running for his life there. Desperately not wanting to be left behind. Great shots from Ketch. Even better shots from Narvalo on the drive-by.
As well chiming in. And all trying to turn this one around, but Narvalo does go down, and it's crushed by Soldiers. Koa on the roll-up, though, with the hop-out, and Redox with the assist. What is going on? The TheNoisyBoys just have the slowest roll-up of the Falcons. Falcons flying in. Will have an answer to it. Is the TheNoisyBoys able to take Redox down? Falcons just... I mean, sure. Why not? They're out.
Yeah, it looked pretty good. I'm not going to lie. They did like some kind of portable turret method of Redox. Shit out the side of the car. I think it took ULF by surprise. It certainly took S2G by surprise as well, as they just rocked up, blasting. Yeah, a ton of shots going off around the map as a lot of these sideline teams do get cleaned out. 4-man squads include Fenerbahçe, XSLAY, Regnum, Carya, and Beşiktaş at the moment.
XSLAY for too much longer. They've just taken a knock. Depending on where, they might be able to pick that up. As another team goes down, it's the TheNoisyBoys who've been eliminated with the 3 elims they found, and we're now into placement point territory, which will start to add up. Fenerbahçe want to clear out this north side, but Beşiktaş have other ideas. Unfortunately, they don't have many other ideas because you can see how crunched in they are. If they go too far forwards, S2G can take shots at them across the way. If they don't go far enough forwards, they're going to be forced to fight with Fenerbahçe on the hill. It looks like Baran wants to get stuck in up there.
Absolutely, he does. Nades get sent across. I'm in the wrong place right now, though. Fenerbahçe actually looking to crest around the side of this barn. Rest of Beşiktaş come in for the backup. 4 players still up. 6 elims right now for BRA, but Kiss You dreadfully low. And the nades are being primed. Trying to clear out the spaces on the corner angles to allow their descent.
And Fenerbahçe still keeping themselves tight. 4 players alive. He's backing off the angle. They're coming a mile off. Reads it like a book. And Beşiktaş don't get value up here. Like perhaps they thought they would, but they do get a little bit of territory because Fenerbahçe has given ground. However, that's not going to help much as the circle shifts down south edge. It's a rough approach, I think, for all of these teams on the north. Where do you go? Such a tough time.
Boran. Nade through, gets Lux finally. I feel like Lux knew that one was coming, and honestly, I think there he just overstays his welcome. Circle moves away from absolutely everybody. But Regnum Carya, again, on for another 0 current elimination game.
Or XSLAY on for a 2 elimination current game. On the west side, I mean, their buildings are still just about in the circle, and they're holding out all these teams to the north. I feel like we're going to see a heads up between Regnum Carya and XSLAY, or if Regnum Carya go down, whoever takes that.
Yeah, I'd agree so. Very difficult to get off this high ground on both sides. And it is cool how it's like turned into proper Cowboys duel. Regnum Carya and XSLAY at 2 opposite ends after taking their 10 paces. In the midst of the valley as well, John. In the desert.
They're having a real rough time in the sand right now. The buildings are covered. Once that gets into nade range, a little bit more achievable for Beşiktaş. Fenerbahçe as well being diminished to 1 on this north side. Going to be able to put up a lot less of a fight. And I think Beşiktaş is going to be the major challenge here for XSLAY on their west side. At the moment, no one really posturing for this east edge. No one really in a position to do so either. So very likely to be safe as S2G take their final breath in this match. 3 players alive for ULF. And they are pretty deadly, even as 3.
I mean, 7 elims. Pretty good game, all things considered, from a rather tough position. Zed Wolf finding 1. Before the roll down can come through. Darking goes down off the back of it. And Loxy scouts out. Immediately sees a player. He is locked in. You can see him passing by the information immediately. Looking to scout out the other side. Just heads up towards the top. Good shots as Razy will take down Falconist. Look how low Razy is, but Zed Wolf will happily pick himself of elimination. Looks to explode the vehicle in the process. Not happening. Rookie with the Abacan over towards Lation from XSLAY as they attempt to make their way out from that building early on. Wrap down towards the south. Razy, time is limited as Solus will pick that one up, leading up to 8 eliminations on the game.
Oh, ULF are back, and you were right on that front. They definitely haven't let it get to them. And with an opener towards XSLAY, has been picked up, but that does give them ground to move slightly further forwards. We're into stage 8 as the circle closes. Regnum Carya moving out. 3 players alive. They did lose one a little bit earlier. Silas went down. Now they're under threat from Ulf. I feel like XSLAY maybe want to let Beşiktaş take the brunt of the focus right now. It's a big nade up towards Solus. Loxy lands 1, has 2 more in the pocket. Maybe look for the flush, maybe look for a second.
Oh my God. Yeah, this buggy is holding on for the time being, but I don't know if that metal's gonna fold or hold. Nade over the top from Wild goes long, pretty good. Going towards them. XSLAY's in a really good spot to win this whole thing.
I mean, Regnum Carya with 2 on the inside of the circle right now, and it does close dead center here. It's going to be a tough time. That's a bold hop up into the truck there. Another shot over towards Beşiktaş, and they finally get rid of their flank, but the time is running out. And now, with Neon knocked, Eren picks that up, but there's an instant trade from Yekta over towards Eren. But all the while, Regnum Carya sit in the middle. They have the central spot. They have this ridgeline to play around. Can they convert?
Pretty nice nade there from Regnum Carya, actually getting the airburst on that top side. Catch is ever so low. XSLAY makes their way up. Good shots, but Wild going down there is a really big deal for Regnum Carya. Catch could even step up here. Knows one player did get knocked. Looks to put the pressure on. Allows XSLAY to start moving up. Instantaneous nades and smokes. But Catch is not letting this one go freely. In the meantime, XSLAY looking to make the flank.
Oh, huge pickup for Catch. Does go down to Loxy, but now with 1 player to beat, it's XSLAY over the mountains. They hold the middle and blank. I do not believe it. From the bottom of the tables to the top, the second half of this day delivers redemption.
You're a genius, John.
I don't know what to say. Oh, it's crazy. I sure can pick
my
them.
days. I mean, XSLAY do. Well, I don't know. In my opinion, it felt like there was a lot of insane fighting going on. A lot of sweating on opposite ends of the map. And then XSLAY kind of walked up. But really well played to Catch. I think the real fight there was between Ulf, Regnum Carya, as well as Fenerbahçe and Beşiktaş. XSLAY kind of sat back and watched. As was their right from their position, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they held their position quite well, right? They had that split. They moved down to it when they thought it was the right choice, and it turned out to be. Obviously, that's a bit of hindsight coming into play there on that call. But I mean, you can't fault them for doing what they did. They got into the Pmsl Hills early. They held a decent split around the compound. The police are coming, apparently. Goodness me. I don't know if you can hear the sirens in the background.
I can, yeah.
They held the East Hill rather than holding in the compound. They kept a decent split for info gathering. Could have maybe been punished earlier, sure, but they made all the right calls at all the right time. And I think that you can't fault them on that front. It did help that the circle went right into the middle of that valley, though, because they were the only team that really wasn't under too much pressure in that spot.
Yeah, I think for XSLAY, as soon as those smokes go through from Regnum Carya, although they were used primarily to try and get Wild back up into action, it absolutely cut off sidelines. I mean, it's a double-edged sword there. Either they got the players back up, but Catch makes the absolute correct move, which is to pressure over the top side, leaving only 1 player there off their own. It's nice to see that, the boys worked pretty well without Silas. Zed Wolf, Loxy, and Wild all playing hand in hand, which is cool to see. And XSLAY will be able to pin themselves on the monolith.
Nice stuff. Matching in with the textures there and having a good time. Adding the 5th chicken dinner. It is guaranteed that we will have a team having at least one team having 2 chicken dinners on that monolith, right? Otherwise, because we have more than 16 matches to play and we only have 16 teams, it's guaranteed that we'll see at least 1 duplicate on that monolith. And we'll have to wait for that for just a bit longer, though, because we've had 2 of our teams that started the day at the bottom slingshot themselves all the way up these tables. It has been quite an interesting second half of this first day. These last 2 matches have kind of turned things on their head a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think the last 2 matches were pretty crazy in terms of TMB getting a win, XSLAY now getting a win, but there's still very familiar names getting high placings. I think that's what we should be looking at. I think, although that end game was really fun, fantastic. Definitely have to talk about that 9-piece coming through from the boys on Papara SuperMassive. Did not see that one coming so early as well.
I mean, yeah, they had a couple of teams just crashing into their position, right? I think it was 3 teams that they took the fight with overall. And they just came out on top time and time again. What can you say? The biggest drop, obviously, getting the 2v4 was pretty impeccable. You can see these final moments here, and it is mostly up to Ketch getting this one done. As soon as it's Loxy versus even 3 players on XSLAY, I mean, he's good, but he's maybe not that good. For Bravo, they topped the MVP tables with Kissu getting over 1,000 damage there and 5 elims to cap it all off.
1,000 damage. Nuts coming through from BRA. So I've expected it to be a Papara SuperMassive player, honestly, but not meant to be. Not meant to be. Still a great game from Kissu. 5 elims, 1 assist, 24 minutes survival time. Really putting in the work here for BRA.
Just take a look at the match stats here. You can see Eren actually did the most damage in that game. Coming in and again, putting the numbers up on the board. That damage title is something he really wants to walk away with, it seems. And Lost actually getting the highest elim count there, which is interesting that our MVP features on neither of those 2 stats. And in fact, I think on none of this front board, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, that doesn't really make sense.
I mean, the other stats won't be able to back it up. Maybe Eren didn't get that many elims or didn't last as long. You know, that sort of thing will have had an impact. So across the board, those stats were better.
I'll just accept it as the truth.
That's true. Very true.
Thank you.
There we go with the chicken dinner stats. You can see actually fairly quiet, as you probably would have gleaned from watching that match, right? They held fairly passively. They were an outward force rather than someone who was getting stuck in and involved on the inside. And that reflects in the damage numbers, right? Nobody over 400 damage and 2-1 elims across the board. So fairly quiet, but very respectable on the win there for XSLAY.
Yeah, I think overall, everyone working hand in hand, in tandem. It's good stuff. It's not a ridiculously massive game from them, but it's just well done, right? It's well done. Pretty easy across the board. I think down towards that western side in the valley, yeah, they weren't getting too involved in fights, but they grasped the opportunity where they could.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's all about, and getting that done. I mean, ULF definitely grasp those opportunities wherever they can. It seems like they are very, very confident in the fight. I think that they are potentially one of the most confident teams in a fight, sort of no matter where you put them. Sure, they've had their dips, having a little bit of a lull in the middle of the day, but they came back here. They were able to do a lot. Catch, even to that final moment, was like, well, I'm just going for it. I'm going to see what happens. And did do a huge amount of damage and potentially decided the match that way.
Yeah. I think actually Regnum Carya did have a good chance at hitting the chicken dinner there. But I do exactly like you say, I think without Catch, maybe they are able to make it happen. But with Catch, it's absolutely ruined their chances. But he got a good strong performance out of it as well. So you can't really be too disappointed in him.
Yeah, I think it's actually mostly going to be to do with how many nades were on side for XSLAY in that moment, right? If they had a couple nades, then I think Regnum Carya's hold on that ridgeline would have been really, really difficult if Catch had been dealt with fast. But if they didn't have any nades, then Regnum Carya just keep them away, and there's no way that they can make it to the middle, because it was zone 9, it was closing dead center, and Regnum Carya had full control there. It's a little bit dicey, but I think that's the way it would have gone. So definitely a 3-horse race right at the end.
Overall, I think that I've been most impressed with Regnum Carya today. I mean, it has been sloppy in some places, but they have just been consistently pushing through a lot of these really tough end games. And I think they're coming into their own style slowly but surely, which is much more tactical, but with some explosive performances towards that end game. A lot of times they're getting towards that 24-minute mark with 0 eliminations, yet ending like this with 8. So that's cool to see. So they end the game with 14 points. ULF puts a not too shabby at all. 13 on the board, and somehow Papara SuperMassive with 0 placement points make it into 4th.
Hey, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. You have a team step up, you get 3 elims for free around a door frame, and you get 9 points on the match, and that's brilliant for them. We said we wanted to see a little bit more. Maybe not in that fashion. We did enjoy it, though, and that's what they were able to deliver on. We'll see as well. Actually, a fairly low boundary for where the ones start. In 13th place was IWNRX. As we take a look at our overalls, of course, ULF posting those numbers pushes them up to 60, which is a great record, especially for a day one performance. That is going to be nice and tidy. Even if they go down with 0 points, they put in a massive shift here in the first day. And with 0 points, I mean in this final game of today. That's 10-point average over 6 matches. So they've done a lot of work. Everybody else hot on their heels, looking to try and chase them down, although there is a fairly big gap. XSLAY jumping up to 12th place. So not quite the ascendancy we saw from the TheNoisyBoys, but still respectable.
Yeah, getting yourself out of the 16th position is good, but I think more notably, Fenerbahçe, S2G, IW Next Rüya, 14th, 15th, 16th. What kind of weirdo planet are we living in right now where that's the case?
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty crazy. I think that at this point, ending the day in last place is a bit of a death knell for if you're one of these big name teams. And the fact that we do have 3 of them battling for that position, you're right, is kind of nuts. But you know, sometimes that's just how it goes, unfortunately. And we'll see what more they can do. Papara SuperMassive starting to push away a little bit with those 9 points. They would have been around Anorthosis Famagusta before those 9 points were added. But of course, now they have managed to tot that one up a little bit higher, which is nice. Good news for them. And of course, first place being in 60, maybe not achievable next match, but tomorrow, we'll see.
Yeah, we will. I'd like to see Jetgo do a little bit more. I mean, it's 7 points total on the placements, but again, I'd like to see Jetgo do more. I don't think that they're done with this tournament just yet. And I like having a wild card team thrown in there. Unlike XSLAY, I actually do think that each and every one of them, they're strange in the sense that some of their performances is amazing. Sometimes they can be a little bit worse, but at their highest heights, they do look incredible. But unfortunately, they're just not always on that wavelength.
I mean, yeah, if you judge everybody by their best matches, right, you do get a little bit of a distorted picture. And I think that it's often difficult to really sort of gauge a team on that sort of a metric, right? Because you see most of the gameplay that you see from all teams in general, on average, will be when they're doing very well, because they're not in the games a lot when they go out early, right? So for a lot of viewers at home, you're thinking, oh, but I always see them get into the late game. It's like, well, that's only when you see them, right? When you don't see them, that's when they've gone down early. And those are those games that really start to matter because they add up, right? If you're going to late game 1 in 5 matches, say, then those other 4 matches are a massive a massive like dearth of points that you need to be making up somewhere else. And that's where small ball PUBG Mobile comes in, right? Where you are earning 2-3 extra points in a game. That's a huge amount of profit that you're earning there.
Yeah. Just wanting to see what's happening next. Let me just quickly check.
We're checking in on our runnings. We've had our overall rankings. So I mean, next up should be, I believe, getting ready for match 6. So we'll have to wait and see just what we're doing here. But yeah, one more Miramar to play today. I think that first one, it had some nasty rotations, right? The circle at the start, certainly that first circle went all the way down south. Teams really had to crunch in, and then it really pushed everyone together on that set. And I think that there were some pretty mean rotations after a very, very kind plane path.
Yes, I think the playing path was absolutely fine, but dropping it down towards that south side required everyone to crunch up incredibly quickly, which definitely caused some problems. But it definitely shows like which teams are on the ball more than others, and I think that the teams who are able to make those rotates very, very quickly were the ones that typically made it in towards that late game, and are typically also the ones who are making it into a lot of our other late games over on, for instance, Erangel, etc. So yeah, it's definitely interesting to me to watch all of it unfold, because I think we are getting a pretty clear idea of which teams are doing the best out of everyone, and which ones will continue doing the best into tomorrow. I mean, I'm specifically looking at ULF, BRA, Papara SuperMassive, Regnum, Carya, Carya Esports as well. So those 5 are the ones that I'm kind of most interested in right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who's actually going into the last day battling for the top 3, right? And I think that at the moment, it feels like the top 3 really is quite malleable, even for ULF, right? Like they could absolutely just let it all go at this stage, and who's going to be in competition there? And with the increased presence of Rondo and the smash point barrier being broken earlier in general, I think it's going to be any sort of, like you said, you highlighted several teams there. They could potentially be in the running, but I think maybe with the exception of teams right towards the bottom, it's still very much up for grabs for anyone when you consider the Rondo at the start of the day, because that really has a massive impact. If you have a massive game, you could get 32 points in a game. You know, that's the sort of performance that we could see. Not commonly, but definitely within the realms of possibility, getting 22 elims on a Rondo, and all of a sudden, you've made up so much ground, and you're in a spot to do something that people just won't be expecting to be able to be possible.
Mm-hmm. So we'll be going to the stage in around about 5 minutes, I think. So we'll just chat until then about anything and everything.
That's right.
Because I think we have how long has had about, yeah, you guys have had to deal with this for 6 hours. 6 hours. Can you believe it?
That's a long time.
Yes, it is. But you know, either way, I'm hoping whoever you guys at home are cheering for are doing well. And if they're not, you're not cheering hard enough.
It's your fault.
That's how that works. That's how it goes. But yeah, I think it's been a good day today. I've enjoyed it. It's been happy days bringing that one back. I'm trying to think what's S2G as well as Fenerbahçe could really do differently, but I just think they just have been like falling short a lot of times here, John. A lot of their plays have not been that great. I think that S2G in terms of, I think that's what made S2G special. But we're going to head over to the stage right now.
How crazy can you dance?
Like right now,
Yes.
like here,
Yes.
in front of all these people.
Yes.
I mean, this is it.
No.
But
This is not crazy.
I need a
dance.
beat though. Like that's all I got.
You want to see crazy dance?
Sure. What? Like
Crazy
from you?
Chicken dance?
From you?
No.
Oh, okay. But I want to
From
see it.
Penguin.
Okay.
Evet arkadaşlar, çılgın tavuk dansını görmeye hazırsanız işte şimdi çılgın dansı yapacak Penguin'i buraya davet ediyorum. Önümüzdeki oyunlarda update'ini göreceğiniz Penguin'imiz şimdi size çılgın tavuk dansı yapacak. Ve bu dansın aynısını yapana 3 tişört hediye edeceğim. Arkadaki ekranlara dans gelecek. Bakın bir görün nasıl bir şey. Evet, arkada da gözüküyor. Şu anda penguenimizi de görüyorsunuz. Bu dansı taklit edebilene tişört vereceğim arkadaşlar. Dansı oldukları yerden mi yapsın seyircilerimiz?
The craziest three and the best three chicken dances get themselves a PUBG Mobile t-shirt. We'll show them up on the screen and we'll see your skills. Now, I can't dance because I have this hat and have to balance it. But show us your dance skills, boys and girls.
Evet. Teşekkür ediyoruz penguenimize. Ve burada bir arkadaşımız var. Senin dansını beğendim ben. Evet, başla bakalım, nasıl yapacaksın? Güzel yapıyor. Evet, bu arkadaşımız tişörtü hak etti mi? Alkış alalım.
Okay,
Hak etmemiş diyorlar bak. Bir dakika. Hak etti mi?
look!
Evet,
Do
hak
that.
etti.
Because he is our first, I think he deserves it.
Yes,
yes,
deserve it.
100%. 100%.
Kesinlikle hak etti. Kesinlikle.
Now we need two more.
Okay, please show.
Two more. All right, you know what? Our cameraman will take you, so just start dancing. Go for it. Show us your skills. Just do it while you're there. Yes, that's perfect. There you go.
Ben yapabiliyor muyum? Bir bana bakın. Ben yapabiliyor muyum belki?
Come on,
Ben
if
yapamadım.
Bilgehan can
Ben
do
yap-
it,
ben
you
yapamadım.
guys and girls can do
Ben
it.
yapamadım. Evet, şu arkadaşımız denesin. Yap bakalım.
Oh, wait, we have another one over there.
Bir dakika, buradaki arkadaşımız yapıyor. Yapabildi mi arkadaşlar? Eğer yapamadıysa buğulayabilirsiniz.
We have one more over there as well. We have so many.
Yaptı. Bir tişörtte arkadaşımız alıyor. Bir tane orada var. Orada var bir arkadaşımız uzakta biraz. Vallahi billahi ben daha iyi yapıyorum ha. Daha iyi yap.
I mean, that's three. That's the thing. You have to be quick with it. You have to be quick. And don't forget, we have more coming over the next couple of days. This is only the first day of PMSL EU Grand Finals here in the Complex Arena in Istanbul.
Gerçekten doğru söylüyor. Daha önümüzde günler var. Hediyeler kazanabilmeye devam edeceksiniz. Merak etmeyin, daha ilk günün bitmediğini de size söyleyebiliriz. Bizde kalın, devam edin. Harika şeyler olacak. Müthiş hediyeler kazanmayı hak ediyorsunuz.
Back to the analysts.
Never let him dance on stage again. That Sandstorm. He's a terror on that dance floor. Goodness me. Well, that certainly happened. And we now have one more match to play on Miramar. That's what we're going to be looking forward to now. I'm actually seeing a lobby of 64 players in it though. So might be
Soon.
Might be soon. Might not be,
Incredible. It's actually got it set up beforehand. I don't quite believe it.
I know.
I hope you guys enjoyed that. Please send in your crazy dances
Absolutely.
as well.
Yeah.
Show us your moves, guys.
I mean, you've well, I think you probably have. Most people will have never seen me on a dance floor. But I'll cut a rug, let me tell you.
Would you?
Yeah. That's a known phrase, by the way. I'm not going around just like slashing rugs with a knife.
Yeah.
That'd be
Known
weird.
by who?
Huh?
You? Known by who?
I'll
Unfortunately, I'm being facetious, and I have heard that phrase before. I'm sorry. I can't even be that guy right now.
You're being him, and you shouldn't be right now. That's
No,
not,
I shouldn't. I'm gonna let you have it. It's yours. It's for you. It's for you, dude. It's for you.
Gotta love it, you know. Just let the body go with the music. Go
was
there
the
music
flow.
in the arena? I'm not sure.
No,
The sounds of being
it sort of made it odd, honestly. Yeah,
the sound of being harangued by two
I think
hosts.
the best thing for me about that was that they got the penguin out. And I was like, bro, the penguin is like a break dancer. That's who they've got in there.
Mm.
And he's gonna like do the break dancing with the hat on. He's gonna like spin
wow.
around, be crazy.
He's gonna like
And
flip
then
the hat.
when he hit us with the, I was like, oh, I'm disappointed.
My man's cleaning waist-high windows right now. What's going on?
Yeah.
Like,
He's two-handed him.
oh dear. That's pretty effective
Yeah.
technique though. I feel like, that's admirable stuff.
He's doing like
Going
wax
in.
on, wax off type of deal.
Yeah. Mr. Miyagi in that
Miss-
suit.
He was actually Mr. Miyagiing it.
Absolutely. Well,
I see a match.
I see Miramar.
I see
kinda
a
happening.
Miramar. Oh, it's on the way.
We've had a day.
It's a coming.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we are getting on in fairly shortly, hopefully, to our final match of the day, where we will see maybe another team from the bottom of the tables have a good result. Maybe, could be. Is it going to be IWNRX finding finally a good game? We'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see. It's potential. I think I'd quite like to wait. No, who are you predicting?
Oh, for this match, I want to say, okay. I'm divining the future.
Don't try too hard.
I think it's an Asgard.
You have
win.
to not try.
I think it's an Asgard.
You think
win.
it's an Asgard?
Yeah.
It's an Asgard win.
I think they've been
Okay.
doing fairly well all day. They haven't managed to go the full distance, but I back them. I think they got this.
All right, I think I'm going to go with Asgard as well, and check that out.
Wait, that means they won't win. I can't be wrong. That's ridiculous.
We're going in.
Our final match of the day is ready. We are into the plane for the last time. Match 6 is upon us, and we will be heading over to Miramar to round out day 1. Let's see who has the craziest dances here.
Oh yeah, straight into it. It's a nasty playing path, by the way. I don't think you could probably see it yourself, but we're heading over Pmsl right now, over towards Papara. So difficult to get over towards that north side of the map. Players are hoping for a south shift on the circle.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a treacherous route to get up that north side. We did see a little bit of hot dropping going on, especially over toward El Azhar last time. And of course, that readjustment might need to come on through for teams that like to drop in that quadrant of the map. We'll see if there's any close range engage. For now, I'm keeping an eye out. Maybe Jetgo could be in a bit of danger. Spotted bother. Is that the 4th player from Edo who's getting underneath them over towards Montenuevo on the east side? Potentially could be. We'll have to wait and see. As well as a Regnum Carya player over out to the northwest of Picardo could be in danger.
Falcons out nice and early. Head over towards El Pozo.
Ooh.
Really easy. And we're back down towards the south. Once again.
All right. Excellent.
Where's Asgard? What's Pariso? I think Asgard's got a pretty good chance here, actually, in terms of getting over there. IWNRX starting early over towards Via de Mar. Pretty good. That also is not a bad shout from them. Please Partona, though. I highly doubt it's going Partona because this is slightly more north than our last Miramar.
Yeah.
Less chance this is going to Partona. It'll have to be hard shift after hard shift after hard shift, which is a little bit unlikely.
I do wonder what the likelihood of... Oh, I'm going to have to do some geometry as well after this. Goodness me. About how likely each spot is relative. I mean, the middle of the circle probably is the most likely to be in the circle later on, but I imagine each spot... I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that just yet because we are so far away from the end of this game. Doesn't bear too much thinking about. Oh, okay. Looks like we've already had a rundown. A little snafu. And the TheNoisyBoys come out looking the worse for it. Anos Famagusta having a point already out of their tally, which is pretty valuable, especially when you're in 13th place. They do want to be getting on their way. At the moment, Papara SuperMassive, they're sort of in, I would say, probably one of the worst spots for this circle. They are behind that glut of players that sit around La Bandita and in towards Picardo. They're behind on the queue for the east rotate. They're behind on the queue to swing over the north side. I feel like Papara SuperMassive are going to have a real tough time here.
I mean, if we're looking at Papara SuperMassive, you're right. Like, the journey they have to make is not easy. I mean, if they wanted to get towards a strong position in the circle, they have to cut through multiple strong teams or try and bulldoze their way through the southern coast. Right? No options are easy. I think that if I was Papara SuperMassive, likely you're thinking about heading down on the south coast, passing through the mountainside, trying to dig deep down towards Partona, or are you doing something insane and trying to wrap around El Pozzo, which will take a damn long while.
Yeah, it would... You need to start now as well, and the problem with it taking so long is the lack of loot that you then arrive with. So you're probably arriving into a hot situation, right? Into a pretty dicey spot if you're taking so long, but even then, you're not really going to have the weaponry to deal with, or more accurately, the meds, the armor, the supplies to deal with it. Gets all the harder as time burns away. Bra, they are a lot closer to this one, just reaching the east points of Chumacera, of course, with the hills being the major focus here. There's your breakdancing in the buggy.
Yeah, it was good actually. He was all over the shop, wasn't he? Not much happening right now. I think that the main things going on right is BRA, as we saw there. Regnum, Carya, and Fenerbahçe trying to get further in towards this circle, down towards that south side. IDB and RX really just did not move at all. They had no reason to, no need to. XSLAY slightly ahead of them, as well as Jetgo moving down towards the south from La Triera.
We're sort of waiting on these rotations to come on through to dictate the pace of all of this. I'm surprised that we haven't seen Asgard move from Puerto Paraiso yet. I would have expected them to be maybe a little bit snappier. Instead, they're still just looting through it. I think in the next minute, they do need to be getting away. Not least of which because of the blue, but other teams are going to get ahead of them. They're going to lose their edge. Potential to rotate in along that south coast. Hoping they can pick up their feet here, but on the north side of this central area, on the Ladriera Hills, Beşiktaş have this high ground against Jetgo on the approach.
Beşiktaş will have to hold them out. I mean, it's not likely either team is going to be taking shots against one another too early. But the fact that Jetgo are getting scarily close, I mean, they could just play in their respective zones of Ladriera. But I imagine that Jetgo wants to try and clear up Beşiktaş just in case they need to move east, which is a definite possibility. And also, in the long run, likely quite profitable for them.
I mean, if you get 4 points for getting a squad wipe, that's brilliant, right? And you take a barrier out of the way. But I think for now, they may just be content. It's stage 2, the circle, that may trigger a response from that situation, which is currently in a bit of a deadlock. So we'll have to wait and see. Regnum, Carya, close by to IWNRX, who have been in this spot for quite a while now. They moved up from Bahia de Mar. Looks like Regnum, Carya, though, have been allowed to step in here where maybe they shouldn't have been. I think this is this the same compound that XSLAY won from last time that IWNRX currently hold? I think it is, yeah. And XSLAY were holding this hill, and I complimented them for it rather than holding on the inside of the compound. And this is exactly why. You let Regnum Carya play so close, all of a sudden, they kind of have prior on this location.
They're going to hold on to it as well. I wonder if Regnum Carya can even make that play. Oh dear, John.
Oh, traded back though.
He is knocked and fully flushed. Bit sad. But you're right, it is traded back.
Uh-oh.
I was unwise to trust you. I should have gone with Regnum Carya after all.
Hey, look, this is your fault. Well, hang on a minute. You're doubling down with prior information. What's going on? What do you mean predictions can be more accurate when you have more information about the state of play?
No, that's what I'm saying. I should have. I said I should have.
Yeah, well.
I'm still predicting Asgard.
Yeah.
Say I should have predicted Regnum Carya.
Okay. I was hoping that Asgard weren't going to get stuck on the RRQ building, and I thought they might do, but no, they did turn around. This is a very similar circle, a little bit more west, a little bit more north as well, so altogether a little bit more northwest. Asgard can still rotate around, they can still access the hills to the south side. I don't expect Regnum Carya to be pushing too far down. That approach on the vertical part of that south road, so up towards Miramar, where Asgard are just about to come into. There's some interesting ridges around there, and that the play around the area can be a little bit tricky. Very, very open at a lot of times, especially if you have a team like Regnum Carya, who move into position into where XSLAY won from it last time, and IWNRX going to send straight center instead of trying to play down the hill.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough as well. I mean, this has got a lot of water in it as well. And you're looking over towards that north side, we have a massive amount of those valleys encroaching on that position. It's tough. It's very, very tough.
Not ideal. S2G regrouping on the north. They've got Papara SuperMassive behind them on this north side rotate, and trying to access these Ladriara hills has got to be really, really difficult. We were sort of keeping an eye on Beşiktaş and Jetgo as well on their confrontation, their close range position, and they don't need to conclude it yet. They can hold out, play as an 8-player squad in effect, and have a massive amount of impact over the surrounding area. And with the circle as it is, that's brilliant for them.
Yeah, I think for Jetgo and Beşiktaş, it is really going to be a tough fight over towards that hilltop. It is very valuable. Falcons, although they are very central, they are very far down, right? In terms of elevation, that's their issue right now. They have buildings to work with. They would have to hope that the circle heads down towards the southwest, and then they could have a good game off the back of that. That is a cracking nade coming through from Simple Domek.
And he's up in
and
there.
Now they're going to push it.
Straight in on that buggy. A nice nade dropped out the window. Doesn't get the full job done, but does open a little bit more of an opportunity for Akron to find it, but steps straight into the barrel of Simple Domek. And again, he's dismantling them. Asgard may be out first blank here. A nade on over the top as another knock is found. That's Lux. And more they send it through the window. It is dismantled on the inside out. And that is Asgard falling fast in this match.
So the problem lies with me.
Yeah, I think so.
Damn. Sucks.
Yeah, well, you know, can't win them all. So, but
Can't win any of them.
But that does make you more powerful than I am. So there you go.
Bestowing defeat.
How has Papara SuperMassive got there? They did a wide swing over the north side. They must have done. Come over
Well,
that
that's what
west
it
road.
said. Yeah, that's their only other option, and it was a crazy option.
Regnum Carya.
I respect them for taking it though. They do take a knock though. I wonder if they can get that player back up again. Either way, it's an incredible rotate.
I was more interested in what Regnum Carya were doing. They were just sending it straight in through the middle of the Falcons, over towards Papara SuperMassive as well. And now there's kind of dead center on this one. Another shift of the circle. They're still out in the open. Papara SuperMassive are going to continue to take shots, but they found a hillside location now for Regnum Carya. They managed to just get through, I think, about 6 teams without taking a casualty so far.
Hello? Stop driving in that guy's car, please.
What's going on?
Solus takes a dip as well. I think there's going to be a ton of carnage as we head into this one. Has to switch vehicles almost immediately into the Murado. Aaron, who has been very, very much on fire today, launches a smoke out. The spot over towards IWNRX, who has a nice compound, but had been fairly reactive to the circle around them as opposed to proactive.
Carya now with a second player down. They did lose Marso. Poser now also knocked through a nade. And a finish from Razy. Fenerbahçe profiting quite nicely off of this match, but on the southeast side, a lot still to clear. CEO with the nades. We'll see if he can do it. Oh my goodness me. Look at the damage he just found. Putting another one in. Wants to try and find the opposing angle. Playing out wide. That looks good. just a little bit too slow on the cook there. It doesn't quite connect with it. Lux drops down and they want to go for the push in. Molotov to try and burn him out of position. Lewis is on the oversight, watching for this approach, but doesn't really have the angle to stop it. May be able to chime in, but hasn't so far. Stepping up, waiting for them to get a little bit closer. Now they're into the firing line. CEO hops out, draws them through, wanting his teammate to chime in. Damage found to the back, and Simple Domak is low. On the door frame, he's got CEO to worry about. He can't really push it around it. Molotov in again. CEO giving them the slip. It's getting dicey.
Fenerbahçe taking down Carya in the process. Lewis up on high. Last player remaining for that team. Good stuff from Fenerbahçe here, and they absolutely needed a performance right at the end of the day because they were dropping down for a team that had great prospects ahead of them. Really did not look good. XSLAY chilling like a villain up on high, but will need to make their way across as the next circle does pop directly over the valley. What a horrendous circle this is. The fact this still encompasses Via Damar as well is a little bit scary for some of these teams. There is potential at this point for teams to, if they are on the eastern side, to wrap down, cross over the water and cross the bridge. Dangerous rotate, for sure, but it could give you a strong position. Or at least a playable position.
I mean, this stage in the circle, you can't spend too long in the blue. I wonder if you even have time to make it. Because the circle's going to start closing ahead of you as well. And I don't know. I feel like you might just have a better average point scoring opportunity moving up and trying to like, get 1 or 2 elims on that spot rather than just go down to the blue zone. I mean, it's a difficult choice. I don't expect it to be easy. S2G with their 2-2 right now. 2 up, 2 down. So 2 on the top of that zip line. And 2 playing underneath in the valley. I feel like they have a really good spot here. They have a lot of control. It's up on the north with Anno, who could potentially be a threat. But getting up to that ridgeline against S2G, it's basically the South Road is the only option.
Yeah. Curious to see how teams play this one out.
These are 2 teams in here. They're both blue, though. I thought it was just Beşiktaş picking themselves up, but no, XSLAY.
Oh, it's XSLAY as well.
In the square.
And it is an unfortunate colouring scheme, sadly. Anorthosis Famagusta, 5 elims. Still not doing too badly, honestly, on the leaderboards. Dropped down to 11th, but, you know, it's really not that massive difference between all of our middling teams right now as we get through in towards our match 6 and make our way through a third of the day.
Okay, if you were to predict now, who are you picking? You picking someone like S2G, or are you thinking maybe Regnum Carya have managed to get into a good spot on the south side on this fight?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, if I was to pick anyone right now, just based off positioning, I like S2G's position a lot. S2G's spot is really, really good. I think it's hard to predict with this specific zone because there are so many variables where it could go. I mean, it heads out towards the south. Suddenly, Falcons have a field day with this one. Heads over towards the eastern side. Depends how well Jetgo can hold on to that plateau. These are all the factors. I think stage 5, I'd be able to tell you with a much more concrete decision behind it. But until then, yeah. Great shots from Falconus. Really held his own up there.
We've seen a 3-team engagement on this northeast side, ringing through the hilltops. 1 player now left standing, Matcap, taking damage, and it's IWNRX. Have been quiet for a while, but they want to get stuck in here. Unfortunately, maybe not the best time for Kine. There is backup, however, and that is going to be Ida out. And they will fall down in 12th. No elims to close their day. And it will be IWNRX to continue on with the 1. Next stage pops blank. It goes a little bit further west, but keeps that south side in, I think. Just about anyway, as Beşiktaş take up the mantle on this northeast side.
Just wait for that to come up on my screen. Yeah, hard. I think S2G now, I would probably give them a fair shot at this game. They are on a slight 2-man split. Potentially Papara SuperMassive to have a strong game off the back of this one. I do think with that, it is sort of a toss-up between S2G, Papara SuperMassive now.
I think that those are probably a fair 2 front runners to be pulling out of this circle. I still really like that 2-2 split. As you said, you like it as well. I think they're going to have a good time there. Falcons on a decent 2-2 split themselves, actually, playing up and down the hill and controlling the exit from Miramar. It's going to be very hard to move under their watchful gaze as ULF do finally bite the dust. They get 5 even, though. They're up to 66 points today. Default. Won't be getting any more points in that scenario, though. There is a trade that's across the way. That's IWNRX getting stuck in as a third party. They need to try and find a way through because this zone is closing. It's not going to wait for them, and they have to push past something. The direction they have to go for, though, that's their choice.
Yeah, again, I think that you're right about S2G, but it's very hard for them to regroup together on that high ground without being spotted. I think actually they did just try and make that push. They lost 1 to a knock. If they can get him back up again, suddenly the position becomes much, much better again. But it is just tough holding on to those 2 areas. They drop off a player up top and then rotate back down again to hold that long building.
The positions on this southeast side aren't really going to be able to contend with the high ground that S2G have either, as teams over on this northeast start to make their way in. Having 3 players up the top are going to be fairly uncontestable for S2G.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I think the initial difficulty there was the cross. They've effectively made that happen. They've got their player back up again. And now they can, like you say, just take those shots as teams reveal themselves.
I feel like actually the major threat to S2G's high ground position is the TheNoisyBoys at this stage. They are a duo, but the only team that have access to the west road that still runs behind S2G. If they've got their wits about them, they will be spotting for that. Maybe they're not too worried. Falcons now with a challenge. IWNRX moving up and immediately Redox sends one of them down. Ralph hits the deck, stays alive, and cooks a nade. Redox holding his door frame as well. As Kine takes half his HP bar. Molotov on the outside, but in with the pump action. And we'll be able to take one down. Open a found for IWNRX, moving into position to get the res. And Ralph goes down swiftly into a second. 2 players now down for IWNRX. Falcons starting to fail on the inside hold. But can they do a little bit more? Can he get something done? Because Regnum Carya are here on the south point for the Falcons. Remember, they were in a 2-2 split. They've had their north side revealed, dismantled. It's up to the south pair to try and make something happen now.
I'm surprised Regnum Carya up here has to just be bold with that nade. Sends it up. Wild is burning out underneath. Quick bandage. Keep himself alive. There was a good molly going through from Silas. Spread upstairs on the wood. Did a lot of damage. Got one down. But I think for Regnum Carya, it is looking pretty tough from the outside. They need to clear these players and clear them fast because the sightlines are coming in quickly. Now Valo is knocked out fully.
Falcons having a bad day. Koa. Try and find something, but I can't decide even which weapon to use. What is he going to find? Not sure, but the shots down the staircase and take Regnum Carya to task for it. A lot more damage still pouring in. In the midst of all of that, Jetgo made a mad dash down the hill and up the other side into the compound that they have now under control, and they are defending it. Well, no, hang on a minute. That's the east side. That's against IWNRX trying to move in against the last player of Jetgo, who does go down. Sorry, the off-angle player of Jetgo, Symphony, does get purloined away. But the other 3 are across the way. Look at the control that they have. S2G above them are potentially going to be dangerous, but for now, they have a nice, safe, secure, central position in buildings.
I don't think Regnum Carya is getting out of this, by the way.
You don't think?
This is such a tough run out.
I think they get it. I believe in them.
I mean, where do they go, though? I mean, they can play against the ridge side, sure, but as soon as you crest that ridge, like, after that, it is tough. Fenerbahçe moving out. 9 eliminations this game. It has been a very successful match for them. As S2G looks to push themselves out. TMB, I think they got removed by S2G. Leave? Yeah.
This is an interesting decision. They're sweeping south, close to the blue zone. They've already lost one player, taking a lot of damage, and might just about be able to skirt these ridge lines. And Wild is straight up and into the fight. Fenerbahçe, they're committed to playing on the inside here, and there's a long-range shot coming through to find the back lines of Fenerbahçe. And now with only one player left, Regnum Carya may have just been able to turn this one around, but Zedwolf is trapped out towards the blue. They have to make this fight work. They're so low on HP. You can see Loxy really wants to make it to that crate, get the health packs potentially on the inside. Those first aid kits are like gold dust to him. But with one player left on Fenerbahçe, they really have an option here to make this one a little bit more successful for themselves. Next zone pops in 5 seconds.
Really good off angle from Zedwolf, and critical off angle as well. If they don't have that there, these two players are not able to assault up the hill of when they silhouette themselves against this building. Really, really well done. And again, it is just takes that duo of Loxy and Wild, who are so used to playing off one another, and then you just add Zedwolf to the situation. Doesn't need to be ridiculously in tune with those two players. He just needs to assist them from afar. And in the midst of all of that, to make those decisions on the fly, that's what makes a team like Regnum Carya championship level quality. Circle does move directly on top of Jetgo, by the way.
Wow.
Papara SuperMassive will hold down towards the south side. It's sort of what I'm worried about for S2G, is just making your way off this high ground. But we'll see how they play it out. They are currently very healthy. I am curious to see what their kits look like, because it could be a case where they have 0 nades, 0 medical supplies as well. This is a Hail Mary and a half.
It seems to be working for now. Where's S2G? Where's anybody? Where's Jetgo taking shots? No. IWNRX allowed to cross with 2. They do still have... No, they don't actually. This is all of it. And they are going to go straight in. Hell for Leather frozen down. Pump action for Swain. Makes it work. And now they have a north side building, but they have to move south. The blue zone's here. You don't have time for the res. You've got to go. Regnum Carya taking more players down, and that's Fenerbahçe fully eliminated. They're up to 6 elims here. The southwest side is good for them. S2G making their approach as well.
Wild fixing up the vehicle real quick. Not bothering with the other though. This one is the distraction. Down towards our top 4 now. Regnum Carya, Papara SuperMassive, Jetgo, and S2G. Actually, you know, they've got a bit of everything. If you take Kelsey as a marker there. 1 nade, 1 smoke, 1 stun, 1 first aid kit, 1 energy drink, 1 painkiller. 2 bandages though.
Ooh, and Kelsey needs another health bar to be added on there. The rest of the lobby hoping he only has the 1. I think that should be resable though. S2G do still have a little slice of it. You can see that the compound that Papara SuperMassive, I think, is still in this next circle as well, potentially. Could be difficult. Regnum Carya taking shots over towards Jetgo, and nobody seems to be able to land them in response. Zedwolf still going, still alive, getting a little bit more healing done. Finally spotted by Nico at range, but Wild and Loxy still there. Through the smoke, onto the ping. Beautiful stuff coming on through, and lost is the retribution to be found over their way. That gives Wild a little bit of an opening to get that res, but Nico does not want to let this one slide.
Go. Ceylon. There's a nade over the top. S2G backing it off with IC. Still fairly healthy here, but Papara SuperMassive finding Zedwolf in the background as well. Papara SuperMassive have lost. Can be rezzed. Nice nade. On target. Takes down Jetgo. They attempt to make their way into cover. IC barely makes it in with his last gasp.
Goodness. Well, I hope the S2G fans stuck around till the end today, because they've got 4 players in the final 3, and they have the central compound defending against Regnum Carya successfully by the looks of it. That will be them bleeding out. They've still got 2 players, though, a little bit further up the hill. SuperMassive have 4. Wild spotted. Nico readjusts him around the back of that crate, which is a vital bit of cover, but Wild not so lucky. They will fall down. This is now a 4v4. Tromby trying to light up S2G on the hillside, but can't quite connect the spray.
Kamikaze now looking uphill. 2 4-man squads. Papara SuperMassive. It will be a Herculean task here. Take down S2G. Good tag though. That's info.
Hamzy close. Nade's cooking. Nico launches. Sees if he can tag him, but that's a nade. A knock for Solke over towards Kamikaze and an opener potentially for Hamzy, but he knows that Trombi is on the back line, looking for him to stand up. Immediately zeroes in on the window, spots him breaking right, and will spot him moving down the stairs as well. Nico over the top with a nade. Isn't going to be able to stand up for the spray, and Hamzy Teach gets away with it. Slips around the side. Trombi is down, and Nico not yet going for the res, and will get sprayed out. It's S2G moving in to find the final chicken dinner of the day. Only lost now remains for Papara SuperMassive. They found him amongst the hay bales, looking for a needle, but he will not find anything. Not a stitch to be found. And S2G closed down, pleasing the crowd with a chicken dinner.
Not able to sew that game back together in the end for Papara SuperMassive, as S2G will come away looking fantastic. Very well done. The S2G fans, as at the start, cheering for a team that wasn't doing so well, but they do not disappoint them in those final throws of the day. Very well played to them. And what a great finish for them as well, with all 4 players still alive. Not an easy descent for them. Jetgo also had a really strong position, which was dismounted almost immediately from their side. So very, very well played.
They managed to navigate that one very nicely. Their position, that 2-2 split, paid off. They didn't really have any contest from that northwest side. The zone helped them out on that front. Little embrace there as well. Good to see that all the Turkish players are supporting one another. And having a good time with it. Relief as well in the S2G crowd. Those stands, I'm sure, will come in alight in those final moments. And maybe there's a little bit of hope, but I'm not so sure. I feel like it's still so difficult to say that S2G is out of the woods here with their record that's been on the books so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think Solke definitely feels out of his depths a little bit here on this team. That can definitely change in the future, John. But right now, I do worry for them, as you say. It's a little stressful. It's a little stressful. But they're all very pleased with themselves. I mean, Hamzy G, that's probably the best he's looked all tournament in those final moments. And Cal C just looks uplifted.
Yeah, I think that will be a massive, massive help to them moving forwards. They'll be able to put the final slab into the monolith today. See, it looks like they've already done it. They are already on in there. And they'll be able to properly celebrate with their fans and know that they deserve it this time.
That's cool to see. It's some good fanfare, especially here with the home crowd. But more of that required, definitely, in the future if S2G want to set foot in the PMGC arena at the end of the year.
Yeah, there is still a lot to play for. And of course, S2G, as with all the Turkish teams, in the running for that point spot. So again, even if they don't quite make it, depending on how everyone does, there is still opportunity. But I think with their performances over the course of the group and the league stage here, they've lost out on too many point scoring potential positions for someone like Regnum Carya to be way, way ahead on this spot. Someone like ULF even to really accelerate away. Of course, taking the points from the Fireflux roster and adding it for ULF is going to have a really big impact. They were, I think, in the lead overall on the Turkish tables before this tournament. And hopefully they'll be able to keep their heads up. But as we take a look at the final blow here, you can see Hamzy moving in, able to get that Trombi shut down, and Nico not connecting on that spray. Really, really important. And Solke is doing so much from the back lines. All 4 of them staying up right until the final moment.
Yeah, it's an incredible moment for them, just because I think this is the game that they needed in terms of morale.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Is that?
But Yeah, I don't think so. Either way, disagree with that in a big way. That's probably don't lie, but I definitely disagree. I think Sol K should get a little bit of credit off this game as the MVP, just purely because I think it's the first game I've seen him on S2G actually making good decisions alongside the rest of the team. It's felt disjointed. It's not to say that he's not made good decisions in the past, but it's the first time I've seen him actually have a game where I'm like, that feels like everyone's on the same page here. That feels like everyone's making the right decision at the right time and in tandem with what the IGL wants to do. So yeah, I again need more of it. Absolutely need more of it. Some fantastic rotations as well throughout the game as well, which was very impressive from teams like Papara SuperMassive with a wide swing on the northern side, as well as Regnum Carya, where it was super difficult to get them into the circle, yet they managed to do it regardless.
Here's a summary of all of our players on S2G, of course. Taking a look at the stats here. They were able to get a decent chunk of elims to go along with that chicken dinner. The amount of control they had over the hillsides, affording them those opportunities to blink away, get those snipes down, and ended up with 6 elims on the game. I think Regnum Carya also did very well on that match, right? They had a crazy rotate in through Miramar originally to get into the position that they held for quite a while, and they swung out west and dealt with Fenerbahçe very, very well in that compound and played them off S2G very effectively. So I think that Regnum Carya also had a little bit of a standout on the rotates there on that match. I'll be interested to see where they end up, because I think they were fighting for first place on the end of today. So we'll have to wait and see if they've been able to achieve that goal.
Some highlights from the game. Fenerbahçe also looking a little bit better this one. A lot of our teams that really did need a step up at the end of the day have managed to do it. All but IWNRX. But S2G and Fenerbahçe looked much, much better this match. Despite having Frozen on our screen here. I mean, they got some eliminations overall, but is it enough? Probably not.
No, it's not what they would have wanted to close down the day. I think it is IWNRX about, as you say, the only big name team that has delivered a bit of disappointment today. Although there has been plenty of disappointment all round. I think for S2G, every other game has not been stellar. Oh, they managed to get 10 elims there at the top. I thought it was only up to 6. Maybe I added that up wrong. 20 points total on the match, which is going to be a massive help to their tallies. You can see Regnum Carya still, they got 12 there. And Fenerbahçe up to 11 with those 9 elims.
Yeah, I mean, very, very well done. 9 elims total. Exactly, that is the other team I want to talk about is Fenerbahçe. Very well done to them. I did an extra 10. Sort of unexpected. So actually all of the teams that really needed to do well did in this game. Papara SuperMassive were only able to get 8, despite the second place they were able to pick up. Very telling for Beşiktaş and Anorthosis. Yes, still getting good elimination points, but very much struggling to get towards that end game right now. And slightly sad Jetgo didn't get too much further into that match, although still making some good movements and not what I would have expected from that squad.
I mean, yeah, that's, the third place is a great reward, but only 2 elims from having a really solid overlook compound. I mean, it was overshadowed by S2G for the most part there, which is, you know, unfortunate. But yeah, it's not 0 points, right? You'll take that. ULF still very much clearly in the lead with 66, though. Regnum Carya not quite able to go the full distance there. Had they won that match, I think they would have been in first place when you add up the elims and the extra placement points that they would have earned. But they're 58 points, and they sit fairly close by. A very far distance away from third place, though, which is 42.
Yeah, I mean, 66 points for ULF. But Regnum Carya, like you say, 58 points. Very, very close to actually making it to first place. Again, I always kind of believe in this team. I don't know if they were saving things up or what, but yeah, great stuff for them. Team Falcons, again, you can say that they're not doing amazingly, but they are consistently in the top 5. And I think that consistency for this team is very, very good, despite them sometimes having run-in. So teams where it just feels like they get outclassed, they are always in the top 5. And I think you can't count them out even the final day. If they're still in the top 5, they could make a big run for the crown. S2G are in 9th place with 32 points. Fenerbahçe with 29. And BRA, that's the big surprise of the day, dropped down to 15th.
Yeah, down right at the bottom of these tables here, 23 points, tied with XSLAY. But XSLAY have a chicken dinner on the cards here, which is crazy. They have a chicken dinner in 14th place, able to earn, I think, actually, yeah, like, I can't remember how many elims they got. Was it something like 8, 6, something in that region? So almost all of their points really coming from that one match. They need to pump those numbers. Let's take a look at some of the MVP candidates for today. And I feel like Eren has a clear difference maker here in the damage. Almost 1,000 more damage today than Loxy was able to earn for Regnum Carya. But Regnum Carya is significantly longer surviving there. That's almost a full match.
Yeah, I think for Eren, incredible damage really outputs a lot of force on the map, where it is difficult to deal with him. And by doing that, really creates a lot of space. But again, you want someone reliable. And that's exactly what Wild does for the team. And he has always been known as the survivor. He's basically the Bear Grylls of PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely. He's always caught in the wrong spots, but with the right tools, making sure it's going to get something done. Wild right at the top there. You can see that this is going to start to potentially get a little bit more disparate as time goes on. I feel like this Grenadiers table is always the closest, because just the number of nade elims that you find is actually fairly minimal. And, you know, it's difficult to rack up those tallies. And in general, you know, over 6 matches, only getting 4, that's not going to be as impactful, maybe. Or maybe as volatile as other stats.
Yeah. Anyway, as we come to the end of the day, we're going to take a look at the stage and how things are slowly wrapping up here before we get prepared for day 2 tomorrow. It's been a great day today. Been a really, really good day. Been very exciting, you know.
Yeah.
And we'll get back to it tomorrow. Starting again with Rondo. Yeah. Which should be fun.
Ooh. I think the big story today was setting up the lobby for the first half, right? And then moving into the second half, it was redemption after redemption after redemption, right? They had, I think it was, well, XSLAY, they were either in 15th or 16th, right? They got a chicken dinner. They go up the tables. TheNoisyBoys, same thing. And now S2G, who are right at the bottom as well, they get a chicken dinner. So it was really a case of taking the lobby and reconstructing it in the second half of the day. And I think that you're right to bring up Rondo tomorrow, to be able to convert a strong second half of day 1 into a strong start on Rondo tomorrow would be phenomenal, especially for a team like S2G, who has that name value and the fan value as well to the audience.
Yeah, it'd be a massive shame to see them not go through to PMGC. And I think that it would also hurt the PUBG Mobile community a little bit. And I think that they're doing their damn best to make sure they can make it through. But even if they don't, you have another incredible Turkish team in Regnum Carya at the end of it. But I think that the fans would be very happy to see S2G make their way through to the PMGC finals, or at least even the group stages. Because that's a start. That's a start.
Love to see them in Thailand. That would be brilliant. Of course, getting to the gauntlet, as we spoke about at the start, is definitely more preferable for all of our teams. They would much prefer to be in the gauntlet because it is a much higher probability that you can get to those finals. There's 16 teams in the gauntlet. 7 of them go directly to the grand finals. The rest of them, they go to the group stages. So where you would have qualified on a points qualification, you're going to be guaranteed to at least go there with a gauntlet stage, with the potential added benefit of almost half of the teams there going directly to the grand finals. And I think that gauntlet is going to be a really interesting lobby to behold. So we'll have to wait and see for that, and which of our 3 teams are going to be representing Europe in that stage. At the moment, it's like ULF might be the prime candidate to do pretty well, but we've seen ups and downs from them. We'll have to wait a little bit more, though.
Yeah, I still have high hopes for Regnum Carya. I think ULF is unrefined as of yet, whereas I think that Regnum Carya can really perform well on the global stage. And I think one of the best things that they have going for them is that Salas is highly adaptable, played against multiple international squads in the past, and knows his stuff. And I think that that's really difficult when you go through to an international tournament like that. You have to not only consider that you have to play at a high caliber, you also have to realize, oh, the CSA region, really aggressive. We got to watch out for that. SEA, they love sweeping. And also maybe we could play a little bit more aggressive towards them on that side. Stuff like this. It's very, very important to figure out these things. Here's our summary of the day. Match 1 was won by Beşiktaş. We fell off a little bit more, followed by Erangel, who was picked up by ULF on a big game, 27 points total, followed by Regnum Carya, winning out on the third Erangel after being pipped to the post a little bit over on match 2.
Yeah, they had a little tough time of converting their position on match 2. Over in match 4, it was the TheNoisyBoys from the observatory on the military island circle. They played it well. They kept it under control. They got 11 elims, a very respectable result for them. And then that was the start of our redemption arc here at day 1. Miramar closed down by XSLAY, able to play that central position, descend off the hills in a timely rotate, and then S2G, of course, just closed us out with that final chicken dinner of the day with a really solid high ground performance. That overlook, that 2-2 split that they were able to keep going. I mean, it played straight into their wheelhouse, and I'm sure they absolutely loved it.
I'm sure they did. I think that they do it all again the same. I think it's a big boost. Like I said, big boost in confidence for Solke, and he needed it. I think he was playing worried. I think he was playing scared. I think he was worried about disappointing the fans. I mean, that's a difficult thing. You're the new face in the team. Once again, that is some very, very difficult shoes to fill. Let's be quite honest about it. But tomorrow, can XSLAY keep it up? I don't know. Will Regnum Carya rise to the top, or will ULF continue popping off? Can Falcons get into towards that podium spot? Because you know what Falcons are like. They'll swoop in when you least expect it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all going to be looking at the start of day 3 for me. I mean, obviously, we've got to play in for the rest of day 2, and that will be coming through tomorrow. They'll be earning and setting that smash point boundary. Of course, at the end of day 2, you take whoever's in the lead, you add 10 points, and that is the smash boundary for the lobby. When a team passes that smash boundary, they then must win a chicken dinner. So the more teams that are close together and grouped up towards the top of the tables at the end of day 2, the more likely it is we get a smash victory, because that boundary will be close to all of them. But to get to day 3, we first have to go through to day 2. And to get to day 2, well, we have to finish the show today. Thank you for sticking around. We have had a great time. We'll see you guys tomorrow.